leave you to it. I'll go and listen to their briefings.
Yeah.
Alright?
Yeah. So, I suppose it would be the idea to sort of get a bit of water, bottle of water.
You're on hospitality on the other end.
So I haven't seen you for a while.
So again,
Been hiding.
So you're sort of about where the
Well, well, the first time in about 20 years I did a night shift. Nearly killed us. Stealing my shite in the shop. Well, 50 biters turned up and they went and ruined the shop, you know, and I just went to the door and waved at them, like, you know, and they just drove off. And then three cars turned up, young lads with caps on and their hoods up. Come out and I walked towards the door and I just went to the door and put the key in the door and they saw us and they jumped in their cars and sped off.
There's the one there, Colin, you could probably take that one there and they'll join up. Neil.
There's two of the Hampshires, 2 reels.
Yeah, so there was me and Karen on.
Ready to run the weights, take it.
You know.
Took them, just started, took us into one
bunch of
we had a one loaded. No, it's a bigger one than that.
You know where it's gone?
Yeah, so this is the area
This is what's in there.
where I was brought up.
Dave Proctor's like what you can.
So the rooms are falling in.
You know what people are like
Oh, just use that.
yeah.
As long as it comes back.
Yeah.
Sound.
So, no, yeah,
Let's take that over to the air. Where's the van? I don't know.
Someone's just tapped it.
Well, it'll be in use. Oh, is it not gone up there? I'm on edge. Why? Because my brother's coming up with his pals and there's one of them when he gets back.
yeah.
Alright.
So it's fine.
Stay right down on the front.
Aye. Anywhere for a coffee, Bob?
If you nip across to the members, the boiler's been on for about an hour, so you should be able to get some there.
And she serves a coffee, does she?
Well, it's a he.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you've got one cheap on it.
I'm trying to say that people
Some. Yeah, that's too bad. Top of the camera. Johnny, alright? Are you studioing upstairs? Huh? Are you studioing upstairs? No idea. Are we upstairs, are we?
Gonna go upstairs. Jimmy.
It's just because I'm at the back end of the room this year.
I know you've got black bags on your van.
You're in here. I'll get them there. If you want to know what wicket the ball through on, son, just going to find out. Oh no, right, just grabbing a jumper. It's freezing up here. Craig, just the lad wants to know what wicket the ball through on. Just wants to know which way the ball through on. Any in particular you want us on? If I'm on the wrong one, just shout.
You'll keep your bag there. Should be alright, right?
That's right. Hello. Alright. What? Good to see you. No, never. First time. I've got my towel there as well. Whoa! Whoa!
Neil, excuse, their coffee's Tommy. I understand you want this under the gazebo, is that right? Any particular place, or do I need to speak to anybody? I'm at the gazebo now, yeah? Okay, clear.
Normally, when we put it in before, normally we do that more.
Is that where the picture feed is?
Yeah, but what happens is the sun's a little bit now. Where's the
I'm at the holiday in Chester. And I walked in. Actually walked about 40 minutes. I walked up the main road. I walked up the main, yeah, I walked up the main road. Literally. And then I came down, because I thought it was Rose River. It's actually a private little alley. And it was brick wall there. And I thought, fuck, it's a brick wall. And nothing was a brick wall. How are you doing?
Alright.
Alright.
Right, so I think we need that down here. Where is it guys? Where is it guys?
Is that alright?
Yeah.
To keep
Well, there's a big extension in the front. I'll move that table some bin. Oh, that would do. That mat would do. On top of the table. Freddie, where's that mat at?
It's there. The yoga covered.
Oh, then Freddie, can you get some bin bags? Come on.
Bin bags.
Yes, please.
Glorious in about 2 hours.
Never get short
Yeah,
set,
we'll
no
be
for
melting
waffle.
when the sun comes out.
Don't ever get short set, no for waffle.
Huh?
Don't ever get short set, no for waffle.
Yeah, good.
Do you want Marty on first? Give us 2 hours.
That's the same as I follow, isn't it? So you look at it. Oh, well, that's lovely.
Give him someone to read. Very, very early to go with that statement, mate. You see Neve? Neve from the top.
Good morning. Good morning. All right. Hey, look, the three amigos, look at the three of them there. Good morning.
The easiest, isn't it?
Three amigos.
You guys want tickets?
No. Tickets? No. With middle January there, that's tea and coffee.
How are you?
We'll chat here and then go on a brew. Right.
Apart from the fact that
Got
wind,
40 will be.
all day we just want any wind with all this temporary stuff in place.
I'll pop in sight. I don't know if there's anybody in sight.
Yeah, it'll be a couple of hours. No,
What are you doing today?
Club life, couldn't even tell it. What was he doing?
Neil, we got a spark up here.
Started out with it.
I know the power shift and stuff and going on.
Try switching it off and switch it back on.
Well, I can't, so I can't get the generator because the cables and everything was up and over the roof to somewhere.
Yeah, so got the stream, which is in and out, like blurry, sometimes really red. What's the thing? It's just connected to the I'm going to try and find it. Graham's got this long, he's got that metallic.
We're gonna have a look at it now.
Hello, man. It's just finding
Do me a
the
favour,
port.
go back round and just unplug one lamp.
That's the other thing. I've got to find a port first.
Okay, thank you. Hiya, hiya. Oh.
You under here as well, sorry?
No, it's alright.
Yeah, well, I noticed Dave Townsend was there and he said, oh, you can't miss York. And he was always
We're going to try and run a cable down from Williams. So you got two level ones, you know. Do you know why? I found out why.
What the dead block?
Why? You know why? Literally just for going 3 hours.
They're bringing your gaze down now, Steve.
Yeah,
So is Redders again. Yeah, she says they're going to try and come over.
Springboard, that.
Unfortunately, can't do anything about that. It's just the nature of the fact that you've got long cables, and it just takes time for the signal to get down the cables. Oh, something will definitely. father is supposed to be at the deal on Monday. She said maybe Friday or Monday we'll get here. Yeah, straight.
You're happy what you're doing?
I'll tell the lad in on the beat.
Oh yeah, well see I went 60 last year, that was different for me. I was 60 in October while I'm there. I've done 5 years. Right? Get it eventually.
So rather than bother you, I took her around, let her in, and she's been trying school here.
One of the guests in there has lost a Chanel chain. It's like a black and pearl.
Hey, cheers, Cub.
So,
Cheers, man.
you alright?
I see you. I've been number one in mine. So, what makes lost?
Well, if you do that, just find it.
Probably a crop.
Ben.
One, two. Check. 1, 2. Check. 1, 2. 1, 2.
On the right and then left, that's where we are. But there's an actual field there you go in. Apparently. Yeah, there's a field at the end of that road. Literally just, as you follow it round to the right and then left.
You would have seen it like a green brown ST. That's
I'll
mine.
see. Yeah.
Which is what we use.
Ah, quite a fair one.
Without twisting it. Usually I'll leave people wrapping it around their wrist. Twist it. When I do the job, I'll put on and take it out. Yeah. Think the rain will go off? I cannot see it going.
No, this thing.
Probably shop. I said there's more rain in here. Is it leak?
We're going to swap the just swap that to the X3. We've got an X3 up there.
How are you doing?
Good.
Everything all right? Ish.
I think you can't necessarily see all the mountains, but it can't work out.
It was the McDonald's at the party. I've found one that's 3 hours, so I've got a notification on my phone. Hello. I don't find it's at home. Well, it's not at
Hello, miss. Mike, you'll get where water wouldn't get you, mate. Oh, is it going now? Big lad. Fortnight.
Is it out there?
Not where's it gone then? Then I do, Ro. Said we win, John.
What was it?
Neil's already asked. Neil's already asked Graham, saying is it only you? Graham said that, so it's not a problem. Why don't we just shoot that ball? It's not there. I know. Where's the ball? There's a spare one in there. I don't know where that one is. Oh, there's the one there. There. Our place. Yours is down there. Well, that one there doesn't need to be there, Steve. Under there, where he's standing now, that doesn't need to be there. Just go and ask the big fella to move. Follow away is out. Mike Bruce put that there.
Neil, apparently Bruce put it there.
For what?
I don't know.
There's a guard.
What was your drink? I'm going to ask you again.
Tea.
No sugar.
Nutty tea.
See what I can do.
Who are we after?
John.
Ruddy. Have you got his number? Is he now in there?
No, I've just been through that.
Yeah, I'm going to eat chocolate biscuits, mate. I'll get rid of the tea bag for you.
Well, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, but I don't think we've got a long enough table to run. And where am I going to run it? Like through down here? Just asked you that about half an hour ago.
Where you at, John? Right, I'm coming up.
You got the just
saw
in
it.
your car or upstairs?
No, it's upstairs.
Well, that's perfect.
Do you know where we're supposed to be? I don't. Richard Dawson on the old one.
Right, okay, sorry about that.
Russell?
Yeah.
Customers down there asking where they can get scorecards. Anybody
Scorecards were at the entrance when you came in.
just it's obviously these people that are queuing in here.
Right, the hospitality.
No, just the ones that sit in the boards.
Right. Let me have a look.
She's like, obviously,
I'll see if I can grab some.
grab some, I'll take them down.
No problem.
How can I ask? There's nobody to ask.
Just mind you, we go that way.
It's a bit hard to ask when you're stuck in a car park. We don't want to. We're stuck there. And that's what you want now, like you're stuck. I'm just waiting on scorecards.
What's my like?
No, well, like I said, they'll put me down in that car park. There's something like half a dozen cars coming in. That's it. So where's shit then? I see them come in. Oh, there? Yeah, the scorecard. Out the way. But we watching, so we were sitting previous four and watching.
Graham, stop.
That way, please.
come up.
Well, after a summer at the Seat Unique Riverside, we've decided Durham against Hampshire in the One Day Cup campaign. And of course, it is our annual South-North game as well. So while that might have changed, and wherever you're watching, whether it's around the world, whether it's exclusively live on Fancode in India, or whether it's somewhere else around the world instead, we are going to be doing exactly the same. A couple of minutes build-up, I would have said about 10 to 15 minutes build-up before the start of this one at 11 a.m. UK time. But while many things might have changed, one of my mottos is if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Mr. Steve Harmison certainly isn't broken in the punditry. I was about to say chair there, Harmy, but we're stood up today, aren't we? How are you doing?
We are stood up today. I mean, my chair must be broken with the amount of times I've sat in it with the weight that's come since I've retired. So no, all well, not broken. Looking forward to seeing what's going on out there. It's a different pitch. It's a club mentality, club feel, festival type game. So it's a little bit more intimate. These are always great games, whether you play, during my time, you go to Cheltenham or you go to Ilford, many Basingstoke, many other places that you go and play around the country in the festival games. They're always good atmospheres. Hopefully the weather stays off because it was grim about an hour ago. I don't think there's too much rain forecast, but the wind's up. And it's always nice to come out somewhere different. Northumberland has been a brilliant county for Durham when it comes to players who have come from Northumberland. A lot of Ashes winners, a lot of England players have come from north of Durham, and it's great to see that Durham are coming back into Northumberland and rewarding the people of Northumberland not to travel as far.
You mentioned it there, the wind is up most definitely, so that could make conditions interesting. We'll come on to the conditions a bit, but how much do you think the players actually enjoy that, just that change of scenery? Obviously, like I referenced at the start of the show, we've been at the Seat Unique Riverside all the way through the summer. It is the annual South-North game. Do the players enjoy that? Do they thrive off it as well or not?
Yeah, I think they do. I'm not sure. I think it would be different from home players and away players. Away players, not too much different because you get the bus, you get off the bus. It's a different dressing room. It's a bit of green grass, there's a wicket, 22 yards away, the stump's either end. So from an away team, it's not that different. From the home team, it is. You've got different practice facilities. You park in a different place. It's a lot more intimate when it comes to sort of trying logistically to get in and out. Gosford's a little bit different to Chester Street trying to get in. So from a home player, whether it is, like I said before, the festivals around the country, it's a bit different than it is for an away player. An away player is, well, I'll tell you what, there's not many better places to come for a festival game and having a night in Newcastle. And hopefully, I hope the lads from Hampshire have convinced the club that staying an extra night at the end of the game is always good for team bonding, because not a bad place to be shipwrecked, to be honest, Newcastle.
Absolutely not. We're here to promote the nightlife in Newcastle as well as the beautiful South Northumberland facilities. Did you get parked all right? Or because it's tight around here, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I got parked all right. I got parked in the back end. So no, fortunately, there's not as many of us on the commentary team today, so we didn't need as many car parking spaces. But the indoor school, which is, to give people who don't know this facility, when you talk about club grounds and you talk about festival grounds, it's not your average club ground. No. It's got an indoor school that'll rival Lord's. It's magnificent. There's about 400 people in there got wined and dined at this moment in time. The surrounding area, it's a very affluent area of Northumberland. There's not many affluent areas of Northumberland, the northeast of England, but this is definitely one of them. I think logistically it is a good venue to host a festival game.
Should be an absolutely tremendous day. Should be a tremendous occasion, as it is every single year. Durham against Hampshire coming up in about 10 minutes time or so. But before we focus on that, Harmy, obviously it's been a difficult week, a difficult 7 days or so in the world of cricket with the sad loss of Graham Thorpe. We're going to talk about Thorpe more in the half-time interval, but I just want to know what your thoughts were on him, what your reflections were on him as a man, and as a player as well.
It's incredibly sad. Obviously, Gray fell ill a few years ago. An amazing man. Growing up, coming here into South Northumberland. I'm from Ashington. We always played against. This is a junior club, and when you were sort of 13, 14, if you were of the age of sort of between 45 and 50, you grew up. If you were a kid growing up, you grew up wanting to be Graham Thorpe. You grew up wanting to be Darren Gough if you were a bowler. Graham Thorpe as a batter. And like I said the other day when I was talking about it, I did the Talk Sports show, and it was literally, we were supposed to record it at 9 o'clock in the morning, and I got the news at 8 o'clock in the morning that Graham had sadly passed away. That's the hardest broadcast I've ever had to do in my entire life, because when he came into that England dressing room, because he was a hero of ours, and He was. I wouldn't say he was a complicated character.
Yeah.
He was anti-establishment. Brilliant man. But I mean, you were blessed if you turned up to like team functions. You were even more blessed if you turned up with actual the same kit on as you. I think Nasser Hussain said it yesterday, that to put Thorpe in charge of the dress code, because if Thorpe was in charge of the dress code, we all came in the same kit, because he never. I mean, he wasn't one that conformed, but what a player. I mean, what a character.
Yeah.
I mean, he got back in the team. He had obviously some off-field stuff. He came back in the team in 2003. Alex Stewart's last Test match, when he got 100, batting Marcus Trescothick. That 100 was amazing. Then he got that 100 in Sri Lanka when Murali was turning it sideways. And he got 100 on debut. He scored runs. If you go down the road of saying all-time greats of the game when it comes to bowlers, Murali, Warne, McGrath, Ambrose, Walsh, Wakar, Wasim, scored against them all.
Yeah.
With hope he scored against them all. But the best one, I think, the one that I cherish the most, and the one I told everybody about yesterday, was in Barbados in 2004. He was the one, when you seen it on Sky this week, with the one with he's got his helmet in one hand, his bat's aloft, that headband of his. I was about to congratulate him because I was at the other end, and when you're at the other end, when you get a batter to 100, but that 100 in the context of that series, we were 2-0 up, yes, but I think we were 110 for 8 when Simon walks out.
Yeah.
I walk out not long after, chasing, behind 230 behind. He got us into a lead.
Yeah.
It was one of the best hundreds I've ever been involved in, whatever I've seen. And just to be in the middle when somebody like Graham Thorpe got 100 was brilliant. So, extremely sad. Somebody who did have greatness in him. Somebody who's a great teammate, fantastic player, and somebody I'm dearly missed, because every time you've seen Graham Thorpe, I mean, he was just fun to be around, great character, and I'm going to miss him. 55, wow, just devastating.
Beautiful words, Harmy. Obviously, we will pay further tribute to the sad loss of Graham Thorpe, an absolutely incredible man, and a really sad loss to the world of cricket, the world of sport, and the world in general as well. Listen, Harmy, let's focus on today, because I think we were expecting to be talking about the highlights from the Middlesex game. Obviously, the weather didn't quite go to plan down at Middlesex. Will that have been a help or a hindrance to the team, obviously travelling down there and then the rain calling it off, or not?
I think, looking at the table, hindrance. I think we are probably a game behind. We are a game behind in terms of games played.
Yeah.
But that 1 point might just cost a little bit. This is massive.
Yeah.
We were just looking upstairs before we came down here. Everybody's playing everybody. Top 6 are probably the ones that can qualify. Remember, it's the top 3 that go through. There's 4 teams on 8, 1 on 7, 1 on 5. Durham are the 1 on 5, but they've got the game in hand. If you look at that, Durham beat Hampshire today. They're a point behind them teams on 8, and they've got 2 teams above them to play. So you expect then Durham would then fight to qualify if they win their final 3. So it's hugely important. All the teams in that top 6 are playing each other, which is very, very good for Durham, because they'll all beat each other, because the nature of the competition is they're all young players. So young players make mistakes. We've seen some of our young players make mistakes. It's a good learning curve. So the top team doesn't always mean that they're the favourites to win, because with looking forward to championship games, selection going forward, young players playing, I think it's a little bit of a lottery. So Durham really have to win this game. If they win this game, they're back in the mix. If they lose it, they're probably out of the competition. And
it's certainly a tough one against the Hampshire side that are in second in that Group A table, and they're a good side. They've put together a really good one-day side, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. They've got a really good side. Ben Brown as a smashing player. They've got some experience in key areas. Yeah. Kyle Abbott's going to bowl. He's going to play and he's going to bowl. I didn't see Mohammed Abbas. I'm not sure whether he's made the journey north, but I wouldn't have made the journey north by Mohammed Abbas. He's too important for them in the championship. So it's a long way to come for a one-day game. I think you can see that with Durham not playing like Ben Rain and stuff like that. So, but Kyle Abbott's here and he's a wonderful performer in red and white ball cricket. So they've got some exciting talent. They've got some good players. They're up towards the top of the league. But Durham are at home, and you've got to fancy them.
Absolutely. And looking at, we talk Hampshire's side, we've got to look at Durham's side. By the way, the toss has taken place about 10 minutes ago. Hampshire won the toss, was ever thus in the one-day cup so far. We're not great at winning the toss, and Durham are batting. But looking at the Durham side, one name leaps off the team list, and that's Neil Wagner, obviously in for his Durham debut.
Yes, I look forward to see Wagner play. He's a excellent international bowler. I was there at the end in New Zealand not long ago when he got Jimmy Anderson out. Jimmy still claims that was hands off the bat, but like mine with Michael Kasparich in 2005. I don't care. And, you know, and I'm sure Neil doesn't care. He is a champion performer. He's perfect for what Durham want.
Yeah.
Somebody who is a good role model, works hard. You know, will be great with the young players.
Yeah.
His character's infectious. He's got a joke in him. He's a very, very good bowler. He's got 240 Test match wickets.
Yeah.
In 64 Test matches. That's a career. Now, if you take over 200 Test wickets, you've had a good career. And Neil Wagner's definitely had a good career. And I'm sure he would be brilliant for Durham, not just in the shortest format with the 50 overs, but he's staying here for the championship as well, which is great.
And like you say, huge impact as well on the younger players too. Of course, plenty of young players out for Durham as well today. I love this at South North because you can see a perfect view of the umpires taking to the field now at South North ahead of this one. The Hampshire team as well coming out. So, Harmy, just a couple of quick final ones before we head over to the commentary team. You've seen the wicket, you've seen the conditions. Obviously, we know the toss and Durham are batting first. How are you feeling about that, about Durham batting first?
I think it's the best thing for Durham to bat first. I think Durham's strength and experience is in the batting.
Yeah.
So if there's anything in the wicket, that's something I'm sure Durham will be looking to combat that with Alex Lees. I think it's Lees he's gone in. No, he hasn't.
It's Ben
Jones
McKinney and Michael Jones.
McKinney, so they've kept the same combination as last time. Durham's experience is in their batting. So because of that, it's not a bad thing that Durham are batting first. There's a little bit of moisture in the surface, so it might nibble about for the first 5 or 6 overs, with a Kookaburra and swinging. But I think all in all, I think I'd have been happy if I was winning the toss. I'd probably, with the team that Durham have got, I'd have batted first and said the experience is going to try and get runs on the board. Runs on the board on a club pitch later on might be valuable.
Certainly bodes well. Prediction? Durham going to do it?
I think they have to. When you've got to win. Yeah, I think Durham have got some good experience in the side, so I fancy Durham to win this one.
Happy days. You heard it here first from Harmy. I think it's around about time. We've seen the two teams take to the field with the umpires. Hopefully Durham can pick up another win in this Metrobank One Day Cup. We shall find out whether they can or not with our commentary team. First up, we head along to Ashthorpe, and first to Sam Daly.
Welcome to Roseworth Terrace, home of South Northumberland Cricket Club, and for today's Metrobank one-day clash between Durham and Hampshire on a blustery, overcast day here in the northeast. And our team news is that Durham Cricket will line up as follows. They have Alex Lees, Ben McKinney, Basteleda, Colin Ackerman, Michael Jones, George Drizzell, Hayden Mustard, Scott Borthwick, Paul Coughlin, Daniel Hogg and Neil Wagner making his debut. Alongside me is Sam Daling. Sam, would you like to go through the Hampshire lineup?
I would be delighted, Ashthorpe. Yes, thank you for inviting me. Fletcher Middleton, Nick Gubbins, the skipper, who was the man who won the toss about half an hour ago. Tom Prest, Ben Brown, Felix Organ, Toby Albert, Mr. Eklund, Don Kelly, Mr. Jack Abbott, and Kyle Abbott, of course, the South African international.
So Hampshire, having won the toss and following a trend of games up here at South Northumberland, have elected to bowl first on a good-looking pitch. And thanks again to Andy and Harmy for opening the show. Maybe Abbott to open the bowling. It's defended nicely by Jones to mid-off. So Sam, is this your first trip to South Northumberland?
You know what? So I've got family that live nearby, and when I was a student up here, I was wandering around on a Saturday afternoon, and I could just hear that sound that all cricket fans love, of Lever and Willow. And I thought, I'll try and find that. So I followed my nose, followed my ears, popped in, and I watched a game here. And I was I recognise a few of these lads. Marcus North was playing. Josh Felipe was playing, who'd been at my club down in Taunton the year before.
It's Abbott in again, and this one's clipped nicely through mid-wicket by Jones. And that will run away for the first boundary of the morning. Jones off the mark with 4, as are Durham.
And there were a few. I'm trying to think who else was playing. I remember he wasn't so young, but Michael Richardson.
Okay, so it would have been South Northumberland, and going off, if Josh Philippe was playing, it would be v Newcastle.
That's right, yes.
Yep.
So that was probably 7 or 8 years ago. Before Philippe had played for Australia. He played a bit of Big Bash at that point. So yeah, it's lovely to be back. It feels like it might be quite high-scoring ground as well.
Hopefully Durham set a total as Abbott's in, and this one's allowed through to Ben Brown behind the stumps with those bright yellow pads on. Quite like the contrast, the yellow against the blue. But yeah, I actually played here Saturday. Chesley Street played against South Northumberland, and we came second.
It was good of you to bring it up so early.
Yeah, it was a good game. It was a good, really good game of cricket. South Northumberland won with, I think, 3 balls to spare, knocking over our number 11 So yeah, it was a good game. Local cricket. Aberdeen again. This one's defended comfortably by Jones out into the covers. So yeah, beautiful ground. So bit of a history on this ground. It used to be wide open spaces here. There used to be tennis courts that surrounded the ground away to the leg side of Michael Jones. And they sold the land and they've built some rows of houses, and then that's funded a fantastic indoor centre, which today is doubling up as a hospitality tent with around 500 guests. So everyone's winning. Aberdeen again. And this one strikes Jones, but quite high.
Are they going to have a net in there as part of the hospitality offering?
Be pretty cool, wouldn't it? I'm not sure there'd be much room.
Probably wait until about 5 o'clock this afternoon and just pull the nets out. You know, someone will grab the strings. Oh,
anything could happen at that stage.
That would be glorious. And if it rains, we could always have a bowl out. They used to do that in the. It's not going to rain though, because you said, and you were right to say, it's blustery, and that means any rain there is,
yeah,
I reckon, is going to pass through.
Yeah, if we get anything, it might be a short, sharp shower. Aberdeen again down the hill, and this one again strikes Jones, but it looks high. It's a bit of a. I'm going to say that the one before was half an appeal. That was more of a 3/4 appeal, I would say.
Yes, and it was the dab that Kyle Abbott just did on screen there, which was not in homage to Usain Bolt. It was to suggest, is that going down a leg? And the nod from umpire Ashraf was, yes, it was. It was a 3/4 appeal, but a solitary 3/4 appeal. Kyle Abbott. Brilliant to see him bowling. I mean, that's why I love this competition, because you get that blend of youth and experience. Kyle Abbott and all his international cricket, all of his experience, and then you get some young lads.
Yeah, it is. And you see Durham for the first time. I mean, they tried Neil Wagner to get him out on the park down in London, where it always rains, apparently. But he's managing to make his debut today. And that'll be exciting for the young crop of fast bowlers that Durham has, to have somebody of his experience in for the rest of the season.
Oh, it's a beautiful sign, that, isn't it? Speaking of young fast bowlers, is Brad Wheel. Spent a bit of time at Glamorgan on loan in the county championship, but he's been key in Hampshire's white ball side for the last couple of seasons. And it's a beauty to start. Just a little dab by Ben McKinney. Goes through to the keeper, Ben Brown. So much experience, Ben Brown. See, that's what I like about this tournament as well, because you get players, you look at every side, and 3 or 4 years ago, I've said this to you before, it was a lot of kids, and even the Harden supporters were going, I don't really know who these players are.
Yeah.
But now, like I did the Middlesex game yesterday, and you got Sam Robson and Mark Stoneman in the middle order. So you've got established county players guiding some of these youngsters. It's beautiful. Back of a length, and McKinney, the tall man, is defending out to Nick Gubbins in covers. He's been reinvented as a bit of a white ball player since he made that shift from Middlesex, from Lords, been his home for a long, long time, moved down to the south coast for a fresh start. But yeah, they've got some exciting young players, actually, Hampshire. They're at that stage of people like Barker and Abbas and Abbott, who, at the back end of their career, they're still brilliant bowlers, but you've got to start to look at the future. And they've got young Curry, Wheel, who's in. And McKinney's driving slightly uppish, but no real chance for backward point. And I think anything that gets past a fielder today is going to race away for 4. We could be in for a high-scoring one, hopefully a high-scoring thriller. That's 4 runs. The backward point boundary, Ben McKinney is off the mark, just over pitch by Brad Wheel. Lent into that nicely. Yeah,
this outfield is rapid. It's not the biggest of grounds, but for an out ground, it's not the smallest either. I'm sure they'll play it on a lot smaller than this, but looks a pretty good surface so far. A little bit slow, but it should be good for runs.
That'll be a wide. Good bit of work from Ben Brown. Brad Wheel just overcompensating for having bowled that half volley the previous ball. But what I think the beauty of outground cricket, and I love it, and I know it can have logistical issues.
Yeah, we haven't noticed anything like that today.
But so you go to a lot of the main grounds, and this tournament is being played on used pitches. The word tacky, I hear the word tacky about a pitch almost always, because they played a few T20s on it, and the poor ground staff, that's all they've got left to use. Whereas somewhere like here, this is their showpiece event of the season to get a brand new pitch. As Ben McKinney is defending on the back foot towards Dom Kelly for no run. So Durham remain 9 without loss.
And the ground looks beautiful as well, doesn't it? That pitch is your typical one-day looking pitch, lovely and white. I went and had a look earlier. There's a lot of grass on it, but really, really even grass covering. And the outfield looks absolutely beautiful. It's like a carpet here.
It's lush, isn't it? I had a little coffee in the park pre-game. Oh, it's glorious. Wheel is in and it's tucked away, and I think that might get full. There's a fielder out at deep square leg. No, I've called it way too early. Just a couple. Be quiet, Sam. Eddie Jack. Deep square leg is round quickly, keeps it to 2. 2 fielders allowed outside that 30-yard circle. Ring of white discs for those who are new to the game. We're in the power play, so difficult time to bowl in some ways.
Yeah, you'd be wanting a little bit of movement. Like I say, it's overcast and blustery this morning, so trying to extract anything from these brand new white kookaburras.
Nice shot from Ben McKinney, but it's straight to mid-off, so they just come through for a single. 11 without loss, 12 without loss now, and with that single, 2 overs gone here at Roseworth Terrace.
It's a bit better from McKinney. I like it when he plays straight. As a coach, you get rather critical when players like to hit too square of the wicket. I think this pitch is going to make you play nice and straight. Nice start for Durham. A couple of half shouts, you would say, in the previous over from Abbott. A healthy-ish crowd in. It's always nice to have probably a similar sized crowds that we get at the Riverside, but when it's packed into a ground like this, it just adds to the atmosphere.
It does make it a bit better for players that when you got, that was at Old Trafford yesterday, and there was still probably a couple of thousand in, but it just felt really empty. So yeah, nice and compact. The queues were snaking all the way through the park.
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it? Sound really loud there. Hopefully we've had a few little issues with the sound there. Apparently I was talking to myself for the start, which I do quite often anyway.
I mean, they just turned the microphone on and you kept going.
Yeah.
You were already there.
Yeah, just go with it. So Abbott's going to come around the wicket to the left-hander McKinney, and he beats him outside the off stump, coming down the hill.
Just an elongated exchange there between the two. Yeah. Big smiles on their faces, but they both held their poses.
I think that's just decked away from McKinney quite nicely. I think this pitch will grip the seam. There is that real thick covering of grass on it. So I think it will catch the seam every now and then, and you might just see a little bit of excessive movement. Good morning to Andy Fothergill, who pointed out that I was once again talking to myself. This one from McKinney is tucked away off his hip, but can't beat the man at 45 on the discs. You might hear a little bit of noise. The hospitality is literally downstairs to our left, so you might just hear some good atmosphere coming through as Coach Alan Walker walking around the ground talking to a few of the members. Abbott in again, and McKinney defending this time out into the offside for no run.
That's what you get with outground cricket as well. I love that. You see the coaches and the players are wandering around the boundary having a chat. It's really nice for the members to feel. I mean, Durham are very good at this anyway, because that enclosure in front of the Paul Collingwood Pavilion after the game, after play, there's always that interaction, but particularly here, there's that intimacy.
Yeah, for sure.
Just look forward to when they all get their balls out and play a little game of bowls around the edge of the pitch.
Absolutely. Need the flags. Abbott in again, and this one strikes McKinney very high, probably even high on McKinney's pads. So it's definitely nowhere near the stumps. Big 6'7" left-hander.
Yeah, usually you'd say if it hits him above the knee roll, then it's not worth shouting. I think with Ben McKinney, it's probably a little bit lower down his pads.
Yeah.
It should be fair to the umpire. He should have a yellow mark on there somewhere. You know, like when you you
guide.
Can't go over there. Can't use this ride if you're not more than this height. Can't appeal for LBW against Ben McKinney if it's over this part of the pad.
Abbott in again around the wicket. This one is again defended by McKinney. Remember a few years ago in the second team, I don't know if Harmy can remember this being trialled by the ACB, but they actually had dotted lines for the tram lines down the stump, so the umpires could pick up if it was pitching outside leg and stuff like that. That was quite interesting.
He's not saying anything, but I'm looking at him, and the face suggests he doesn't remember that.
Nah, he's giving me nothing. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. It was black and white telly in the days that Harmy played second team cricket. It's Abbott in again, and McKinney gets this one down to third man and will pick up a single. Moves him on to 8, and the score under 13 without loss after 3.
Yeah, solid start. Hampshire won't mind that too much, though. Kyle Abbott into his work, all his international experience. He's been brilliant for them for a number of years. He's probably the perfect overseas signing. Someone who says, okay, it's a bit sad, isn't it, when people can sort of have to make a really tough decision to walk away from their country because actually they need to look after their family and security, and the security is in county cricket.
Yeah, absolutely. He's made that choice, and like you say, from Hampshire's point of view, absolute gold that he's there for the whole summer.
Here's Brad Wheel then. McKinney on strike. Just jabs his bat down on that one. Squirts out to backward point for no run. So still 13 without loss. Sunshine aplenty here.
Yeah, the sun has come out, hasn't it? Nice, very blustery. We've got a couple of marquees just down in front of us that are dancing away to themselves.
It's always the way, isn't it? When you've got marquees, you'll have people holding them. They'll be multitasking, scoring with one hand, and then the left hand just trying to keep that marquee down. Great fun. Plenty of moaning.
Oh, yeah.
McKinney just defends that out to mid-wicket. It's a good line from Bregwheel to left-hander coming over the wicket, just angling it across him, making him play every ball. Don't want to allow him to leave too much alone.
Bit of a cagey start, you would say, by both sides, isn't it? I think sometimes when you play on the county circuit so much, you're familiar with your surroundings and how the pitches play. But this, even for the Durham players, is a pretty new experience, so they'll all be sussing it out, trying to find out what a good score is as early as possible.
Jabs his bat down again, down to mid-wicket for no run. Yeah, I enjoyed the feel of it. I got here quite early and was just driving along, and various Durham players with their kit bags over their shoulder, like off to play a game of club cricket. It's beautiful. But yeah, you're absolutely right. I think 300's got to be a good score, hasn't it? With this side, the boundaries, the pace of the outfield.
Yeah, if you go on the last couple of years, Durham have been blown away really in losing the toss and batting first, so they'll be a little bit cagey themselves.
Yeah, Hampshire will presumably know that, having looked at it. McKinney is again having to play at that one. This is good from Brad Wheel, joining those dots, just not giving him any width. McKinney just wants that to be a little bit further outside off stump, as he did in the first over. Drove that 4 through extra cover. He's not allowing him to do that, Brad Wheel. Excellent stuff.
Yeah, their lengths have been good, haven't they, after that? A couple of early initial over pitches, they've attacked the top of the stumps, which I think is the right length on this pitch.
Outside edge. Well, given the benefit of that, maybe play with soft hands. Fielder down at third, though, will keep it to just a single. So Jones was going to face Wheel for the first time, actually, I think, today. Wheel, Scotland international. Played in the World Cup, didn't he? So slightly different surrounds. Was he nick off David Warner, I think, in a World Cup game?
Building a good squad, aren't they, Scotland? You've got the new guy that we had from Somerset the other week who burst on and took 7 for against Oman. Was it Castle?
Oh, yeah, Charlie Castle, yeah.
So he's burst on with your boys, Somerset Sam in the house today.
I'm Durham Dalling when I'm up here. Come on. I have no impact on the field. I am neutral.
Yeah.
Whoever's sending
Mate, we are the most impartial. Nah, that's an absolute lie, to be fair.
Here's Wheel. Jones defending. Push and run. It's a good bit of cricket, that, from Michael Jones. Doesn't want to get stuck. That's what you've got to do in this format. People think you have to score really, really quickly. You have to play these big shots, end of the over, 15 without loss, left to 4. But actually, to get to 250, 260, 270, you don't have to take any risks. You just have to pick up every single run. So they pushed that one. He saw Dom Kelly was just a little bit too far back at mid-on, perhaps not saving the single. And he comes through for a run.
I think we've seen a little bit more old school one-day cricket, haven't we, in this year in particular, where they've looked to keep wickets in hand and launch at the end. I don't think that's a bad option here, because I think if you've got 2 in batsmen here towards the back end, then this ground isn't big enough to hold them.
It feels like the sort of early 2000s 50 over cricket, where between overs 20 and 40, everyone could just disappear, go and get their lunch, and just they'd know that you'd maybe lose 1 or 2 wickets at 80 runs, and then come back and see the
launch. Abbott in again. Jones advances down the pitch and leaves. Maybe tempted a little bit there. There's, again, really good length from Kyle Abbott.
Yeah, I like that from Jones. A bit of intent and just trying to throw Abbott. It'd be very easy, I think, with someone like Abbott. And there's a few bowlers on the scene. Like Simon Harmer is another one. He'll get a lot of wickets because people go, oh, that's Simon Harmer. And just sit there and allow themselves to be bowled at. And I like the fact Michael Jones looks like that's not going to happen today.
Another Scotsman, Michael Jones on strike, and this one, again that length again from Abbott, just challenging and a bit of nip off the seam, causing the Durham batsman a few issues. 15 without loss, McKinney on 9, Jones on 5. You've seen that the second slip started initially with 2 slips is now into probably what you'd say catching mid-wicket. It's probably just an indication that the ball is just sitting up a little bit in the pitch, maybe looking for a mistimed drive.
Yeah, it's just Tom Preston there at slip now.
Keeping Ben Brown company. Abbott's in again, and Jones again has a wander down and a leave. Just a nice quiet start. And I think Durham will be happy with a quiet start to the game. What they didn't really want is, having lost the toss, is that chaotic start where we've heard from Alex Lees in the past talking about how important the toss is to the psyche of Durham.
What's the equivalent, do you reckon, in T20 games, right, there's that stat, 70-80% of games are lost if you lose 3 wickets in the power play.
Doesn't quite carry as much through.
What's the... Sorry about that. That one just doesn't quite get as much carry.
Yeah, sorry about that, we just had
Kyle Abbott. Yeah, just wondering what the equivalent is. You lose 3 wickets in a power play in a T20 and you're going to lose something like 70-80% of the game. I just wonder what's the equivalent in 50 over cricket. I don't know. Is it 3 down still? I don't know.
We could probably get those stats off James Keys, who's doing all the
that'd
analytical
be
work
good,
down there.
Keysy.
Abbott in again, and Jones is beaten outside the off stump. Kyle Abbott finding a really, really good length here on this pitch at Roseworth Terrace.
Yeah, there's stats for everything these days, isn't there?
Oh,
number crunching, mate. It's all done on spreadsheets.
Number crunching, matchups, the whole lot.
You do that for your Chesterfield Street games? Do a big PowerPoint presentation, grab the lads in Thursday afternoon?
Mate, I reckon they'd be interested if there was a pint involved in it.
Well, that's all right. Pint in a PowerPoint, that's a good night out, actually, I think. Weatherspoons and other pubs take note.
Jones is down the pitch and driving firmly, but can't beat mid-off. Abbott settling in lovely there. That finishes the over. Maiden over from Abbott. 15 without loss after 5.
I've seen your PowerPoints, mate. Impressive stuff. I saw you making one.
I say them for the school kids, mate. They don't look at them either, to be fair.
Surely they've advanced since my day at school. I expect them to be almost like... Is it 3D? Interactive virtual reality PowerPoints from you, Ashford.
Yeah, not now budget, mate.
Brad Wheel has his cap off. He started well here. As of Hampshire, actually, they've kept Durham quiet. Just the 5 runs off Abbott's 3 overs. Wheel into his 3rd over the wicket. Driven hard by McKinney. But that one is straight to Dom Kelly. And there's no run there. Firmly struck. Just got it. It's not weathering a storm, but if you're Durham openers, psychologically, you're like, well, we haven't got ourselves off to a flyer, but actually it's important to now not do anything rash, just to keep batting, because those runs will come, particularly on this ground. It's almost traditional cricket, which we're not used to seeing, but I'm all for it. That's a nice shot from Ben McKinney. That's all just timing. He's punched it. He's checked it right between the fielder at short mid-wicket and mid-on, and it's raced away down the hill. Absolutely no chance of catching that from the fielder. Toby Albert in there at the short mid-wicket. He's got all black trainers on, has he? And they might be blue to match his trousers, but that's a nice shot from McKinney. Just going a little bit too straight at him there.
Yeah, it's probably a little bit over-pitched the ball before and a little bit too straight on that one. That was beautifully timed by Big Ben.
Oh, outside edge. Oh, and
dropped.
Put down by Ben Brown. I'm pretty sure that's an outside edge. And Ben Brown is usually so good behind the stumps. And we're in that. There's just one slip in, but in white ball cricket, you have that width. What the one slip is usually a second slip. And so Ben Brown went right in front of him. He got 2 hands on it as well. He'd be really disappointed with that, Ben Brown. Ben McKinney gets a lifetime line on 13.
That was a big chance. That, for a keeper of Ben Brown's experience, you would expect him to snaffle that one up.
Jones on strike. Lovely shot from Michael Jones. Doesn't quite get past cover. Had it done, had it beaten Nick Gubbins, it would have been an absolute certain boundary, but it wasn't. It's a dot ball. 20 without loss here. Durham having been stuck in by the Hampshire skipper, Nick Gubbins. Hampshire had seen that Durham batting first on this ground haven't been so successful, and I'm being joined by a very special guest. It's Durham's Graham Onions. Hello, Fanny.
Oh, good morning. How are you?
Yeah, I'm very well.
It's been a nice start.
Yes, but no chaos, just nice and calm.
Yeah.
Chaos came before the game, did it? I saw the lads rolling in there, parking everywhere, trying to find. I tell you what, around here, you have to look at the signs really carefully.
Yeah.
Because it's like you can't park between these hours, specific hours.
Yeah, I feel sorry for North. He's going to be at loads of fines put on his door. But no, it's a great place to play here. I mean, one of those things that you just have to deal with, because obviously it's a council car park there, but, you know, great place to play, as I said.
It's wonderful. Wheels into Jones, who's driving past him. It's gone really straight. There's going to be a chase on. Dom Kelly is racing away, and it was racing down the hill. He's done really well. He put the slide in to pull it back, and then Felix Organ, rather than just picking up, put a slide in as well, and they come back for 2 runs.
Yeah, I mean, you certainly get value for your shots here. Didn't quite, just a little bit, came up on the ball a little bit of an inside edge, but as I said, it runs away quite nicely. I always speak to our balls about this, and I always think it's downhill from the far side and up a little bit here. But they also it just looks flat. But I've just got a funny perception of the way the kind of pitch goes.
Yeah, from here, it's quite pronounced actually.
I feel as though that, like Kyle Abbott, yeah, I feel as though I always say, oh, Kyle Abbott's coming down the hill, but
I definitely agree. It's almost going from top right to bottom left of the pitch,
Yeah.
not the other way around as they're seeing it. So from this front left, the slope is front left to bottom right. If you were caddy reading the green, if you said that was flat,
you get sacked.
Abbott around the wicket, McKinney just drops it for a single. Yeah, what do you make of the pitch? You were out there warming up a bit earlier on.
Actually, it's a great time to ask me that, because I mean, notoriously South North has been, you know, potentially seamer friendly, but not necessarily for the massive amount of lateral movement. It's more for the bounce. But that ball there, and Ben's a big lad, big batter. Just didn't seem to bounce as much, which is slightly unusual for a South North pitch, which is a good thing, because obviously if you have too much bounce, it becomes really hard to actually drive. And 50 over cricket is obviously a lot about the batters and can they play their shots.
From the member of the bowling union as well. Lovely shot from Jones, but it won't get a run.
Lovely shot. But yeah, I mean, as I said, notoriously the scores especially in the first 10 overs. Leading into the kind of busy area of the game, middle overs, and you know, can you rotate? There's often a lot of wickets that have gone down by just maybe thinking, oh, because it looks a great pitch, but it might just offer a little bit. So we spoke a little bit this morning about, you know, if we do bowl first or if we bat first, you've got to respect the good balls and maybe take a bit longer just to get yourself going, which I think we've done beautifully, to be honest.
Here's Abbott down the hill. Jones advances and swats that, but it's straight at mid-on. But good signs of intent early from Michael Jones.
Yeah, and another, once again, letting you into some of our conversations that we have, is that someone like Kyle Abbott, clearly a fantastic bowler, all-round great pro, played the game for a long period of time. Yeah, of course, he's got a bit older, lost a little bit of pace, but because he's lost a bit of pace, you can actually put him off his rhythm, put him off his line a little bit, and his length especially. In white ball cricket in there, I mean, there's Jonesy. Yeah, he could have held his shape a little bit more, but Jonesy might be just thinking that he might actually go a little bit shorter here because he's run at them. So it's all about messing up bowlers' rhythms, really.
Opens the face and runs it just behind backward point, so they come through for a single. Fletcher, Middleton does the fielding. Jones gets another run. Score ticks on to 24 without loss.
It's been a bit of a strange build-up actually for this kind of game specifically, just because obviously we played last Friday, which was a great win. And then obviously we had a day out. Well, we travelled,
a long way,
but then yeah, a long way. It rained, and then all of a sudden we feel as though we haven't done anything for a little bit of time. So yesterday I would have had like a really, really, really good practice. Great pitches down at Durham.
But around the wicket to McKinney, who's just playing down the inside of it. Those two have shared a smile a couple of times. You've just got to respect how good a bowler Kyle Abbott can be. There's a couple that haven't carried through so well from that.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I think notoriously actually you get a bit more bounce from this end. I'd expect the far side not to bounce quite as much, but I think you look at their bowlers and then you look at ours and you think like Cogger's big tall lad, Hoggy big tall lad, they're going to run in and hit the pitch hard. I'd expect them to get maybe a little bit more bounce out of the pitch.
Abbott around the wicket. Hits McKinney high on the 5-pad. Michael Jones, who's showed good intent, he's run those singles really quickly, calls McKinney through for one. Might have even been a bit of bat on that, a little bit of inside edge. 25 without loss. 7 overs gone here at South Northumberland Cricket Club, Roseworth Terrace. Sam Dalling alongside Graham Onions. Steve Harmison will be on very shortly for the first time today. Ashley Thorpe is also part of the commentary team. Brilliant to bring you this Metro Bank one-day cup game between Durham and Hampshire, and we're getting towards that end of the season. It's a tight group, this one, isn't it?
Very. Yeah, I mean, realistically, we feel as though every game's a final now. We've got to try and push on to win every single game. Look, it doesn't matter. You might get a washout like what we had, and then you might not need to win every game.
Went into McKinney. It was slightly uppish. He was turning that in to the leg side. They'll think about coming back for a couple. It's quite a short boundary. McKinney calls Jones through. Good bit of running, picks up a couple of runs.
He worries me, Ben, when he runs like that, because you think, oh, it's an easy 2, but then he just kind of, maybe his mannerisms in many ways, just like kind of relaxed and chilled about the whole thing. He's like, no, don't worry, I'll get in, no problem. But as a coach, you shout at him saying, run them hard. Don't let any run outs, because he's so close to a good score.
Yeah.
We saw him, he got 80 odd against Worcester and played nicely, but he's got to 30s, just need a big score.
Defends that one back to Will. Yeah, it looks like an amble, but when you've got a stride length like that,
yeah, it's a good point.
22 yards, you only need 4 or 5 ambling strides, and you're all right.
No, definitely. But yeah, I come back to the point. I mean, we trained really, really well yesterday. If anything, trying to overtrained a little bit, and really good fielding session. Kind of got yourself into a position where you've almost had a bit of a tough day, and then you come in here and you're ready to go. Otherwise, because you come in, if you don't have that type of practice,
McKinney defending that one.
You kind of come into the game feeling a bit rusty. Just my preference. I think it's important that the bowlers kind of, obviously they know what they need. They've. I mean, obviously you've got some young lads like Hoggy, as I said, or Minto who's in the squad. They maybe don't, and then it's up to me to kind of direct them or push them a little bit. But people like Coggers are, it's important that they know what they need to do.
Yeah.
And as I said, they had a decent ball yesterday, hit their skills, hit the Yorkers. Then today's just a match day.
Wheels into McKinney. That's a beauty. Beats the outside edge. Second slip was interested. He then turns and looks at Ben Brown. Did he hit it? No, he didn't. But it was a decent delivery. How difficult has it been workload-wise? And I know it's an old question now, but with all the travel involved, how do you look after the bowlers? Because those people say, oh, it's just a coach journey, they sit on it. But if you're a 6'8" quick bowler, being cramped up for 16 hours over the course of 2 days isn't ideal.
Yeah, I mean, and some guys suffer a bit more than others. Some people just sit on the bus and then they get up and they're like, oh, I've got a stiff back.
Driven off the back foot, but straight to mid-on for no run.
But yeah, I mean, notoriously, it's one of the things that we have to deal with. We've got a really good coach that you can obviously, as I said, you can get up and you can move around. And we've got a bit of a challenge. Like, do you? So Middlesex, for example, I know we didn't bowl a ball, but the challenge would be: do you travel really early, get at the ground, drop your kit off, and then have a run around? You don't necessarily have to net, you don't have to bowl, but the batters can maybe have a few flicks or a few throws.
In comes Wheel. Big shot from McKinney. Show of intent there, goes aerial over mid-on. That's going to run away down to the boundary, just wide of mid-on. Durham move into the 30s. Nice way to end the 8th over 31 without loss.
Or do you, come back to the point of, a long bus journey would be, do you drop your bags off and have a run around in a good stretch? But then I think Campbell's thoughts are, if the quality's not, if the practice isn't going to be quality and you're just going to try and get the journey out your legs, then just set off a little bit later. You can drop your bags off the next morning. But then, like for example, that Wagner and what Lazy did the other day is that they just went for like a half an hour, 45-minute walk. Some guys maybe play golf. We don't. We haven't took our kit. But it's just important that you either get in the pool and you do your mobs and you do your stretching and get everything. Basically, just as normal as you can. As I said, after a 5-6, I mean, go down to Kent and it'll be a 7-hour journey, you know, so that's going to be a tough one.
Here's Abbott continuing. Down the hill to Jones, beats the outside edge, and that one does carry a little bit of extra bounce. Jones was just pushing at that. Abbott, as a gentle word, lets out a breath of air.
Yeah, big sea movement there, big nip. Yeah, I mean, the beauty of Kyle Abbott is he challenges both edges really, kind of bit of inside edge, bit of outside edge as well. And I think you don't want to create any width as a bowler as a right-handed ball to a right-handed batter. You want to make sure that you're always challenging the pad and trying to nip the ball back in.
He's the perfect county signing, isn't he, Kyle Abbott?
Yeah, he's very good. Oh. Yeah, very good.
He's in down the hill. Jones uses his feet, gets it down, and if it beats fine leg, who's up in the ring. Oh no, there's a fielder at deep square leg. I got overexcited, but they do come back for a couple, just in my blind spot there. 2 more runs to Jones, who moves into double figures with that, 10 off 21 balls for him.
Yeah, but the ball before that one, obviously nipped back quite a long way and kind of beat him on the inside edge. If you just watch his trigger there, he almost like kind of went outside the line, which is really smart batting. So as I said, you don't necessarily have to come out the crease all the time to kind of negate their lengths. He's just pushed outside off stump. So if that did hit him on the pad, he'd be hitting him outside the line, which is good thinking, good proactive batting from Jonesy.
Here's Abbott. Jones is defending here. Batting on off stump has become a lot more popular in the last couple of years. Well, from an observer point of view, from the inside, is that a fair shout?
Well, I used to bat outside the leg stump. I used to, I used to be petrified of the ball, so it's no problem for me. But yeah, I mean, I think the idea now. I mean, people in T20 cricket can maybe bat leg stump and they can have a bit of a trigger and to try and hit the ball out the park, which is obviously, it's what you have to, as a coach now, you have to accept, and people want to hit the ball miles. There, Jonesy. But obviously, yeah, I mean, the idea would be to obviously see the line of the ball. So if you watch Colin Ackerman, he's a great example of that, a really good play. He'll bat out on the line of off stump and it feels as though he's always hitting straight. So anything outside that white line, you can either leave it or let your hands go. And once again, it's to try and get a good enough stride. And so if it does nip back on a maybe clubby pitch that maybe is going to do a little bit more than a normal county pitch, is that you can, if you get wrapped on the pad, it's going to be outside the line.
33 without loss, Durham. Michael Jones has 10. He's on strike. Ben McKinney, 22 unbeaten at the non-striker's end. Abbott he has been wrapped on the pads. Not even half an appeal, 20% of an appeal. And as a bowler, what are you saying to your bowlers as a bowling coach? If you see someone batting on off stump, do you change anything that you're doing?
Oh, he can maybe use the crease a little bit and try and create a little bit of an angle so that he doesn't know where his off stump is. It depends. I mean, people. I would think that if they're batting on off stump, is that now the ball maybe is nipping away, becomes a bit of a, you create an angle to try and nick them off as well, but also that they're worried about the pitch. So actually, if you just hold your length like that, then you've got a chance of getting wickets anyway.
Abbott Jones uses his feet, flies through to Ben Brown. Kyle Abbott just walks away and then turns with another smile. End of over number 9. 33 without loss, Sam Delling alongside Graham Onions on the Durham live stream. I'm doing the annoying thing that commentators do and trying to get a selfie with every single guest. I'm not very good at it. Social media is not my thing. Anyway, Steve Harmison's going to come in.
I've certainly got a face for radio. Look at the state of me now. I mean, I had a lovely grey beard this morning, but I trimmed it up a little bit, and I now look 65 instead of 75.
Well, that's why I wear a hat, because I need see, I really want to meet Ben Stokes. And I've done a couple of championship games and I haven't had the bottle to speak to him yet. I've gone a bit intimidated. And I don't want to ask him about cricket. I just want to ask him about his hair transplant and whether he thinks it is
well worth it. Yeah.
I've had an initial consultation. People think I look really young. I've got a baby face. And I say I'm 35, and they're like, what? And I take my hat off, and they go, okay. Brad Wheel in, short ball, slower short ball. Opens the face, McKinney, they think about a single. Jones says, nah, absolutely not. Oh yeah, change of bowling. Good spot. I was too busy talking about hair transplants.
Yeah, to be honest, I could do one of those. Thought we could do one of those, maybe.
Do you reckon we could get a group lot? And
yeah, actually, could get a discount.
Job, yeah. I think Forpey's probably got. He hasn't got. The thing is, you have to take hair from the back, and I think Forpey's beyond that. Here's Dom Kelly, flicked in to the leg side. There's a fielder out at deep square leg, just a single. Dom Kelly celebrating his called up to the England Lions squad, I believe, or maybe not. Maybe that's Eddie Jack, actually. I better just double check that. Before I should probably look at my information properly before I start reading it out.
I mean, this
Ben
is where
McKennie is, though, isn't he?
Yeah, which is fantastic for him. I mean, maybe not so good for us because obviously he might miss some cricket for us, which is a shame. But I think just coming back just to this very quickly is that this is slightly more experienced head of Jones. He just needs to look, obviously change your bowlers, just reset a little bit again. You know, like we don't need to do anything silly. Equally, if he bowls you a bad ball, make sure you climb into it.
Here's Kelly. He's in, and they caught behind edge. The change of bowling has worked. Michael Jones looks at his outside edge accusingly. Ben Brown, who put one down a little bit earlier on in the innings. He's got a bottom edge here, 34 for 1. The change of bowling works. Dom Kelly, the 18-year-old, has his first wicket of the game.
Yeah, it can, as a well, commentator's curse, if that's what you want to say, but it can often happen where. I mean, I'm not sure if to think that's like a bum ball or something. Jonesy seems that, you know, like it was a very, very full ball and probably a ball that he can drive. It's just whether or not it's, you know, bounced a little bit into the turf. But look, it's obviously there's no third umpires or anything like that here, so you know you've got to walk off. But as I said, it can often happen. You can work really hard for 9-10 overs, and then all of a sudden a slight change, and he's maybe just gives you a long half volley there, and just as you know, it can happen where you get a wicket.
34 for 1 then. Dom Kelly, who's in decent form. 5 for against Hampshire. That was his first pro 5-wicket haul a couple of days ago. Not against Hampshire, against Derbyshire. I'm really losing the plot. This last couple of minutes, I've got to stop thinking about hair transplants. He took a hat-trick, though. It was the first list day hat-trick for Hampshire since 1981. John Rice and Malcolm Marshall, the only other two men to have done so. So he's in decent company, Dom Kelly. Looks an exciting young prospect as Alex Lees.
And how old is he? Sorry?
18.
18. Oh, that's good.
So actually, I was saying to Ash that they've had Abbas, Barker and Abbott for years, and they're coming to the back end of their career, but there's some exciting young talent. You've got Wheel, still pretty young, Curry, this lad Dom Kelly. They've just signed Sonny Baker, who's highlight reel at Somerset. He's been injured pretty much constantly for a couple of years, but he is sharp, so there's some exciting young, quick bowling talent at Hampshire, as Kelly is around the wicket, and Lee's half tempted to play and then leaves it alone.
Yeah, I mean, coming back to your point about the travel, is that, I mean, obviously Abbott is travelling, so I think one of them, out of the big three, if you want to call them, Barker, Abbott and Abbas, is realistically they can't all three travel because they're getting older, aging bodies do get stiff. And that's why it's up to this kind of competition is in many ways to give opportunities to youngsters. But if you can try and have at least one experienced person to kind of lead by example, lead their attack, then you try and do that.
Lees is defending. Well, that's the beauty of this tournament. You look at the names of the squads. You know, there's plenty of international players playing, and for these young lads, there's a group of young lads who have now been around 3 or 4 years who have played 30, 40 list A games, and then the 18-year-old coming in. It's just I love this tournament. Basically, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, absolutely, and I've obviously been heavily involved over the last few years of this because you know the hundreds, you know, kind of not necessarily for me at the moment. Working with some really exciting bowlers, it's quality.
Dom Kelly is one of them. Alex Lees is a quality batter. He just gets off the mark, working that down to third for just a single, where Kyle Abbott does the fielding. So end of the over, 10 gone. Hampshire having stuck Durham in. They've made a decent start. 34 for 1. Lees has 1. McKinney has 23. Dom Kelly's just taken a wicket, and I'm going to nip out, and joining Graham Onions will be Ash Thorpe.
I mean, that last ball of that over is a good example. Is that you lose a wicket and Leesy comes in and just almost like feels it's just sticking in the surface a little bit. Maybe it's a fraction too paced. As I said, the ball that got Jonesy out there was a full, you know, nothing necessarily to do with the pitch, but a full ball. But then that last ball is almost like Leesy's ready to hit it before it's actually coming to him. So just sticking in the pitch a little bit from back of a length.
Just saying, we played here on Saturday on the pitch that's 2 across to Leesy's right there, and it did similar. I mean, that was a hybrid. I don't know if this one's a hybrid as well, Graham, but that definitely just sat in the pitch a little bit. Proved quite difficult to score, and the odd one just grabbed the seam and nibbled around a little bit.
Yeah. But like, as I said, overall, look, it is a bowler I'd be wanting to bowl on this, but then also, you know, as a batter, I mean, the ball runs away. Yeah. There's plenty of runs out there. It's just, you know, the scores of sometimes, as I said, in the first 10 overs can be dangerous with regards to losing wickets.
See Eddie Jack into the attack. He starts off around the wicket to Alex Lees, and for no run. Outground, how's the feeling amongst the group about being in an outground?
Yeah, good. I mean, look, there's always complications with everything that you do, and I think sometimes there's an element of, well, we've got our county ground just down the road that we can play.
Yeah.
It's not like Yorkshire where the 100 is and you have to go and play on outgrounds, you know. But also it's good to give back to the different club grounds, and South North is unbelievable. It's a great place to play.
Jack's in and Lees tucks this away onto the leg side, and Jack nearly gets an ankle tap on McKinney as he slips on the pitch.
He's been sniper there, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He's just nearly rolled his ankle, a bit lucky. But good, and once again, another area that we spoke quite heavily about was rotating the strike. You know, especially with right hand, left hand. Can we try and make sure that we're rotating as much as we can? Try and put them off there. Obviously, we've got Lees, who's still a tall lad, but comparison to Ben is very different heights, really. So your lengths as a bowler will always have to change. I mean, generally, coming to the pitch, I feel as though your margin of error as long as you bowl straight, your margin of error is quite big.
Yeah. Top of the stumps, definitely the length of the ball here as Jack is in, and that one's a bit short and down the leg side, and will be called wide by umpire Ashraf.
But Thorpe, we play a number of games at, you know, second team obviously play a lot of games away from home, and we're very fortunate that we've got some beautiful grounds, people who really try their best to accommodate us. And from a club point of view, I know South North is very different because they can put a marquee up and they can make loads of money, and that's great. But you've got to understand that, like, maybe Chester Street or Darlington or Hartlepool, they don't make loads of money.
Yeah. And McKinney tries to drive that on the up, and that's an indication maybe going with the ball just sitting in the pitch a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. But we're just, I mean, I think we're very, the lads probably take it for granted at times, not intentionally, but just like how hard things can be for our grounds, and we keep reminding them, look, just go and speak to the grounds and just say thanks very much.
Yeah.
You know, it's tough. I mean, the net facilities for here have been fantastic. You can get on the ground, you can have a feel about it.
Jack in again, and McKinney nice and late playing under his eyes, can't get a run. Yeah, it is. I mean, I saw you guys one actually on the pitch that we played on. There's obviously a bit more live grass on it than there was last week. But yeah, at least you're out in the middle, aren't you? And you feel that. I mean, again, the other advantage of these outgrounds is that this crowd feels right on top of you.
Yeah.
And there's that buzz around the ground, and sometimes at the Riverside, on the flip side of that, it's a massive area, isn't it? And you kind of lose that atmosphere with a crowd this size. McKinney on strike again. This one again down the leg side, called a wide by Ashraf. Yeah, I mean, we look at the history of outgrounds that we've had, and you know, Gateshead Fell, club close to your heart. There were some games played there. Obviously, Chesley Street, my club, and then you've got Darlington, Hartlepool, Stockton, Jesmond, which is a beautiful ground, which you played Northumberland there a few weeks ago.
Yeah, actually, I've got really always been a good pitch.
Yeah.
Small ground, but good pitch.
McKinney tucks this away nicely off his legs. You get at least one. And I think they'll have to settle for just the one. Moves on to 24 on the score now, on to 39.
Almost feels though Jack's just forcing the angle a little bit. Yeah, obviously coming round the wicket, whether or not that's a tactical plan to what something that they've seen, but also like obviously the massive heavy wind kind of going
across the ground.
Yeah, across the ground. Yeah, so away from Alex Lees as he sets up here, and almost feels though he's almost aiming at leg stump to get the ball to go away. But that's, you know, maybe he's asking it to do too much.
This one beats Lees outside the off stump. Better line and length than Lees. A little bit annoyed at himself, but that ends over number 11, 39 for one. I was saying to Sam before you came in, Graham, that it just seems that we've gone back a little bit old school with the setting up an innings rather than going like a million miles an hour at the start and then kind of that consolidation period and then the tee off at the end, where I think wickets in hand is absolutely crucial.
Especially on a ground like this, you know, you can sacrifice. I mean, there's some remarkable stats with regards to losing 3 wickets in the power play. Off the top of my head, I can't remember what they are, but you certainly lose a lot of games. But equally, like, you win a lot of games if you have a set batter in the 40th over.
Yep.
Equally, if you've got 2 set batters in the 40th over, Jesus, you can score big here.
Kelly's in, and this one again down the leg side.
But yeah, we've certainly talked about it and discussed it, and in I think Cambo's way of thinking is that, look, we just don't want to play reckless cricket. There's still value for shot playing good shots, you know, taking your time to get in, and actually, you know, if you score, you know, if you face 130 odd balls, you will get 100, 140 odd balls. You get, you will get your value for runs, really.
And again down the leg side, a little bit of an attempt at a cutter there. I think the lads look like they're just struggling for a little bit of rhythm out there, maybe with the wind being so gusty, and you've got ends here, so the end that the young fellow is bowling from, I've lost his name, Kelly there, Dom Kelly is bowling from, he's running uphill with the wind going across him as well, so that's quite difficult just to get your rhythm and hit the crease right. Looks like he's struggling a little bit at the moment. McKinney slaps that one away, and has it carried to cover? It has. So he's picked up a wicket. And an excellent catch in the covers. Sees the end of McKinney. It's Nick Gubbins, the captain. Takes it low. And McKinney, after a promising start, goes for 24. And Hampshire pick up their second wicket with Durham on 41.
Yeah, and I thought you've been a batter. Is you know, you face fairly tough 8-9 overs, and then obviously they change their attack, and it's a fairly inexperienced attack coming on now, and they kind of bowl a few wides, they bowl a few short balls. You know, the ball's going in lots of different areas, kind of upsets your rhythm a little bit, and obviously Ben wants to score. And look, it'd be interesting to see if he thinks he's a bit unlucky there, or if he's actually just hit it without really thinking or placing it. But also we've spoke a little bit about the pitch, you know, bouncing a little bit from back of length. So, you know, I'm thinking there as a bowler, I've got a little bit lucky, but because it is a little bit short, it is a little bit wide, and probably deserves to be slapped, but it's just an execution thing.
Yeah, be disappointed not to get that one. That's the one that you've just got to hit into the ground. That's that one. It does sit up, and I was talking about it here. I think there's just a little bit of even maybe a slight ridge developing from that end, and it will sit up a little bit more from that, and it will probably die a little bit coming down the hill. But Kelly's picked up 2 early wickets. Both Durham openers now gone. Jones caught behind, and now McKinney caught in the covers. So again, you're looking at a little rebuild from Durham's 2 experienced batters in Alex Lees and Colin Ackerman to the crease. Last time out at the Riverside, he's got a magnificent century, getting Durham almost to the brink of victory. Kelly coming in again up the hill. This one's allowed through to the keeper. And that was an interesting finish as well. I got to chat with Paul Coughlin after the game, and if you didn't get the chance to see Cogger's batting in that end of that run chase, was absolutely outstanding, using every part of his bat.
Totally under control, wasn't it?
Oh mate, no. So he said.
I mean, Drizzy was next in the bat, I think, and he was halfway down the stairs. He was like stuttering all the time. Actually, it just shows them that as much experience as Coggers has got, you're always under that little bit of pressure.
Definitely is. Ackerman punches that one with nice shape out into the covers. Yeah, absolutely. Especially after the game before, where Durham didn't bat particularly well, and then we lost Ackerman and then Borthwick straight after, and that just put a few jitters into the change room. But come home with a good and an important win in this competition. Durham just sitting outside the places that will advance. 4 teams on 8 points. Durham sitting on 5 points on the table. This is a must-win game here. And Ackerman defends nicely out again into the offside.
I mean, once again, we spoke when we had our chats about kind of embracing that.
Yeah.
It's nothing to be scared about. If anything, it's exciting. You know, like you know,
it's in your hands still.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got to win. We've got to win. So treat it like a final, but not a final as in we have to win and take a backward step. It's almost like, can we really push hard with a view of back our skills, play against the best team. They're top of the log as such, and got to try and test ourselves against the best.
Just stays a little bit low on Ackerman as he defends again off the back foot. It's a good length to hit that, I think, on this pitch. Really attack the top of the stumps. I'm sure that's something that you'll have spoken to quite a lot about with your bowling group.
I think you can certainly go for action fuller. My gut feel of this was that we can go a little bit fuller with a view of, as you said, challenging the top of the stumps. Looks hard to drive.
Yeah, it is, for sure. And that one's allowed through to the keeper. Ends over number 12, Durham 41 for the loss of 2. McKinney going in that over. Caught by Nick Gubbins for 24.
Certainly looks accurate, Kelly. I mean, I know he's just looks as though the ball's dying as it comes to the keeper, and that might be partially to do with the nature of the pitch. But so it doesn't look as though he's got loads of pace, but certainly looks accurate, and he's going to challenge you a lot on the front foot, which once again on this type of surface would be where you'd want to be bowling. That's for sure.
Yeah, running up the hill, not always easy. Jack around the wicket, and Lees drives beautifully through cover, point for 4. No need to run. Nothing finer than being able to hit the middle of the bat and just turn around and scratch your guard and start again.
Must be a great feeling. I didn't do that many times in my career, you know, just to be able to hit it and think, yeah, that was a good shot.
Yeah.
But yeah, it just shows. I mean, obviously, from a batting point of view, you've got to try and think, you know, be positive, still keep clear with your movements. Obviously, if they're going to go full, if they do over pitch, you've got to be in a position that you can hit it for 4.
This is timed out into the mid-wicket region. He's maybe just bottom hand taking over a little bit there. Trying to hit that a bit straighter. But yeah, Jack getting the ball down the hill here at Roseworth Terrace. Did you play many games here, Graham?
I played a couple. Played one for Lancs.
Yep.
Do you remember what happened in that game?
I do indeed.
Yeah.
We'll leave that there.
Yeah. Okay. I didn't know how to celebrate then, you know.
He's just trying to drive, and I think that's the difficulty there. When it's full, I think it's really nice to drive, and that anything that you're trying to hit on the up is just holding in the pitch a little bit.
I played quite a lot of club cricket here.
Yep.
I mean, their pitches are good. You know, as you know, as a club cricketer, you want to come here and you know, a nice outfield and the ball runs away lovely. So yeah, I've been lucky enough, and I worked a little bit here in the past. You know, I loved it. It was great. We had some great times.
That was good. This one's flicked by Lees and beats the man at mid-wicket and is running away up the hill, but that won't stop it from going away for 4 more. I think that might be the way to attack this pitch, is not to try and overhit the ball, is just really look to move well into the ball and try and time it.
So I always revert back to the bowling side of things, yeah, but it's almost like it just looks as though they're just not floating the ball up, because but the key with everything that you do here is just to try and do with intent. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, you know, they hit it hard, hit the pitch hard. So if you do bowl a full ball, at least it's got that snap and that energy on the ball. As I said, if you bowl floaty half volleys, you'll get hit. These are brilliant performers.
Jack around the wicket. Big tall right armour. Great physique for a fast bowler, that is for sure.
A little bit open-chested, and he a little bit feels though he wants to get the ball to go, you know, a little bit away, like, or into the right-hander, away from the left-hander. But yeah, tall lad, looks as though he's certainly athletic enough, and looks like a really nice prospect. I mean, as you said, come back to Hampshire a little bit, is that they obviously got a slightly aging attack, but Kyle Abbott last year, I think, had a really bad knee, and he's obviously got that sorted, and he looks in good rhythm.
Lees tucks this away out into the leg side and will pick up a single. That's good. Graham Hungings talked a little bit earlier about rotating the strike between the right and the left-hander, not letting the bowler settle, and that brings up the 50 for Durham. As Lees moves on to 11, Ackerman yet to score. 13 overs done. Yeah, you're right, and I guess that's the challenge, isn't it? They've got, I mean, Barker for years has been a destroyer of Durham. He's took wickets for fun every time he's played against us, and you've got Abbas, who's part of this bowling group as well, and Kyle Abbott, so you've got some really good performers there with some youngsters coming through, and that's exactly what you want. You're going to see some spin into the attack for the first time today. As Organ's going to bowl from our end in the commentary position, right next to the indoor school.
Underrated, this lad, actually. He spins it hard. He gives a bit of flight and fairly accurate. Spins it quite a lot. Just got to make sure that if we think this is going to just, you know, hold and bounce a little bit, which to be honest, I think it will.
Yeah.
You know, just got to make sure we are proactive. You know, don't just let them bowl at you, but we should, you know, obviously got to be watchful as well. So basically, be watchful, attack him, use your feet, play back,
4s and
sweep.
6s, no risks. Don't get out.
Yeah, no, but he bowled nicely against us. You know, down in Hampshire, and he's spins it quite nicely.
Well, he'd be happy because the left-hander's on strike to start. Alex Lees. There's 2 men from point around and behind. You've got an extra cover, a straight mid-wicket, and a man at 45. You have sweepers out at deep point. It's very deep extra, I guess. Not mid-off. Lees punches that one hard, and Nick Gubbins not sure where that is because I think it's missed his hand and hit him straight in the ankle. He gets up with a little bit of a limp. You've got long on and square leg out. Also, the 4 men in the deep. It's a good length on this pitch. Just try and hit the stickers of the bat. And it will grip. I think this will turn as well here. Not probably as much as we had in the Somerset game, but I think it definitely will turn. There's lots of thick grass on this pitch. It's a nice start from Morgan.
A little bit slow, but dropping it in there. Obviously, you know, the Revs will get the ball to drop down a little bit, and certainly nice shape on the ball, especially the left-hander.
He uses his feet well, gets on the back foot and hits that hard, but can't beat Nick Gubbins in the covers. But good footwork there from the big man. Identifying that as a little bit back of a length and pressed off his front foot and got right back in his crease. This one's a little bit fuller and driven down the ground. And Lees will pick up another single as Eklund does the fielding at long off.
Nice stage of the game now, and obviously like, when you're playing it, you know, from 10 to 40, it seems like a long time, you know, a couple of hours. Where you've got to try and create the energy, you've got to buzz around a little bit, make sure you actually fizz the ball around, and actually try and enjoy yourself as much as you can. It's quite easy to, you know, be out or even in a ring at times and just almost park off, and you've got to try and, you know, create that little bit of spark, a little bit of energy.
Mid off in the circle as Ackerman gets off the mark. Driving that one down to long on.
Or trying to create, you know, that little bit of element of, you know, maybe having a catch and cover or catching mid wicket, or trying to maybe bring mid on and mid off up, trying to create something, not too. So you don't necessarily have to change your lines and your length, and you definitely don't on a pitch here at South North, where there might always be something in it. But trying to create that element of doubt with the, you know, the field settings that you set. You know, potentially could you have a slip for Lees? You know, try and create something. So we always speak. You know, I always speak about, can you think about attacking options with regards to the fields that you're going to set? So if Ackers was bowling at, you know, Gubbins, you know, can you think, you know, can we get a catch mid wicket on there? Can we bring mid up? Have a slip? Is he going to reverse you? You know, maybe not.
I guess you just want the batters to be uncomfortable and not being able to score in their prominent areas, make them do something a little bit different. As Kelly's had a switch of ends. This one is on the hip of Ackerman and he tucks it away nicely into the leg side. I'm sure he'll find it a bit easier running down the hill. Well, he has picked up 2 wickets and then changed him ends. 53 now for 2 on the board. Ackerman on 2, Lees on 12. On a blustery day here in Gosforth.
It is windy, a big crosswind.
Yeah.
At least look, obviously if you're running into it, it's tough. But if you're running down with it, you've got a chance of, you know, try not doing too much with the ball. You know, your channels and your lines are really important. The ball might just drift in a little bit with the wind. Accuracy on these types of pitches is so important. Doesn't mean that you can't maybe bowl your bouncer or, you know, have a certain type of plan, but having that ability to hold your lines and your lengths on these types of pitches are important. If you're playing on a different pitch where it's really flat, you might be able to
go through your variations.
Yeah, possibly.
Lees hits this on the back foot and races off for a single. There's a shy at the stumps. And Lees gets home.
Jeez, that's tight.
Yeah. Tough work running up that hill, mate. especially when you're on the back foot.
I always ran down the hill when I was bowling.
Yeah, no doubt about
Actually,
that.
I don't know. Is Harmy still here? Because he used to. Is he still here or is he gone? Oh, he's gone.
He'll be listening, mate. He'll
Yeah,
find out.
yeah, so he used to come down the hill a lot. It was very rare that he came up the hill.
Yeah, can't
So
remember Harmy bowling into the wind very often.
And
As if by magic, look who's just
rightly
walked in the room. Here's Kelly, and this one's tucked away by Ackerman. It's gone very fine, but he'll just pick up the single. Just been talking about Stephen Harmison always offering to run into the wind and up the hill.
Allowing me as a young whippersnapper kind of trying to take his spot, letting me come down the hill.
So talking of taking spots, story, Matthew Potts down at, was it Canterbury? Where he come and put his arm around you and told you that he was gunning for you, that he'd come to take his spot.
Yeah, it was an interesting chat, that.
As Lees punches this one out into the offside.
I think
short of confidence, Potsy, isn't he?
Yeah, it was funny because I think since I've got to know him, or the 3 months that I've got to know him, I've actually just learned that you can just switch off a little bit when he's talking to you. And I think back then I didn't know him that well, so I kind of listened a little bit and I was like, that's interesting, that, mate. You've got a little bit of work to be done, but but actually he backs himself, and clearly a very good bowler as well, so good luck to him.
Kelly round the wicket and Lees drives and gets a thick inside edge, and he'll pick up another single.
I mean, I love him. I mean, he's almost got a slightly an Australian mentality where it's like it's like really positive all the time. You know, I always the amount of Australians that we've had, it's even if they bowl badly, it might be the wind, or it might be the pitch, or it might be whatever. It's a way to try and protect the way you are as a person, and that's great. I mean, sometimes it is our skill as coaches and senior players with a view of, but be honest as well, or even if it doesn't have to be honest within a group of people, you know, go to yourself, like, right, okay, did I actually nail my skill? And I think he's fantastic at that. He's got a great self-belief, and you know, if you are listening, Potsy, don't change, mate.
This one's driven on the up, but unable to time it from Ackerman. Yeah, Justin Langer always used to say to us, you can't beat the man in the mirror. I mean, that you can lie to everybody else, but you can't beat the man in the mirror. So Graham Onions, brilliant, mate. Thank you once again for spending some time with us.
Thanks for having me, Thorpey.
Go and get the boys home.
Fingers crossed we have a good result today. Cheers.
Mate, thank you. As the man, the legend, Steve Harmison, joins us in the commentary box here in Gosforth. Once again, huge thanks to Graham Onions for giving up his time while the boys go about their work out there on the pitch. 56 for 2. Lee's on strike on 14 to Organ, and that's, again, nice and tidy from the off-spinner. Thoughts on the game so far, Harmy?
It's been yeah, good afternoon, Thorpe. But yeah, it's been good. I think it's quite even Steven at this moment in time. Hampshire have bowled nice, up some good areas.
Organ in again, and this one is swept, and this is going to be caught by the keeper. And it is caught. Do you know what it is? About 2 overs ago, I was going to say that sweep shot is going to be really hard on this pitch with it just sticking and just sitting in the pitch. And Lees has tried that to the off-spinner due to the pressure that Organ has put on by bowling nice and tight, and he's got his rewards as the Durham captain goes for 14, caught by Brown off the bowling of Organ.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think the pressure that they've bowled from both ends, I think they've bowled quite nicely in partnership. I don't think it's an easy wicket to score, I think, consistently on. I think you can work it around, and I think what's happened there is Alex Lees he's hit a couple of fielders, so he's played some good shots. He's hit the middle of the bat, he's hit extra cover, he's clipped one to mid-wicket, and he's picked the fielder out. And I think because of that, he's gone to the sweep shot, and I think, you know, Organ, he's bowled nicely in this series, so in this competition so far. He's got his runs, he's got his wickets, he's playing as their sort of all-rounder.
Yeah, he's handy.
And I think because of his confidence, he just held that back a touch. It just looked as though he sort of just undercut it just slightly, held it back a touch. And like you say, you spot on. The bounce on this wicket, the sweep shot's going to be very, very difficult. Arguably, the reverse sweep is probably the better shot to play than the conventional sweep, because the reverse sweep, you tend to be hitting up as opposed to the conventional sweep where, you know, majority of the time you're trying to hit it down, you're hitting across your body. And I think because of that, you're going to run the risk of getting a top edge. And also, 45 wasn't inside the circle. 45 was on the boundary, and I think because of all that, Leesy's gone to the sweep shot and he's succumbed. So I think again you're looking at this. Scott Borthwick comes into the crease. There's no 45 inside the circle. I think he's going to bring him up now. He was just about to go back to the boundary. He's now being brought up. And I think what Ben Brown, Minder Stomps, and Organ is saying, you can have the sweep shot if you want because it comes with a lot of risk.
Absolutely. Steve Harmison. Organ again. This one's just over pitched. And with mid on and mid off in the circle to the new batter. There's no runs. And Hampshire looking to put the squeeze on. 56 for 3. Durham batting first here at Roseworth Terrace, home of South Northumberland Cricket Club. A blustery day here in the northeast, and this one again is full. Borthwick thinking about a single, but no chance of a run there.
Good work from Hampshire because they've got their two fielders, straight fielders, are making sure they're not getting beat on the inside. Making sure that Durham try and hit it a little bit square. Got to hit it straight on this wicket with a bounce.
7 men in the circle as Borthwick tries to beat the man at backward point. And can't get that away. It's a good little squeeze from the visitors.
Experience of Borthwick, experience of Ackerman. Just take some time out of it a second. There's plenty of time in the game. 50 overs is a long, long time.
Borthwick again is able to get this one to Nick Gubbins' right-hand side, so he will get off the mark. And that ends another really good over from Felix Organ, picking up the wicket of Alex Lees. Durham 57 for 3. Borthwick on 1 and Ackerman on 3. It
was good to hear from Graham Onions. It's great when you hear from inside the dressing room because as former players, we have an idea of what's happening.
Yeah.
We have our experience of being in the dressing room. With our experience of being on the field, we understand the game. More than anybody. We see a lot of cricket. We talk a lot about a lot of cricket, but the insides you get of what's going on inside there, and talking about Matt Potts and 1 or 2 other characters in there, I think it's so valuable to hear what the human element of professional sport is, and it's great that Graham Cumn and Cambo the last game given their time. So it is always nice to hear. I spoke to Ben Stokes before the game last week, and he talked about Graham, and I know what Graham's like. I grew up with him. I've seen him grow up, He was a senior player when he first came in, and Ben talked about the impact that Graham Onions has had.
Kelly around the wicket, and this is fine and tucked away, and that will run away for 4. That will make Scotty Borthwick feel a lot better. Always nice to get that first boundary under your belt. Moves on to 5. Durham 61 now for 3.
Kelly's just struggled with a little bit of consistency. He's changed ends. From the end that we're commentating from, he bowled a few wide, so he's gone down to the other end, and again there the sort of left and right hand combination's it's not good in the wind. You throw the wind factor, that's going straight across the ground as well. It's not an easy discipline bowling.
And this one, Borthwick just opened up a little bit there. Yeah, it's hard, isn't it, when it's so gusty as well. It's not a consistent breeze across the ground. Every now and then it's really picking up. And just in front of us, we've got a couple of gazebos that are absolutely battling to stay on the ground.
If they're still there at the end of the 50 overs, I'll eat my hat. I promise you. This game will be stopped for at least 10 minutes while Stewart's go and chase a gazebo over the field. I'm warning you now. Apologies if we're going to get a 10-minute delay.
Kelly in, and this one beats Borthwick with a lot of bounce. You'd have to say that's probably the most of the ball has bounced from that end. And this pitch, I think, with that talking about the real thick grass that is on it, is if it hits the seam and grips the seam, it is really doing something.
Standing up lovely.
Yeah.
If you're a tall bowler in this, you'll see the bounce, so it could actually work to the batter's advantage if a bowler runs up and thinks, oh, it's bouncing, I'm going to bowl back of a length. You're bringing cross-bat shots into play. You've got to bowl that little bit fuller.
Right on the money there. Have you bumped into anybody walking around the traps today,
Seen
Stephen?
Chubb a bit earlier. Simon Brown, who's going to join us in a little bit. I think he's going to come on from the 30th over.
Oh, nice.
There's 1 or 2 downstairs. Justin Lockwood's downstairs as ever.
I heard him booming out the voice earlier.
Entertaining the room down there. Tom Seymour's walking around doing nothing as usual. He's made a living from 25 years now here at Durham of doing absolutely jack.
He does it well. Does it better than most as Borthwick clips us away. out onto the leg side, and we'll pick up another single.
Yeah, Tom Seymour can sell rice to the Chinese, but getting him to do a full day's graft is always a challenge. So, you know, marketing. I don't know what his title is, but he's knocking about. The chief, Tim Bostock, he's knocking about here. So, you know, from a hierarchy point of view, it's great to see they all make the journey up north. Like I mentioned before, you know, Graham Munion's talking about the young bowlers. It is good to see that the young bowlers are getting a chance.
This one's tucked away into the leg side by Ackerman. He'll pick up a single. Just keep that scoreboard ticking over with the left hand and right hand combinations. It'll be interesting to see how he goes against the off spin, because Felix Organ's bowled really nicely to the left-handers. Hasn't bowled a great deal to Ackerman as of yet. 63 for 3 on the board. Borthwick on 6, Ackerman on 4.
Yeah, Ackerman's in good form, really good form. Carried on his 2020, back into the 2020s after the finger injury, and then come into this. He is in a good bit of form. You know, it's going to be a good battle. This, yeah, an experienced character, international cricket in Colin Ackerman against a young bowler who's given himself, the all-rounder, who's given himself a chance with confidence behind him, wickets behind him as well.
Ackerman down the pitch, and his Borthwick run out backing up. There's an appeal, but I'm not sure if the bowler's actually got anything on.
I think he did, you know. I think Scott was in. I think he did.
You reckon he hasn't backed up? He's done very well to maintain his ground, if that is the case.
I think Scott Borthwick's done brilliantly there, because I don't think Scott Borthwick left his crease, and I do think Felix Organ got something on that.
Nick Gubbins just having a little inquiry there. Graham Lloyd, the umpire at that end. But thankfully for Durham's point of view, Borthwick is still there. And again, a lovely line from Organ. So yeah, we had John Window's son actually run out doing exactly that here on the weekend, last weekend. Run out backing up. Horrible way to go. 64 for 3. Oh, and that's a good length from Organ as Borthwick just stuck in between going forward and back.
Yeah, young Archie Vaughan got run out backing up. No, not facing the ball on his 50-over debut a couple of weeks ago, I think against Lancashire, I think it was. So, what a way to start.
A bit quicker and a bit flatter, and Borthwick mistimes that, but hits it well enough to get it in a gap, and we'll pick up a single.
But because of the bounce, you can trust the length, and you can go back to that. You know, see, Ackerman was going to. Scott Borthwick against the off spinner wants to play more off the back foot. He wants to try and drag Organ's length back so he can play the sort of the cut shot or be quick on the pull, where I would imagine Ackerman will try and get to the pitch of the ball. He will come down the wicket, look to try and hit the pocket in between sort of mid-wicket, over the top of mid-wicket's head.
He hits that with beautiful hands through mid-on. Stephen Harmison mentioned trying to hit down the ground. Just see if he takes mid-on off. Mid-off on as he is in the circle. But I think for now, I think what this pitch might do is it might take away Borthwick's sweep, especially after seeing Lees get out that way. This one's full. Oh, and it's an inside edge as Borthwick tries to open up the offside. That ends another very, very good over from Felix Organ. It's causing these Durham batters all sorts of trouble. Durham end over number 18 on 66 for 3, with Borthwick on 7 and Ackerman on 6.
Durham are probably 1 wicket down too many for the dressing room's liking, sitting out here in front of the little pavilion. I think, 2 down, 66. Yes, it's not a massive amount of runs in 18 overs, but I think a score of in excess of 250 on here will still be a challenge. The wicket's going to be wear and tear. There probably will be more spin second half with his wind drying it out.
Dom Kelly, and again, and that's short, and that is somewhere where you cannot bowl on this pitch.
It's a great bit of fielding.
It's a brilliant piece of fielding out there in the deep. Who have we got? Fletcher Middleton out there in the deep, running away, and I thought that was 4. It was timed, it was controlled. I think you find if you try and bowl the short ball in this pitch, it will just sit up.
Yeah, I think that's it, especially at Kelly's pace. I think at that pace, it's a little bit of a free hit. It's just going to loop at you. If you can get it from a bowling point of view, just get it that little bit fuller. Ask to be driven.
This one's short again. It's punched away by Ackerman, but can't beat the field. Looks like he's just struggling for a bit of rhythm here, Dom Kelly, at the moment. He's bowled up the hill. He's now bowling down the hill. He has picked up 2 wickets to his credit, but doesn't seem to have hit a consistent area.
I think it's the wind. It is. It's a huge factor in the wind. I think from an experience point of view and knowing what it's like to bowl at Chester Street when it's windy normally, the wind is normally massive up here. Your run-up becomes two parts. You get yourself going, you get the momentum going, and you slow down a little bit, get to the umpire and go, right, I'm going to hold me action.
Ackerman punches nicely. Can't beat the man in the covers, but will pick up another single. Looks like from a rhythm point of view, there's quite a lot of steps for him just before his delivery stride.
Stops a little bit, doesn't he? There's a little stutter there.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if that's what he normally has. I've not really seen a great deal of this young man bowl, but what I do see quite like, he's got a nice compact action. I think that he's been both sort of off and leg side because of, I think, the wind. It's a huge factor.
And he beats Borthwick outside the off stump with a drive.
So like there, you're going to get a bit, when you get it right and there's a bit of consistency and he holds his action nicely. Remember, he's a young man who has not probably bowled in a volume. He's definitely not bowled in a howling wind like this. So you've got to give him a little bit of leeway. And I think the biggest advice you'd give for standing mid on and mid off is yes, get to your run up, but your most important thing is your last 2 or 3 strides and holding your action for that split second longer.
This one, Borthwick runs down towards third man and will pick up another single. Just important that Durham keep rotating the strike between these left and these right-handers. And I think, especially against the off-spin from Felix Organ, he looks really comfortable in bowling to the left-handers so far today.
He does. I just wonder if Scott Borthwick's thinking he's going to go down the ground, come out of his crease and go down the ground. Don't think these sweeps in the game. Mid on, mid off are up. He's not as comfortable going front foot as opposed to playing off the back foot when cross-bat shots.
Killing again. This one short and cut away beautifully by Ackerman, and he'll pick up 4. Short, wide, punished. Durham 70 now for 3. Ackerman moves on to 9. Borthwick on 8. Sorry, it's 74 now. Just waiting for the scoreboard to update.
Yeah, just a little bit of action. That's all that was. He just lost it a little bit. Left side come back too early, dragged it short of a length, and short of a length on this wicket. I think the experience of Colin Ackerman, he's not wanting to drive. The tennis ball bounces, you're not wanting to drive. So can you get the bowler wait for that one that he doesn't quite get it right, and if it does bounce, then you can play off the back foot and you can play the sort of horizontal bat shot, and he's played it beautifully.
Right on top of the bounce. Organ is going to continue to the left-handed Borthwick on strike, who does look to drive long and straight, but gets a thick inside edge. And Organ hands on head. I thought he was unlucky that he hasn't chipped that one to the man at catching mid-wicket. But you're right there, you called it.
Just practicing. He's just practicing coming. Whether if he is going to come down the wicket and trying him out over extra cover with the man up inside the ring, he's going to have to come out of his crease, Scott Borthwick.
Just a little bit in between there, wasn't he?
He hasn't got the balance or the timing that Colin Ackerman does when he just plays it down the ground. As well as that, this ball's spinning away from him.
So I like this from Gubbins. Ackerman's come down and punched him through pretty straight mid-on a couple of times, so he's blocked that gap himself now. So there's nobody at 45. We've got Abbott's at mid-wicket. I think he might look to try and go over the top of Abbott as he looks like he's batting on or outside off stump. And he sweeps it round the corner. Can he beat the man down on the boundary? He can't, but he'll pick up another single. Move on to 15.
I think if I was Organ, I'd be looking to just bowl it into the pads. Let Colin Ackerman have one, clip it into the leg side, and I'd want to try and get Scott Borthwick on as much as I possibly can. Ball spinning away from the outside edge.
This one's short, and Borthwick gets back, uses his feet nicely in the depth of the crease, and times that nicely out to the sweeper on the offside. Pick up another single there. Moves into double figures. 77 now on the board for the loss of 3.
Good crowd, isn't it?
Oh,
Really
it's a lovely
good crowd.
buzz.
Beautiful looking out the window. It's not very nice out there.
We've got the best seat in the house, I think. Sunshine has warmed through our window.
It is warm through this window, but there's a nice little block where it's just blocking the actual sun coming in. It's just shining off the front of your forehead. So
yeah,
we've got
sorry,
some
mate.
glasses on.
I'm sorry, get me sunnies over there if you want them. Ackerman tucks this away out into the leg side, and he'll find the sweeper in the deep. He'll pick up another single and retain the strike. The score moves on to 78 now for 3. Ackerman moves on to 15 and Borthwick on 10. Important partnership here, Harmy.
Very important partnership, just to get the Durham to close to sort of that midway 30 over part. I think that would be the challenge for these two experienced players, been around a long time, played a lot of cricket as Colin Ackerman and Scott Borthwick. So can they get in a position to mount the onslaught, the back 15, and give themselves the best chance with wickets in hand? And there is the odd risk. There's might be an over where the bowler comes to them, but at this minute in time, Hampshire have bowled nicely here. They've been able to bowl to their fields, they've not leaked boundaries, and I think because of that, Durham just have to sit in a little bit, take their 3, 4, 5 singles and over if they can get them, and give themselves back end of the innings a chance with wickets in hand.
Another change in the bowling. We've got Brad Wheels come into the attack. In this one, Ackerman's defending. And I think, you want these two to go as deep as possible, but no disrespect to Scott, you want Ackerman to be there when the last 10 overs starts.
Absolutely. But Scott's important to run it around and make sure that he uses the full range of his sort of left, the left and right hand combination. Sometimes a little inside edge when the left hand doesn't strike goes through to square leg where there's a vacant area. That's as good as hitting a comfortable cover drive or a punch down the ground for one, as long as they're rotating and not giving the bowler a chance. Brad Wheels come on, he's hit his area perfect. First ball, bang, straight on it. If you bowl that ball, 5 out of 6, there's not many scoring options.
He's in again, and Ackerman is defending. On a pitch like this, Harmy, can you bowl a little bit within yourself, knowing that you can just, if you hit a good area, it's going to be difficult rather than kind of busting yourself at 110%?
Well, I think if you bust yourself at 110%, because of the tennis ball bounce, as a batter, you can potentially think, right, I'm sitting and waiting for the short air ball to play a horizontal bat. And horizontal bat, which Colin Ackerman's played well, cut shot, there's no man out in the deep at point.
He comes in again, and this is short and wide and punched. Probably not wide, that's a bit unfair on the bowler. It was short, but Ackerman still had to play that with a straight bat.
The line, that's the thing, the line. Yeah. You've had 3 balls there, probably one's pitched 5.5 metres, and 2 have pitched shorter than that. Yeah. But because they're straight, you can't really get, cross bat bang into the leg side. There's no pace in the pitch for that. Yeah. There's no width on it, so you can't get the cut shot going. So your ball's got to go down the ground. You can set a straight feel to it, put pressure on.
Really, again, he hits exactly the same spot.
What you want from there is we've had 4 balls, 4 very, very good balls, straight balls, in and around that sort of between 5.5 and 7 metre mark. You're talking about the bust and the gut and the 110%er. If you bowl a ball now, 110%er, around about 4.5 to 5 metre, and ask Colin Ackerman to come forward where he doesn't want to go to, that's the wicket ball. That's how you build your over. Get your reward.
Wheel coming in again. And this one's short, and Ackerman says you can keep that out in the crowd because that's gone for 6. Beautiful shot. And that was not dissimilar to the previous 4 balls in the over, but Ackerman's decided that he's not going to sit on that anymore and pulls it away beautifully for 6.
Yeah, he's given a sighter, hasn't he? He's been given a sighter of where the ball's been pitched, understands that anything, and I'm sure Colin Ackerman's standing there going, you know what, any shorter than that, you're going. Yeah. And he's sitting, the experience he has, any shorter than that, you're going. And I think that's what's just happened there. Wheel's just gone a bit too short.
And this time it's a beautiful try from Ackerman on the up. Probably the best time ball we've seen on the up today. But he can't beat Nick Gubbins in the cover. So that ends the over. Ackerman moves into the 20s on 21. Borthwick is on 10. And Durham sit on 84 for 3. We're going to have a little change. And Sam Dalling is going to join Stephen Harmison.
Yeah, it was a good over from Wheel. He's put 5 balls, straight balls in a good area, vary in length, and he's gone for the $1 million ball, which is the wicket ball, the short ball, the effort ball, and Colin Ackerman's been waiting for it, and with no pace on the ball and no pace in the pitch, I think the short ball has just been sat up and said, right, hit me for 6. How are you, Sam?
Hello, Harmy. Yeah, I'm all right, thank you. Happy to be here. Beautiful ground. Felix Organ about to bowl. Opening batter in red ball cricket, turn himself into a genuine all-rounder. Hampshire will be delighted with their work so far. Borthwick on strike. Defending, and just taking a single. Yeah, that's a fair comment, isn't it? Hampshire probably feeling like they're on top right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think both teams will be quite happy where they are. I think Durham possibly would have been happier if they were going to be 3 down, be around about 100, 110. Well, I think you don't know what the second half surface is going to look like.
Nice little shot from Ackerman down the ground, a little flamingo, one leg up. Fielder down at long on is Eklund, so just a single, and that's what Durham have to do here. Still loads of time, I think. The T20 cricket with 10 over cricket, 100 ball cricket, 50 overs is a long old time. It's the longest a professional cricket has to field in one session.
Yeah.
People forget that. It's 4-day cricket, you have it broken up. Around the wicket organ, Borthwick defending it. To cover for no run.
And Durham have got some. They've got some artillery in the bank. Hayden Mustard, Baz Deleda, Paul Coughlin. Still to come. There's some power hitters.
Borthwick's cutting that, but he just finds the hands of a very tall fielder. Backward point, Eddie Jack, who is in for Mohammed Abbas, celebrating being called up to the England Lions squad. Another one of those fast bowlers, young fast bowlers that Hampshire have got coming through, getting his chance in this competition, get his chance in an England shirt next week. Cut away and just goes underneath. It was an awkward one for a tall man at backward point. They come through for a single. Do you do much fielding at backward point, Harvey?
No. I used to field gully. I didn't have bad hands. I just couldn't get to it. That was the problem. If it came within the vicinity of the wingspan, I caught it. But any time I had to move, I was like Bambi on ice. It was useless.
It's a big old wingspan, isn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Organ's in. Ackerman is sweeping. He's a brilliant player, Ackerman. Just a single. Yes, the times have changed. These days, in T20 cricket, you'd be down at long on quite a lot. That's where they put their tall fielders with big hands.
Yeah, I was. My hands weren't too bad. It was just the body moving to get and the coordination to making sure that short strides followed long strides, followed short strides to pick the thing up. That was always a challenge for me, but actually hitting it towards me, didn't drop many. But no, backward point was not. I remember fielding one over against Adam Gilchrist, and this thing went through my legs before I even seen it. And I quickly changed to fine leg because it was like you go to like backward point because right and left hander, fine leg, and you come up.
His wheel down the hill, and Ackerman turns it into the leg side for no run, mid wicket. He's got his 4-day cap on. Does the fielding, still 88 for free.
I do remember, I think it was at Lord's down the slope when I've come from the nursery end. From fine leg into I think it was maybe second innings, and Gillies whacked this thing. It literally pitched just in front of me, went through my legs. I was like, fine leg, come on. I'm happy running. I'm happy running side to side. I ain't getting hit on this. It's just too hard.
He struck a ball fairly firmly, did Adam Gilchrist. In fairness, as Wiggle is in again, Ackerman is pushing it to mid off. They think about a single, but it was struck too firmly to Kyle Abbott, so they don't get a run. Yeah, the game's changed field positions. You can't hide anyone these days.
No, you can't. They're all athletes, and to be fair, even back then there were still athletes. I don't think it was as. I think the pace of it is obviously dramatically changed. I'm not sure the skill level and the ability has changed too much, because I think if players back then had trained that way.
Pulled by Ackerman. He doesn't quite get hold of it. I think it was a pull into his pads. It flicks up, gets a run down to find leg. No, it's a leg bite. He didn't get any bat on. He was trying to pull it. It was back of a length. It was there to be pulled, and had Ackerman got hold of it, I think that would have gone sailing. I don't think they're retirement houses over there.
No.
They look a little bit like retirement.
No, they're not retirement houses. There used to be tennis courts here. I grew up playing cricket here.
Okay.
So I played for Ashington, but not South Northumberland were in the league. Where we're sitting now, there used to be a wooden hut. There used to be a little indoor 2-lane bowling garden. It was like a garden shed. The pavilion's never changed. That's always been there. The house we can see on the right-hand side.
Around the wicket wheel to the left-handed Borthwick. He was cutting it away a little bit of outside edge when he struck it down past. There's a fielder down at third. Cannot cut it off. So a boundary for Scott Borthwick for more runs. So the Durham total, they move on to 93.
That's a good shot. That's the difference. Sam, Thorpe were talking earlier about the length you have to bowl, and especially with a left and right hand combination. That wasn't the line got it wrong, it was the length got it wrong to the batter.
Yeah.
That sort of back of a length to Colin Ackerman, he was hitting it straight back down the ground because he wants to play with a full face of the bat, where anything that length to Scott Borthwick, he's more comfortable playing horizontal. Just don't think Brad Wheel got his length right there.
Pushes it a little bit further up, but perhaps overcompensates, because that is a beautiful shot from Scott Borthwick. He's run down to the other end, but he's realised he's just watching that. He's leant into it, checked his cover drive in between cover and mid-off, back-to-back boundaries.
Yeah, and that as a bowler is always the frustrating part, because you know you've dragged the ball before down. I think if anything, I would encourage bowlers, if he's dragged it down, the next ball he's waiting for that full ball, then you have to go harder that short over a length and probably bowl the bouncer, because you've got 2 men back on the leg side.
Wheeling around the wicket, that's a better ball, and it just keeps a little bit low. I think Borthwick was expecting a little more bounce. It goes through to keeper Ben Brown to end of over number 23. Durham on 97 for 3. Scott Borthwick has 20. Colin Ackerman has 23.
Yeah, it's a lovely place to play, but back in the day when I was growing up, say 13, 14, 15 years old, the house over the far side, nice little balcony, and they used to have like a glass, it's like a greenhouse, like a gardener's greenhouse, where I'm sure it got smashed so many times. And the tennis courts at the far end of the field where Brad Wheel was bowling, they were all sort of grass tennis courts, hardcore grass tennis courts, and where the houses are, they used to be more clear court. There's probably 6 tennis courts run along that side. So South Northumberland sold all the land for housing and then redeveloped and built this beautiful indoor school that we're sitting in.
Yes, Felix Organ is in, and Ackerman is using his feet wonderfully. The Flamengo is out again. This time it's sailed over deep mid-wicket for 6. It's only just cleared the boundary. It's not a huge boundary, but that's the Durham 100 up, 103 for 3, and it just feels like Colin Ackerman and Scott Borthwick, whose partnership is now worth 47, are starting to get going. Yeah, well, I think Colin's been looking to do that for a few overs now. He's been hitting the ball down the ground quite nicely along the ground. And to be fair, I thought Nick Gubbins did a really good job. He brought the man from 45 up in the mid-wicket. Then Gubbins went himself into catching and basically said, we're going to block the easy single down the ground. So if you're going to go hard, you're going to have to go over aerial, and he's done that. It's good cricket, as they would say. Hit a 6 and then get on the back foot and just flick it into deep square leg. But this is the 6th over that Felix Organ has bowled. It's the first boundary he's gone through. He's
bowled really well. Yeah. No, he's bowled really well. I think he's held his length perfectly. He's bowled good pace, held his length, especially the lines and lengths of the right-handers is always difficult. Young bowler, windy conditions, straight across the ground, 2 experienced players, left and right. He's bowled nicely. Into Borthwick, he was on the back foot, jabbing it into a little bit of space actually, so the sweeper out. Deep mid-wicket has to make up 10-15 yards to his right. It was good work from Young. Fletcher Middleton out there keeps it to 2. And again, good work from Borthwick. Looking at the areas where there is a gap, it does run down. There is a little bit of a slope running down to the area. It's just the vacant mid-wicket area. Dot ball. I think those last couple of runs did bring up the 50 partnership, so 50 or 49 between these two. Big partnership for Durham. Big partnership for Durham. So if they can get themselves in a position to 28, 32 overs with these 2 at the wicket, going at 4.5, 5 and over. Not taking any risks as Borthwick bunts that straight at the skipper Nick Gubbins at cover. 50 overs is a hell of a long time. Colin Ackerman's going nicely. 30 is a 22 for Borthwick is a. I mean, it's been a hard score for Scott because he's been getting out between sort of 25 and 40 in this competition. Another single turned into the leg side. Yeah, he batted really well in that Somerset game. He was on the bright spots. He batted beautifully, and he hit one so hard. And Jack straight Leach, up mid-wicket, yeah. But it was hit so hard. Leach took it about 2 yards behind him. End of the over, 107 for 3. He did one as well. Was it the last game? I think it was the last game as well. Northampton game. Yeah, he was going nicely in the Northampton game. He's 42 not out. Durham cruising, and then he got a sort of length ball which he pulled to mid-wicket. And it was a good catch, but it was one of them ones where you go and just get your team over the line. Not only would it been a good confidence booster for Durham, but it would have been a good confidence booster for Scott Borthwick, because he's had a struggle in the championship, not got the runs he would like, hadn't played in the T20 Blast, and he's had some starts. He keeps getting, like I said before, he scores so far, scored 33, 35, 42. So he'll want a bigger score. Eddie Jack into the attack, just a couple of overs a little bit early on, and Borthwick runs that down to 3rd, let's be generous, picks up a single. Yeah, you just want that big one. How important is someone like him in this side, particularly for the young Durham players? Huge, massive. He's the senior player, he's the Red Bull captain, he's a cheeky chappy, larger than life. We know that on here. He did the majority of the Blast games with us in this chair, so he's looking at career afterwards as well. But he's an important figure in the dressing room. He really is. He sets the tone.
Here's Eddie Jack into Ackerman, who is defending. Yeah, and he put him in a small room and he's just bouncing around.
He does,
needs to pad the walls, I think, because he's just running around.
He came into my dressing room when he was really young, and I bounced him around the room a few times. But probably wouldn't get away with it now compared to what it was 20 years ago. It was a bit different 15 years ago when he first came in. But I mean, it's a wonderful character, lovely person. Cares.
He does.
Arguably cares too much, and that's sometimes to his detriment, because I think he lets things get to him a little bit. But a brilliant person.
Jack down the hill. Ackerman is defending, playing with that straight bat that Graham Onions was talking about a little bit earlier on. Yeah, he's almost on a constant Haribo drip, isn't he? Scott Borthwick. He's got that energy. No, keep him away from the Red Bull, whatever energy drink.
Got annoying after a while. I mean, you've got the racing post sitting, thinking about what's going to, how you're going to, do your money in the afternoon, and you've got him running around the dressing room. 15 years ago was always a challenge.
These days, that would be like a psychological test. It'd help you to boost your mental ability by being able to block out something like that. As Ackerman turns it straight to mid-wicket for no runs, so still 108 for free.
It was easier 15 years ago because I could grab him by the scruff of the neck and bounce him about 4 walls, or get him in the nets and bowl bounces at him. I can't do that. You can't touch anybody now, and there's no way I'm going to be. I mean, I bowl 45 mile an hour now, so I'm on the same pace as Paul Collingwood. So there's no way I'd be able to combat that energy that Scott Borthwick's got now. But he's infectious. He's brilliant for the dressing room, and I think he's been an excellent servant for this club. Now he's obviously come back.
The band is back together as Ackerman is driving that. Doesn't quite time it. Isn't able to get it past Nick Gubbins at cover, so he's still on 30, and he's got a crucial role today. Scott Borthwick now. Durham having lost those 3 early wickets. He and Colin Ackerman, 2 of the senior players in partnership.
It's about setting the platform now. They've got, and they're in. You take responsibility. As a senior player, you take responsibility. Don't leave it to somebody else. I can see this wicket being a very difficult wicket to start on, but once you get in, you can score.
Yeah, if we reassess, what do we reckon is a good score here?
I think anything over 250 is an in-game score. I think 250, 260, I think you can bowl to. I think if you bowl straight, put pressure on the batters. From a look, when you look at how Hampshire have gone about their job, the majority of the balls that have been difficult to score have been from straight, not actually full of length, not short of length. I think your lines have got to be. It's more lines than it is lengths on this surface. I think if you get your lines right, I think you've got a great challenge, a great chance of building pressure. And if you build pressure in the modern day game, the batter thinks, right, I've got to have a swing, I've got to have a go for it, and that's when you bring mistakes into play. So from that point of view, I think it's important that you bowl straight on this wicket to build some pressure.
Well, as you can see on screen, they're all having a drink halfway through this Durham innings. As a reminder, Nick Gubbins won the toss. He said to Durham, please will you go in and have a bat? And they made a bright start as well, Jones and McKinney. They were watchful, they took the measure of the pitch to put on 34, but Dom Kelly, one of Hampshire's young superstars, fresh off 5 for 2 days ago and a hat-trick. He came on first over, he bowled, he picked up the wicket of Michael Jones. Soon after, he had both openers, Ben McKinney fell, and Alex Lees has also been and gone for 14. So Durham were in a little bit of trouble really at 56 for free. Hampshire, having made that long trip up, probably the longest trip in county cricket actually, we're taking them some hours to get up. I think they probably left about 4 days ago to make it all the way up here, but 56 for free, they'd have been happy. But a partnership between Scott Borthwick and Colin Ackerman, 2 of Durham's senior pros, which is now worth 52 from 58 balls. Ackerman's got 30, Scott Borthwick has 24, makes it, I'd say, pretty even.
Yeah, I think so. I think the surface makes it pretty even. I think in the context of what normally 50 overs cricket is, you'd say Durham probably haven't got 20 runs behind. But I think if you bowl with good disciplines on this surface, I think I think consistently it's difficult to score. So if you can put the ball in the right areas, which Hampshire have done, I've been really impressed by the majority of the way they've played. I think the spinners bowl really nicely and holding everything to go. So this wind is making it very, very difficult. I've just had a text message off Neil Colleen, who was is complaining because he's more or less saying I didn't understand what the wind was like. because I never had anything other than up my back. So that's why he's got no hair. You know, he really has. You know, bowling into the wind for so long did Neil Killeen. Each strand just got blowing out at Chester Street as the years went by, and he was bowled when he was 15. So yeah, it's from a bowling point of view, it's a tough wind. It is a tough win, but I think Hampshire have done a really, really good job. I think Nick Gummins has done a really good job as captain. But I think having Ackerman there, so much Borthwick, but having Ackerman there, I think as a Durham fan, you'll be sitting there confident at home that Durham will get 250, 260. And I think if you got that on the board, scoreboard pressure might be, that could be a challenge second half. Because I think this is only, the wicket's only going to get more spin, and it's going to be more difficult to score on as the game goes on, because of obviously the wind's drying the pitch out and it's getting more and more, and get more assistance for turn.
Yeah, Ackerman is a brilliant player. What a signing he is for Durham. Has the ability to build innings, he gets the tempo, he knows what he needs to do, and can be quite explosive. Just a quick look at scores elsewhere. Down at Derby, Derbyshire 105 for 5, so they're in a bit of trouble against Kent, so them losing would be good news for Durham and Hampshire, as Organ is in to Borthwick, who turns it around the corner. They scramble through for a quick single. It was Ackerman's call. Direct hit, and Ben Brown says to Umps, no, you wait, you stay where you are, I'll put the bails back on. And down at Taunton also in this group, Worcestershire and Somerset, two of the other sides with 8 points. Worcestershire 116 for 4. So we'll keep a close eye on those, because they will make a difference for Durham potentially, and also for Hampshire. It's a really tight group, this.
They all play each other as well. Games that have got to play, they're all more or less, all that sort of middle group play each other. So when you look at trying to predict the table, Durham I think it has cost them the Middlesex game, being rained off, but they're still in their hands.
Organ around the wicket to the right-handed Ackerman, who has played a lovely shot. It was just over pitch, and there's that almost hockey shot, cover drive that's gone all the way along the floor for a boundary. Colin Ackerman moves on to 34.
Yeah, I think that's a bit of experience has just done the young off-spinner there. It was a little feint by Colin Ackerman. I'm not sure if Organ thought he's coming down the wicket here, so he's thrown it a little bit higher, taking all the pace off, and asked the batter to put the pace on it, and he's just done him in flight. That's a great shot.
Back to back boundaries, I think, from Ackerman. The fielder out there, Fletcher Middleton, is going to chase it. He's going to lose his cap in the chase, and he's not going to get there. This is good stuff from Colin Ackerman. They often say that drinks bring wickets, but right now it's bringing boundaries.
Boundaries, yeah, that's a great shot. I mean, any memo to any kid watching that, you get in a position early and then go with it, hit with it. What you find is a lot of players will try and bring the right shoulder in, and it goes straight, or it tends to go on the leg side. But there, he's just, full face of the bat and hit it through, the vacant cover area. Great shot.
Change of angle, comes over the wicket. They think about a single, half a mix-up. They hesitated in the middle. Scott Borthwick, is he going to have to go? Yes, he has. He's been given out. That is just what Durham didn't need. Both batters stand at either end and look at each other. The call was Borthwick's. It was behind square. They both went, and then they both stopped in the middle and almost had a chat, and they realised we better carry on running here, and Borthwick was short of his ground.
A little bit of hesitation right in the middle of the pitch. I might like to see that again in slow motion. Scott Borthwick thinks he's in, and I don't think the umpire wanted to give that. I think he's gone on player reaction. I think the umpire at square leg, Arafat's gone on player reaction, and his fingers gone up for the simple fact is I think the 2 or 3 fielders around him, big massive celebration. So a misjudge run single from Borthwick. You're right, Sam, he was the caller. He was the dominant figure in that partnership going to the striker's end, and that little hesitation in the middle has cost the Red Bull captain his wicket.
Yeah, it was a bit of a hesitation by Ashraf as well.
He stopped, didn't he?
He waited, and then he nodded as if he was saying, well, of course it's out. But I wasn't so sure. It's difficult in such a fast pace. What you have got to say is that it was the hesitation that did for Durham. Had they not hesitated,
they were comfortably
in. Yeah. So they were the architects of their own downfall. Scott Borthwick again has got a start in this competition. Hasn't quite been able to kick it on, and I said drinks bring boundaries a little bit too soon.
Yeah,
I'll take full responsibility for that hesitation.
Now Sam comes in. Gordon Mutchell's on holder, and he normally does that for us. He's normally the one that buys a wicket for the opposition by saying we're going nicely and everything's going rosy in the garden, but no, it's a wicket Durham didn't need. And one thing I will say is it was an excellent pick-up and throw, and it was a great take from Ben Brown behind the stumps, quick hands and taking the bails off. So yeah, well done to Hampshire.
Delayed it. Trying to tickle it into the leg side, it's just hit his pad and they're going to come back. No, they're just going to do it one leg by. So he still is yet to score. A lot resting on Colin Ackerman, which he won't mind. He won't feel that pressure. By the way, that was a lovely bit of batting analysis. I really enjoyed it. Just a couple of seconds ago before the wicket. I did want to say, I hate to tell you, mate, memos probably have gone out of the picture. It's all Instagram posts.
All Instagram,
for the kids. Another little tickle around the corner. I think it'll be a leg by. Ackerman is going to come back for 2. He's quick and he's comfortably back. A little bit of bat in that, didn't he?
Yeah, not many memos go around. Yeah, four children myself. It is Instagram. It is TikTok.
I'd love to think of that in the Harmison household. You just leaving memos in the morning. What did you leave in it? Typed out
It's
memos.
normally tidy up. Yeah, bring your plates back. Yeah, you've walked past that pizza block 4 times now.
Oh,
yeah,
don't get me started on that.
Yeah.
Well, they go out of their way. Like, it would have been easier to actually do the thing you wanted.
I don't know. I mean, I've got a daughter who the two of them, her and her boyfriend, I'll have a delivery, put the pizza box outside their door, and to get to the front door and the bathroom and wherever they need to get in the house, they must have to walk past it 5 or 6 times, and they still don't bring it down. And I'm like, I'm not asking you to put it outside in the bin. I'm just asking you physically bring it down. So it annoys Dad a lot, that does. So, but.
Welcome to episode 1 of Home Life with Harmy.
Oh, I tell you what, it's a bestseller, that. Some people wouldn't believe it. It's near madhouse I live in.
Here is Faz Deleda taking guard on a pitch he knows really well as well. Played some club cricket for South North last year. Had a really strong club scene as well. You'll know all about it. Harmy, I'll come to you a little bit further about it in a second. Eddie Jack down the hill. Bit of a rebuild to do. Deleda just whips the wrists, gets a bit of an outside edge down to Eklund at third, but picks up a single. Yeah, the North East Premier League is a serious league. Yeah,
it is. It's a strong league. Ashington faltered a bit at the weekend. They ended up with a draw, the second place. I think they're now behind Thorpe's Chester Street. Oh, they got beat. That shows you how much I've been taking interest in it. Burnmore are going to win the league comfortably with a lot of former Durham players, recent and of times of when I played.
Jackie's in. Pace off. Ackerman is equal to it. He's got it past backward point. It's going to be a great bit of work, actually, by Fletcher Middleton. I think that is. No, in fact, it's not. It's Toby Albert who's got his blue wheels on. He just puts the dive in and then does the scoop. Fielding in pairs these days.
It is massive, and especially the way they practice the fielding as well. So, yeah, the club scene's is strong. Ashington has had a decent season. We lost our overseas player. He got picked for the West Indies in the squad for the England series. Then he did his hamstring later in warm up, I think, during the 3rd test.
Straight back from Ackerman, just to mid-on.
So he's gone back to the Caribbean. So that season won't peter out, but I think the challenge went when the West Indies took Ashington's overseas. So I would imagine Burnmore will win the league. You look at other teams that are around, Newcastle United's very own Sean Longstaff, who I think had a brilliant football season last season, if you ask anybody apart from the fans, because he give him a little bit of stick. But he's played quite a bit for Tynemouth and done really, really well for Tynemouth in their first team.
Opens the face. It's Sean, just a single, out to Toby. He's exactly the kind of bowler you would imagine Sean Longstaff would be. He would just bowl you 10, 12 overs, take 2 for 30 every single week.
Yeah, absolutely. He was a good cricketer growing up, a very good junior cricketer, alongside his brother, Matty, who's now playing in, Canada, football.
Yeah, he
is. Two brilliant young lads who have come from the North East and done very, very well, loved their cricket, played football at a brilliantly high standard, and they've done well. To play at St James's Park as a Geordie, wow.
Jack is in. Mastaleda runs it down to Eklund at third for just a single. Yeah, they done so. There was a game. I think there are a few of the fans were going, well, we were being told all of last season that Sean Longstaff is really struggling with his ankle. Why is he bowling 15 overs in a game when no one else is bowling more than 6? But I love the fact.
Yeah, it was his right ankle. It wasn't his landing ankle. So
there you go.
Give them a chance. They should be allowed to play golf. Should be allowed to play cricket.
That's brilliant. It's absolutely wonderful to see. I love a few more to do a little bit of it. And here is Jack. Ackerman waits and plays with that lovely straight bat of his.
So yeah, I think the club scene's done. I think it's done brilliantly for Durham. We had John Windows during the T20 blast, talking to us in the studio about how they identify players. You know, we've got some, and it's good to see we're back in Northumberland, because Northumberland have been brilliant to Durham over the course of the years. Players have played a lot of cricket for Durham County Cricket Club, have come from north of Durham, come from from Northumberland, come from Scotland, come from over in Cumbria, North Yorkshire. So it's nice to bring this festival out and have people from Northumberland see what it's like to the professionals playing it, because it is a bit of a different game. The class is a lot higher, it's a lot better. The gulf between Premier League cricket and first class cricket is huge.
Change of bowling. Felix Organ, one off spinner, is out of the attack, and Tom Prest, another off spinner, is into it. 5 wickets in the competition so far. Hasn't bowled an awful lot across his career, but they obviously like the look of him. Nick Gubbins often bowls himself as a leg spinner as well. He's the skipper, but he's gone to the off spinner Prest. It's a little dab played by Delader. That's a nice shot. It's going to get him a couple. There's a fielder down there who cuts it off. By the way, we didn't give any credit to Kyle Abbott, who was involved in that run-up. It was his run-out. It was his run-out, his throw. Didn't mention him at all, and the reflexes there from Kyle Abbott at square leg. So 127 for 4. Durham find themselves. And I wonder, it's a slightly different debate, probably a wider debate for another day, as Press comes in around the wicket. Turn to Abbott, a square leg for no run. But actually, there's a lot of other counties where players come through private schools, and there's a lot of private schools around. But actually, that isn't so much the case up here, but that makes the club cricket. That's where these young lads learn to play, as that's defended into the offside for no run.
Yeah, a mixture. There's quite a few. There's quite a few that do come out of the private school. Newcastle School for Boys is just out the back. There's a couple of Durham Academy players in that at the moment.
Just a single, turned around to fine leg. Yeah.
Hayden's there. Young Mustard's there. Just Thorpe's in my ear here, and he's just said Colonel. And the look on my face, when to think that Philip Mustard went to private school is just, the horror. It was bad enough Colonel got to school. He was like me, terrible.
Pulled away, just back of a length from Tom Prest. That is going to bring a boundary. Just waited on that one. Colin Ackerman, maybe Prest thought he might use his feet and shimmy down towards him, but Ackerman sat back and pulled it away. End of the over, 132 for 4. Ackerman has 47 of them.
Yeah, the horror of Philip Mustard being. Can you imagine Colonel going to private school? Oh, wow.
It's the first time I've met him on comms of the week. I just love the fact that everyone, even if you don't know him, you just call him Colonel.
Yeah.
It's brilliant that that's carried around. I found myself, I called him Phil to start with, and therefore that doesn't sound right.
No,
feel right.
I don't even think it sounds right to Philip. I think if you shout at Philip, I don't even think Philip knows his first name. I don't even Philip knows that. But what a wonderful player, wonderful character. Oh, yeah. Hayden's a chip off the old block. But as talent goes, he's probably the most talented player I've played with at Durham, Philip.
Jackie's in to Delader, who's just defending it to mid on 28 overs gone. Well, I grew up watching my family from up around here, so we'd split my time between Somerset and up here, which is a weird Venn diagram of Newcastle season ticket holders and Somerset cricket fans. But decide with yourself and Phil Mustard and watching him when I was at uni at Durham. We used to pop along for the T20 nights, be really annoying.
He was unreal. Colonel was unreal. He was. As talent goes, naturally, he was. We could get him at count of 6. That was. That's all we needed him to do.
He's an umpire now.
Some boy, yeah.
He's got to do it a lot.
Yeah, I bet you there's a lot of 5-ball overs in Colonel's in the whatever games he plays.
But he was telling me about he's got a bit of Metro Bank action. He's trying to get on to the first class.
No, he's a good umpire. All I've heard is good reports out of him in the leagues. This colourful clown that we have. I spent 15 years in the dressing room with. The minute that they said Philip Mustard and Ian Blackwell turned their arm into umpire, and I could not stop laughing. I nearly fell off my chair. They didn't want to be on the field when we were playing, so can you imagine them being on a field all day? But they're very, very good, apparently.
Eddie Jack into Basileda, who drives it into the ground. Yeah, Blackwell often does a lot of Somerset games. I watched a game with Samit Patel was bowling, and those two were just having a laugh, like left arm spinner. And there were a few wides where you think, oh no, the left arm spinning umpire thinks, nah, just about get away with that. Samit was saying, that's not a wide, Blackie, come on.
I think the batter would have an optical illusion seeing them two coming towards him. I tell you what, I know I've put a bit of weight on since I finished retiring, but yeah, Thorpe, you're right. A solar eclipse coming with Patel and Blackwell at either at the same end.
Two wonderful cricketers,
unbelievable.
Eddie Jack down the hill to Deleda, who's defending. Yeah, people pigeonhole Blackwell as a slogger. He wasn't.
No.
That looked tiny in his hand, but he played wonderful.
No,
shots.
he was. The beauty about Blackie was Blackie was scared of the ball, and the faster you bowled, the more dangerous Blackie became. Because he was scared of the ball when he batted, he was so dangerous. Because, I mean, he just stayed leg side of the ball, and he crashed it. Bang! Looked to try and hit it for 6. Made sure it didn't come anywhere near his body. He was some boy. Was Blackie? He was a fantastic player.
Eddie Jack and Deleda driving. That's a lovely shot. It's beaten the dive of the fielder at cover, and it's going to bring Deleda his first boundary of the innings. He moves on to 936 for 4.
Yeah, just a slightly over pitch from Jack, just outside off stump. And I said before, Sam, it's the line. It's the line. The minute you go offline, you go that little bit wider of off stump, and it gives the batter a chance to get his hands free, whether it's on the front foot or square of the wicket. You've got to bowl straight on this surface. This surface, if you bowl straight, it's very difficult to score. You give a batter width like Deleda had there, and you just release the pressure a little bit.
There's the Yorker there, the lesser spotted Yorker these days.
Yes, yeah, and that was a lot better from Jack. He's bowled nicely. I think there's a lot riding on. He's not. There's a lot of. I wouldn't say. I think there's people out there who think he's the next thing to come through from a fast bowling point of view. He had an excellent under-19 World Cup. There's a lot of people talking about Eddie Jack being the next man in the Lions, and I think he has been picked in the Lions squad, but he'll probably tour with the Lions in the winter. So there's a lot thought of young Eddie Jack. So he has bowled nicely so far. He just overpitched slightly there.
Yeah, some exciting young fast bowlers. They get excited. I saw one yesterday, Noah Cornwall, left arm quick, as Tom Prest comes around the wicket, and Steve Harmison is going to make way. That's a lovely, deft little shot from Colin Ackerman. It's going to pick him up a couple, takes him to 49, and Simon Brown, Chubby, as apparently I have to call you by your nickname. It's lovely to meet you, lovely to have you up here. You stepped away from hospitality, I hear, for a couple of overs.
Yeah, as I thought I'd come and join and just come and see what's going on up here. Nice to see everybody again. Yeah, I think Harvey's right. Actually, it's the first time I've seen Jack bowl first time I've seen him bowl live. Actually, I like the look of what I've seen so far.
He's been impressive so far as Prest is in around the wicket. The off spinner bowling to Colin Ackerman, who picks up a single, and with that 1 run, he reaches 50. So a warm round of applause goes around this well-populated, densely populated Roseworth Terrace. Colin Ackerman, 50 off 49 balls. It's been fun to watch.
He played really nicely. Durham has just lost wickets just at the wrong time. Just a bit more of a partnership here for a while.
Around the wicket, and partnership is required. We had one, a 50 plus between Borthwick and Ackerman, and then we had a bit of dodgy running, and they took advantage. They get another single there, 140 for 4. This is Tom Prest's second over of off spin around the wicket to Ackerman. He's pulling that one. The fielding is done out there by Toby Albert. The youngsters running the boundary for Hampshire, and there's a few youngsters in this side, some highly talented youngsters though. Fletcher Middleton, love how his name is spelled as well. F-L-E-T-C-H-A, Fletcher. We'll see him bat a little bit later on. As Prest will probably also see bat as well, but he's bowling at the moment around the wicket. End of the over, 141 for 4, 30 overs. Simon Brown is going to stay on. I'm going to nip out, and Ash Thorpe is going to take over the commentary.
Thank you very much, mate. Chubby, how are you, mate?
Yeah, I'm very good, thank you. Very good. Been impressed with the slower bowlers in the Hampshire side here. I think that they came into the attack just at the right time, taking the pace off the ball. Durham struggled with the slower pace earlier on, Interesting, like I said, they've bought the probably the most, I think probably the most dangerous seam bowler that I've seen in their attack so far has come on now. Be interesting to see how this goes.
Jack is in. This one's cut away, but can't beat the man at backward point.
Just looking to bowl the ball hard into the pitch, and there's probably not a lot of help for bowlers trying to do that on this pitch. It's pretty slow. The weather's not been great leading up to this game, so I'd imagine it's fairly damp. But I think Harmy made the point in the previous over. You daren't pitch the ball up too far, because if you pitch it up and give it any width, the likelihood is it's going to go for a boundary. So bowling it back of a length is probably the way to go. But there's not a lot of help for the bowlers if you do that. It's kind of sticking in the pitch quite a lot.
Especially that length around the top of the stumps. Jack is trying to find there, and this one's a little bit over pitched, and Ackerman punches that down the ground and will run through for a single. Pushing himself under 52.
He'd probably get away with being a little bit fuller because he's so tall. Shorter bowlers, if you bang it in back of a length, then the likelihood is it might sit up and you may get hit. But taller bowlers like this, you can probably just get away with bowling just that little bit fuller. It's probably probably not a great comparison, but I remember years ago speaking to Curtly Ambrose, and when he said when he played at Perth, he almost had to bowl half volleys, or everything was just going to just be a dot ball basically.
Yeah, he struggled there, Curtly Ambrose. As Bastilletti comes in, I think he took 7 for 1 in a spell. I remember Jimmy Adams, a good friend of mine, driving around on a Jeep that he seemed to have won around the Wacker.
It was just, phenomenal bowler, full stop, Curtly. But in those conditions where the ball is bouncing, impossible to play forward to. I don't care what anybody says, you can't get forward to somebody like Curtly. And with the pace and bounce of somewhere like Perth, he can almost bowl half volleys, and it's still almost impossible to play forward to.
Slips in the keeper about 30 yards plus back. Delayed a check drive as that hits the bowler. Might have got. Well, he got plenty on it. It's going to go for at least 2, and Delayed is running beautifully there to get back for 3.
Yeah, really well.
And there's nobody backing up, and Ackerman wasn't aware. And to be fair, Delayed ran that quickly that he probably overshot the end there at the bowler's end, but that will have hurt the bowler right on the drumstick.
That must have been a pretty tough deflection there as well, because that was going straight to mid-off, and it's almost gone to the boundary. So yeah, the bowler's got a real heavy hand on that one. Yeah, that's going to smart.
Did you play much with Curtly at Northants?
Played a little bit. Yeah, I played a bit with him. Like I say, just incredible. In all forms of competition, he was just phenomenal.
This one's got width and he's chopped down and lucky not to drag that one back onto the stumps. Might have just run his hand across that one. Try and take the pace off there, Jack.
Curtly could just be really dangerous without ever getting out of second gear in county cricket. But I saw him on a few occasions when people sort of wound him up a little bit. And standing at mid-off, throwing the ball back to him was definitely the best place to be, because there was no way anybody was going to hit the ball there. Once he got his knees up and he started running in, it was fantastic to watch. But not from the other end.
Not with a bat in your hand as Jack comes in. This one's punched nicely by Ackerman out off the back foot. Just talking about to Fothers last week about his transition back from kind of minor counties into the first class scene. He said that they ran across Curtly at Northants and Dean Jones just happened to be in the side, and Curtly was still a little bit upset with Dean over the whole wristband thing from the MCG. And he said Dino played him all right, but he says I didn't really like it.
Yeah.
It was a big step up for a few of those boys.
A huge step, like you say. It's a step up going into playing it against good county bowlers, and then suddenly you're confronted by, like you say, arguably one of the best ever.
Yeah.
And just a physical phenomenon as well, Curtly. So I do remember the game actually. I think it was at Stockton, if I recall.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, you said that.
On a fairly slow, low pitch. So thankfully, Curtly wasn't going to hurt you too much. But it was just almost impossible to score of him. It was literally every ball. It was just like, how am I going to keep this out and try and score off somebody at the other end?
So I've got Tom Kelly's going to have another crack from the indoor school end. Picked up a couple of wickets. It's been a little bit erratic. A few wides and struggled a little bit with the left hand, right hand. And we're talking to Harmy about it. Not that he often bowled into the wind, Harmy, but just the blustery wind.
It is breezy. Yeah, it is breezy today. He bustles into the crease as well. He runs in really purposefully, and sometimes that doesn't always give you time to gather properly at the crease if you get there a bit too fast.
Especially going up the hill, you might feel like you're half a step away from hitting the crease. Right, as this one's got a thick outside edge and an attempted drive from Ackerman, you'll pick up a single down to third man.
Yeah.
How did you find the different ends? Did you actually prefer running up the hill to make you kind of charge in, or were you a downhill man all the way?
Probably when I was younger.
Yeah.
Bowling uphill helped. It just kind of helps put the brakes on a little bit.
Yeah.
As you get a bit older and a bit more experienced,
you ain't running up that hill.
No, I don't run up that. No, there was somebody younger could do that. But yeah, when you're younger, it definitely helps just to, like you say, just to help you put the brakes on and give you a chance to get into your bowling action properly.
Kelly's in again, and this one's right in the block hole, and Delida manages to get a thick outside edge and runs that one down to third man to pick up another single.
That's really nicely played, because a full ball that tight into the off stump is quite difficult to get any real sort of purpose on the ball to hit it with any sort of speed. He's played that really nicely, just opening the face, getting it down to third man. But sorry, just going back to what you were saying about the bowler there, I always used to find that as I was bowling, the last kind of 2 or 3 strides of my run up, I actually wanted them to be the same speed.
So just talking to Harmy there a little bit around, and there's a quick single there as the fielder just struggles to get that one out of his hands. He's got quite a few steps. He's got really short steps before his delivery stride, and I don't know whether that's a fact of he's just struggling with a bit of rhythm or...
Looks like it, definitely. Like I say, I always just like the last sort of 2 or 3 strides to be the same pace, just to give myself a chance to first of all get my head still, so I knew exactly I was approaching the crease nice and sort of calmly, if you like, at the right sort of speed. And once I did that and I felt like I got into the right sort of rhythm, then I felt like I knew exactly where I was going to bowl it. But running in too quickly, like I said, the bowler is just striving a bit here. You can see he's trying really hard, but just not like you say, not quite getting into his rhythm, I don't think.
And that brings up the 150 for Durham, 4 down. In the 32nd over, Bustalida is on 15 and Colin Ackerman continues to impress on 55. And what you want really is these two to still be in at that 40 over mark, where Durham can look to really drive home. But they've set this innings up quite nicely there. A good partnership between Borthwick and Ackerman. And now the 2 Dutchmen at the crease. And Ackerman drives this on the onside.
It was a beautiful shot.
It was almost Peterson-like, the old flamingo there, wasn't it?
It was. The ball just drifted into his pads there, and like you say, a couple of yards either side of the field, and the likelihood is that would have been 4. It was beautifully struck.
No doubt. That ends over number 32, as we said, 150 on the board, 4 wickets down. Colin Ackerman on 55 and Bustalida on 15. On a beautiful day here, Roseworth Terrace, a little bit blustery if we're really, really picky, but we'll take it after some of the weather we've had earlier in this year. That is for sure. It's dry. The pitch is in good condition. I'm going to have Kyle Abbott back in, as I think Hampshire, just what we're talking about there, Durham getting a partnership together here. They want to break this partnership and see the back of one of these two.
Yeah, it's good thinking. Yeah, just change it up. Hampshire got plenty of bowlers. They've got plenty of options.
Yeah, they have.
What you don't want is to get towards the back end of the innings and find out that your best bowlers have still got overs to bowl.
And they'll probably bowl Abbott for maybe 2 overs or 3 overs here and give them a couple at the death. So it's an important phase of the game here for Durham, as they can see the experienced South African off. Just milk him, really. Pick up 3 or 4 and over. As Abbott comes in now, and Delida very watchfully allows that one through to the keeper. Probably recognising, as we're talking about, that this is an important phase of the game.
Yeah, it's like you said, having a strategy that says, okay, with the more experience and the best bowlers have come back on, now's a really important time not to lose any more wickets. If it does mean, as you said, if the run rate starts to slow a little bit for a few overs, so be it, that's fine. What you don't want to do is end up, 150 for 4 now. If that ends up being 160 for 6, that's a very different position.
Absolutely. Abbott charging in, and Delida just tries to get a drive on that one. I've just got a message from Andy Fothinger. We must have popped up on the screen there. And he says, I'm sure Chubby had that T-shirt when we went to Zimbabwe in 1992. Father's brilliant. Love it.
Yeah. He might be right. I don't know.
We won't talk any more about Kirtley, mate. We'll keep you safe. We'll keep you safe. But it's good to know that we've got some ex-players listening. And I know Mark Stoneman often tunes in to listen to us babble on and watch some cricket. Abbott is in again. And Delida's bowled back through the gate. Kyle Abbott picks up a big wicket. Bustalida just playing that one a little bit too early, losing his hands. And that one knocks back the off stump. Durham 150 for 5.
Yeah, just pushed through it, didn't he? I think, like you said before, the pitch is quite slow. It just looked like he actually got through his shot a little bit before, and there might even have been a little bit of an inside edge, perhaps. But good ball and change. Fair play to the Hampshire skippers. Good tactics from Hampshire to bring their senior bowler back on. Durham really need to consolidate now, make sure that they get through the next few overs without any sort of real disasters.
So Pastelletti goes, bowled by Abbott for 15, Durham 150 for 5. Ackerman, the not-out batsman, on 55, is going to be joined by young Hayden Mustard, who, as we said, actually still enrolled at school just over the road at Newcastle School for Boys. And it's an important innings for the young man. He's got plenty of time to get himself in, but he needs to support Ackerman and ensure that Durham have that platform to launch in the last, well, it might even be only the last 5 overs, depending on how many wickets are left in hand.
Great opportunity for a young player coming in, like you said, batting with somebody with a lot more experience, who's established and been in, and obviously got 50 odd now, and time to bat as well.
Yeah,
another 18 overs still to go in the innings. If you can sort of bat for some or the majority of those, it's just a fantastic experience. So let's see how he goes. It'll be tough because, like I say, obviously Hampshire just brought the main weapon back on. He's just got to try and, like you say, just navigate these next few overs.
I'm surprised I haven't got a slip in place unless they just think that it's not going to go there. But they've got all the fielders in the circle. They've got a backward point, a point, a cover, and a mid-off, mid-on and square leg. Sorry, mid-wicket, all in the circle. And Mustard solidly forward and
nice
punches
shot.
that.
Nice positive start.
I'm not sure he carries any baggage, a bit like his dad. Just plays everything, his whole life, one ball at a time, I reckon.
Yeah, Colonel was renowned for that, wasn't he? And like you said, just fantastic ability as well. So I haven't seen a lot of his son play, to be honest. But in terms of a positive start, just from the first ball he's faced there, that was really nice.
He moved into that one nicely, Kyle Abbott. No doubt, take note of that. This one's right on the money, and again defended nicely and positively by young Mustard.
Yeah. So
you're here today, show on a bit more of a social capacity.
Yeah, I am. I'm a guest of one of our. Well, actually, a chap who looks after my pensions, thankfully. So I'm afraid I have reached that age where these things are important. So yes, I've been to the last 2 or 3 of these here. Actually, they're always a really good event.
They are.
It's really nice to come and play the games here. Hopefully this one goes a bit further. The last couple of games.
Yeah, the last couple haven't been great.
So good.
Losing the toss and pretty much that being the game. As we've been knocked over pretty cheaply a couple of times. As that one's defended again nicely by Mustard. That ends an excellent over from Abbott. A wicket maiden.
Yeah, he bowled
Durham 150
really
for
well.
5.
Every ball on the money there, wasn't it? It's just what you want, like you say, from your senior bowlers.
Probably the perfect wicket for him to bowl on. He knows, I mean, he's been around the block a long time, but he knows if he runs in and bowls probably 80% of what he needs to, he can hit a good area and cause trouble.
Just ball straight. Keep the ball, like you say. If the batsman misses, you hit. That's the key thing when it's like this. I always thought in one-day cricket, I know there's a temptation to be defensive, but I think you've always got to put yourself in a position where you can get somebody out. Otherwise, there's only one winner. I was just thinking when the off-spinner bowled the previous over from this end before they brought the seamers back on, bowling around the wickets. It was clear that they were sort of quite happy just to let the batsman get a run of ball on the leg side. I never liked that. I mean, I appreciate in 20 over cricket you have to do that at times, but in 50 over cricket I've never been a fan of letting somebody score a run of ball unless you're getting right down to the death of the innings. And 6 and overs is reasonable, but at this stage I'll be really trying to tighten the screw and just not let anybody get a run if possible.
Kelly is in again, and this one's run down to third man by Ackerman. And they always say that, don't it, the old adage of whacking 2 onto the wickets column, and Durham,
definitely.
like you said, at 160 for 6 is a very different score as 150 for 5 or 4 as it was at the time. And that just stops the momentum as that partnership builds and the 2 batters become more comfortable. And
you need the batters coming in, like you said, to recognise that you've got a senior batsman in who's established and play around them. Make sure that you support them, try and give them as much of the strike as you can. Easier said than done, but let's see how young Mustard goes with that.
So Kelly to Mustard, and this is picked up. And he's hit it into the wind, but it has gone 1 bounce for 4. I was a little bit nervous there as that went up. Initially I thought it was 6 off the bat. And then the wind has definitely held that one up, but it's gone 1 bounce for 4. And thankfully, Kyle Abbott, I'm not sure, picked that one up very early at all.
Yeah, if fine leg had been a bit squarer, that was really a catching opportunity. But it's interesting what you said about sort of Mustard's approach to the game. That was just balls there on my legs. I've got to hit it. I've got to hit it. Yeah. No thought about, shall I just push this down to fine leg for one? No, I'm just gonna whip it off my pads. And it could have quite easily been 6 as well.
Yeah.
Like you said, the wind just caught it, I think.
Mustard off the mark with that boundary. And this one's defended out into the offside. Thinks about a single. Ackerman not so. Anchored at this end. Already had the one mix-up between himself and Borthwick, which has ended a really good partnership between the pair.
Yeah, a real shame. Durham was just starting to get on top there as well. It happens so often, doesn't it, in this type of cricket as well, though. You get a partnership together, you lose a wicket, then you lose another one, and then suddenly the game changes and the momentum just comes away from the batting team.
And Mustard this time does call Ackerman through, and they'll get through comfortably for a single. So much so that they even think about coming back for a second. But they'll just settle for the single. But it was, nice soft hands, wasn't it?
Yeah,
played it late.
Yeah, good skills again. You don't hear about the batsman taking the pace off the ball that often, but just being able to sort of drop it and run to keep the scoreboard ticking over, that's really important as well. That was really nice skills there.
Just keeps that scoreboard ticking over without taking risks, which I think is what Durham need to do right now. 156 now for 5. Ackerman tucks this away out into the leg side, and they'll race through for a single. That's good batting from the Durham pair, keeping the scoreboard ticking over. 157 now for 5. Ackerman moves on to 57 and Mustard on 5.
I always thought Steve Rhodes at Worcester was really good at that. You had sort of Graham Hick and Tom Moody, who you just daren't pitch the ball up to because they were just blasted back past you, and you'd bowl the ball in the same sort of place. And Steve Rhodes would just drop the ball at his feet or just nudge it around the corner.
Get them on strike.
And suddenly he's got 20 or 30 without playing a shot in anger. And like you say, you end up spending a lot of time bowling at the likes of Hick and Moody and some of their other sort of star batters, if you like. And I thought he was a great foil to them and really frustrating to bowl at. He used to drive me mad.
Wicket keepers.
Typical keeper. Yeah, typical keeper. Yeah. Yeah, but I always thought he had a really good game plan. I liked the way he played.
You can see a similar annoyance factor from Mustard in this innings.
Yeah.
Because he's like his dad, he is annoying as well. Yeah. In the most positive of ways, as Abbott comes in. And this one's cut away by Ackerman, but he can't beat Middleton at point. No run, he'd be disappointed there, Ackerman.
He plays that well, doesn't he? It's almost a cut off the front foot. It's a
square slap, isn't it?
It does,
fast hands.
It's it very well square on the offside like that. Like I said, there's not a lot of pace in the pitch to get the ball through there.
Yeah, I think on a quicker pitch, he's probably trying to beat him by about 5 or 6 yards to his left.
Yeah, definitely.
But just that length, just holding up a little bit in this pitch here at Roseworth Terrace. He comes in again and right on the money. A bit of mutual respect there, I think, a nod from each of them. Yeah, well bowled and well played.
Yeah.
Jeffrey Boycott would definitely approve of that cricket.
I'm not sure where Jeffrey would have featured in this type of cricket, to be honest with you.
He'd be on about 25 not out, I reckon. They did back in them days, though. 200 was a good score, wasn't it? In the old 60 over games. And I remember growing up, 230, watching the old World Series cricket back home. 230, you're in with a good chance.
Yeah.
So Abbott comes in and beats the outside edge.
Yeah.
Ackerman a bit disappointed. Practices a leave, but that's a good challenging delivery. Probably his effort ball there, you would say, as that one flies through to Brown.
Yeah, it's ball well. No, talk about the introduction of 40 over cricket. I'm going back a long time ago, before my time as well. But remember Norman Gifford, who was coach at Durham. I'm sure Giff was at Worcester at the time, and I forget who they played against. But the opposition batted first and got 180 in 40 overs, and the Worcestershire captain said, "Just go out and get some batting practice. We'll never get that many." And that was the approach in the 40 over game. Honestly, like I say, I'm going back a long time now.
This one's short, and this is cut away, but can't beat the man at backward point. Just frustrates Ackerman a little bit there, you can see by his body language.
I think those were the days when the definition of a successful season for Worcester was not losing to Warwickshire. The rest of the games were kind of almost paled into insignificance. But yeah, that was certainly the mentality of 40 over cricket when it was first brought in, and crikey how it's changed.
Oh, wow. See some of these T20 scores from the IPL are getting 250, 260 and them getting knocked off. And
The skill level's incredible now, absolutely incredible. We're seeing some of it today as well, like you say, albeit that the pitch is not particularly conducive to outrageous shot play. But it does challenge your skills, like you say, take the pace off the ball, manipulate it around. Bowlers have got to think a little bit differently because you can't just whack the ball in bat of a length because you won't get anything out of a pitch like this to do that. As we mentioned earlier on, the conditions are quite blustery as well, so that does come into it as well.
Absolutely. Kyle Abbott just about to finish his 7th over. Be interesting to see if they do go with him 2 or 3 at the death. I think now, I know if I was captain, I'd be trying to get one more out of him to try and pick up another wicket and try and break this Durham batting line-up open. Ackerman defends. Again, with the utmost respect, out into the offside. That ends the over. 157 for 5. Mustard on 5 and Ackerman on 57.
I'd almost be tempted to say to Abbott, if
Mustard's
on
strike,
come and have another one. See if you can knock over the new batsman. If he's not, then like you say, we'll just keep the others back. I think if I was captain, that's probably what I'll be thinking. It looks like they're having a bit of a chat.
Yeah, if we can get Ross to maybe jump onto where the wicket keeper is up there on the up high. There is a little discussion going on at the far end of the ground between wicket-keeper, bowler and captain as to how we go here. Ross, I hope you're all right up there, mate, if you can hear us. It's a big blustery day and he's up at the top of the scaffolding, mate, doing a brilliant job up there. Bringing some great pictures here from South Northumberland Cricket Club.
It's always handy when you've got options as a captain at the end of the innings as well. If you've got 3 or 4 bowlers who can bowl at the death for you, it just makes it so much easier as you're trying to rotate them.
Kelly in, and this done defended by Mustard. Yeah, even that 1 or 2 overs from the part-time off spinner just gives you as a captain that so much breathing room.
So when you were batting when it was windy like this, would you consciously look, if you were going to try and go over the ropes? Yeah. Consciously look to see which way's the wind blowing? Yeah. How am I going to do this?
100%. Yeah. And you looked at the one that Mustard hit there. He hit that probably as well as he could hit a ball, and it was 1 bounce 4.
Yeah.
If he'd have hit that,
huge boundary either.
If he'd have hit that the other way, that's probably 20 metres over the boundary. Especially with a wind like today, yeah, for sure. This one's wide, and Mustard can't quite time that one. It's a bit of ugly cricket there from everybody involved.
I think the bowler's just tried to bowl a slow ball and run his fingers down the side. It's not quite come out right. And like I say, he's just dragged it down and bowled it wide. And Mustard's almost put his back out trying to hit it. He's just cuffed it into the ground. So it goes down as a dot ball in the book.
It will do. Yeah, we move on.
Yeah, if I was bowling, I would take it.
Absolutely.
I'd probably have a bit of a chuckle and walk back.
And that's bowled him through the gate, and Kelly picks up another. He's got 3. Mustard goes for 5, and Durham in a little bit of a hole. 157 now for 6.
I suspect he ran his fingers over that one as well, because it looked like it's just nipped back in. Mustard was looking to push the ball through the offside towards sort of mid-off, even towards sort of extra cover, and it looks like he's just pushed through it, and it's clipped off stump on the way through. So again, fair play to the bowlers. They've got the ball in the right areas. They bowl at the stumps a lot, which I know I kind of repeat myself a little bit, but I do think you've got to bowl as straight as you possibly can in this type of cricket. You've got to give yourself a chance of hitting the stumps.
So Mustard goes. Kelly picks up another. Probably not his most fluent day's work, but he's got a few wickets in the bag.
Yeah, he's bowled okay here, hasn't he? He's tried hard. Like you said, difficult conditions when it's blustery. It's not much fun bowling when it's like this.
Sometimes you get your rewards, don't you, when you try hard. Some days you just get nothing, but today he's picked up a few, and Paul Coughlin comes to the crease. We've had a bit of laugh with Coggers after his last innings at the Riverside, where he used every part of his bat possible in about a 4 or 5 not out. I think he got dropped 3 times, but he managed to get Durham over the line in that game against Worcestershire at the Riverside. Sorry, it wasn't Worcestershire. Who was it? Oh, I can't even think now.
Can't think. Not sure who it was.
It was Northants, wasn't it?
Was it?
Yes,
it was
Northants.
Northants, right.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Northants, yeah. Yeah, there was inside edge, there was leading edge, there was handle, there was back of the bat.
Yeah.
But he survived, and what we now need is Paul Coughlin to build a partnership here with Colin Ackerman. From a Hampshire point of view, they've done brilliantly there. Just when Durham were on the verge of looking to accelerate, they've picked up 2 wickets. The only shining light at the moment for Durham is Colin Ackerman, still there on 57, not out. As Kelly comes in again, and Coughlin defends beautifully off the middle of the bat.
Yeah.
Use the right part this time, Coggers. Well done, mate.
It can't be easy when you're still having sleepless nights about that caught and bowled.
Oh, yeah. Flashbacks.
I've never seen a catch like that. I can honestly say I've watched the replay so many times. Just I've never seen anything like that. It was a lifesaver, literally.
Yeah. Definitely saved the trip to the dentist and maybe the neurosurgeon and whoever else.
Yeah.
But he clung onto it. It was crucial in that game as well at Lancashire. And Coghlan, like he's in the form of his life, jumped straight onto the front foot. Yeah.
Very, very relaxed couple of forward defensives there.
Beautiful from the big fella.
Yeah.
157 for 6.
So this is where I'd definitely be saying to
one more.
Abbott, regardless of who's on strike.
Yeah.
Because if you can pick up either of these two, we're right in. So I would definitely give him another over now.
Coghlan gets off the mark as he punches that one to backward point, and Tom Press unable to collect that one in. Coghlan's away, he moves under 1. 158 for 6. Ackerman's still there on 57. 36 done now. You keep coming back onto this camera every time I put my sunnies on, and I promise you I'm not posing, but it's really glary from where we're sat. Really glary. But it isn't, like you say, if the wind wasn't here, it'd be a really, really hot day.
Yeah. I suspect there might be some fairly burnt people later on today without realising just how warm it is with the sun, with the wind blowing.
I'm blaming Stevie. Stevie must be on the mix there. I even tried a vegetarian Scotch egg he forced on me. And don't tell anybody, but it was actually quite nice.
Yeah, I'll not sorry. No, the ground looks a picture, doesn't it?
It's beautiful,
really
mate.
Yeah,
the
really
outfield's in great nick, and the square's gorgeous. Abbott in again, and he does get his 8th over. Coghlan defends that one nicely on the front foot. Yeah, the hospitality just down to our left, so it might sound a little bit rowdy, because it is. And they're having a great afternoon. There's some good food and good drink, and no doubt a story or two being shared amongst the group.
There's pretty much every financial services institution in the northeast being represented here today, so I can't imagine there's an awful lot of deals being done this afternoon.
Neil Colleen says, I thought you were auditioning for the next Top Gun. I'm not sure I'm fitting into the pilot seat, mate, to be honest with you. But good to know you're listening in and watching. You need to be worrying about your Manchester originals, mate. As Kyle Abbott comes in again. And Coghlan tries to run this to third man, but that nearly clips the front pad on the way through. Half interested Ben Brown behind the stumps. And I saw Killer's boys at work. They bowled very well the other day, and I thought they were all set for a victory down at Leeds, and the Northern Superchargers over the Manchester Originals. And not sure if you've seen it, but Phil Salt got run out when his foot was nearly past the stumps, but hadn't grounded his butt.
Oh, right.
And that definitely cost them the chocolates on that night. Abbott in again, and Coghlan drives, gets a thick outside edge, but can't beat Tom Prest in the backward point region. I think Durham know here that if they can sit on Abbott for this over, he's not going to come back probably right till the very end.
Yeah, I agree. You just got to be careful not to get too loose here. Just looking to try and push the ball through the offside. And, we saw with the last wicket, it's easy because the pitch is slow. It's easy just to push through it too early. Just want to see this over out. If you manage to get a single, great, get on the other end.
Yeah. And Coghlan solidly again
Solid.
on the front foot.
Yeah, it's solid. Good, sensible cricket.
And to be fair, if Coghlan himself, he can bat for the next 5 or 6 overs. He's a dangerous batter at the back end of the innings, and you've got the likes of Neil Wagner to come, who's more than a handy left-hander. Drizzle and Hogg also in the sheds.
Now, like you say, we're joking about the introduction of limited overs cricket earlier on, but it's the part of the game that it just has improved so much. Some of the skill level is incredible.
And Coghlan punches that one nicely off the back foot. Gubbins gets a left hand to it, and he'll pick up a single and get down the other end.
So a few years ago now, I was chatting to Derek Randall, and he was just one of the best fielders who's ever played. And I don't think he realised how good a batsman he was as well, to be fair.
Yeah.
But everybody's like Derek Randall in the field now. You know, there aren't any of the lads who can't field or aren't very good fielders. Really good athletes. When I was down at the Riverside, probably a couple of years ago now, I got there just as the lads were finishing doing some of their physical training, and just really good athletes as well.
Ackerman drives this one straight but can't beat mid-off. And that'll end Kyle Abbott's 8th over. And maybe his short spell there was important as he came back and picked up the wicket of Bustaleda. Durham 159 for 6, Ackerman on 57, Coghlan on 2. And that is something that the kids are looked at now. I know that John Windows, and it was definitely drummed into him by Jeff Cook, as even looking at what people's parents look like and think like, going to think, oh, I want to meet your parents, and he's sizing them up, Jeff Cook, and John looks at the athletic side of it, because you can turn an athlete into a cricketer, but it's very hard to turn a cricketer into an athlete. And we're going to see a bit of spin from Felix Organ.
I thought we might just see a bit more slow stuff introduced now. I wouldn't be surprised if you see from both ends, actually. I think I probably would, if I was skipper, just to try and get through these next few overs.
Yeah.
If you can get 4 or 5 overs quickly.
Just try and sneak through a few.
Definitely. Just take the impetus away. Durham just need to be mindful here. They need to get the scoreboard ticking over again now.
Simon Brown 2-step approach at the back end. The batter's not looking, it doesn't matter, I'm bowling anyway.
I'll start off from the same place every time.
As Organ comes in, this one's driven back to him by Paul Coghlan. See, I don't need the sunnies now. I've got a bit of cloud around. 159 for 6. This one's over-pitched, and Coghlan can't beat mid-off, but will absolutely race through, and there's no chance. I think every time Paul Coghlan's looking to run, throw the other end.
Yeah, he's quick, isn't he?
He's absolutely rapid. Just going to see if Ross is all right there. The camera was jumping up and down a bit. Hopefully the natives aren't getting restless underneath him and starting to shake his little platform. That might be me later, actually. Organ in again. And this one is tucked off the hip by Ackerman nicely. Out into the deep. He's under 58, 161 for 6. In the 38th over. Coghlan finds a gap again on the leg side.
Played.
This is good batting from the Durham pair.
Nicely played.
Just keep that scoreboard ticking over and set up that platform for the end. Don't want to be being bowled out short of your allocation here.
You got to use me. Just eke them out, but you got to make sure you use what you've got, don't you? Mid-off going back to long off now, and extra cover coming in off the boundary.
Interesting one. Might have felt that Ackerman was maybe just looking to go downtown.
Maybe,
against the spin. Been quite hard to hit through the offside. This one's defended nicely. I think he's bowled a really nice length here, the off spin, and good pace.
Yeah. He's not been frightened to get the ball outside off stump as well. It's really nice. It's just tempting to fire it in at the pads all the time.
Just taking his time in between balls, making sure everything's okay. Comes in now, and Ackerman goes back and cuts, and there's a huge appeal. Umpire Lloyd is not interested. Keeper and bowler were very interested there. I'm not going to lie, my heart sunk just a little bit.
I almost thought they were appealing for a caught behind, and then I saw the ball on the floor.
Yeah.
Because it looked from the shot, it's the type of thing that you might have nicked, but I can only presume it did keep a bit low. I can only presume there might be an appealing for LB, but
Ackerman survives. He's on 58. Durham 162 for 6, and thankfully from a Durham point of view, he is still there. Coghlan on 4. 38 overs done, and that does bring a change of bowling, as I think Big Eddie Jack is going to come back and have a bowl from the far end. Paul Coghlan on strike, and this one thumps into his pad and trickles away out into square leg. And Felix Organ does the fielding and pick up a leg by. Umpire Ashraf now signals.
I've been impressed with what I've seen from Organ in here. I'd like to watch him bowl in a 4-day game when there's a bit of help, when there's a bit of rough to bowl into as well. I like the speedy balls.
It's attacking, isn't it?
Yeah, It is, very much so. But I'd like to see it, like I say, when there was a little bit of help for him as well, see how he bowls, possibly with men round the bat.
Exciting talent. And Ackerman slaps this one away to the sweeper's right-hand side, but he's unable to get back for a second run. As there's again a bit of confusion, but excellent fielding. Got rid of the ball quickly there, did Middleton.
Yeah, strong flat throw back into the keeper as well. The batsman wouldn't have got there.
It's with the wind as well. Just a little bit of a chat between the two batsmen, just to settle that down. That's okay. That's a good call. We're still here. Let's keep moving forward. Last thing Durham needs is one of these two to be run out now. 164 for 6.
Still a lot of balls to go in this innings. There's a lot you can do from this.
Coghlan punches this one as he stands up off the back foot. Unable to beat Nick Gubbins in the covers. This is good captaincy as well. I like this. There's 4 men in the circle on the offside. 2 on the leg side. So he's got 1 more than he needs to before the next power play, where he can, after the completion,
just
the
keep
39th
squeezing.
over.
Keep squeezing.
Just keep Coghlan on strike.
Yeah, keep the new batsman down there. Yeah.
Keep him a bit frustrated. Keep Ackerman off strike as well is just as important. He'll lose his rhythm. And Coghlan drives and clears mid off. That's a good shot as he extends his hands through the ball. The bowler gets a round of applause from his captain, but Paul Coghlan gets a round of applause from the crowd. So he moves on to 8 and Durham on to 168.
Yeah, just a little bit too full. Wasn't that bad, but brave enough to go over the top from Coghlan. One thing I do like about Coghlan, I've not seen him bat a lot, but he plays the ball nice and close to himself. Yeah, he doesn't get his hands out too far. It's probably commentator's curse, mind. But that last shot, he played it right under his nose, which is really important when it's a difficult pitch to time the ball on.
This one's driven nicely towards mid-on, where he races through for another single. It's excellent batting from Coghlan, picking up the boundary, then picking up a run.
Yeah.
That just eases the pressure on the scoreboard as Durham move on. 269 for 6.
I see what you mean about him being quick between the stumps. He nearly caught up with the ball.
Yeah, he's rapid. Incredible athlete.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, it was really good cricket. Really good cricket.
Young Jack, impressive, isn't he? Good physique on him for a fast bowler.
Yeah.
Comes in and Ackerman. Oh, he manages to induce a misfield out of the man at mid-wicket. I think Coghlan was looking for 2.
Maybe just in the wicket ends there, I think. Fielder's just been a bit unlucky. The ball's bounced in front of him.
Yeah.
I might be doing him a favour there.
You have there. There's no wicket ends there, mate.
I was just being kind.
Yeah. Too much of a nice bloke.
Yeah, he's just missed it.
He's ringing his hand as well there. There's no way that was hit with any power whatsoever. But he's actually going to come out of the attack now, Organ. He's still got a couple left. They might keep him for a few at the death.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah.
Not against bowling the slow bowlers if they have that control at the end.
Yeah.
And Brad Wheel is going to come back into the attack in front of all the hospitality here in the indoor school. Not being used for cricket, but being used for a brilliant social occasion here. 500 people in there, tables galore.
Always really well supported, this, isn't it?
It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's always really well done.
Absolutely fantastic event. As Wheel comes in, and Ackerman just defends this one out into the leg side for no run. Yeah, like you say, corporate-wise, I mean, Tom Seymour, who runs the kind of the corporate and the commercial side at Durham, this is his home club, so he's definitely invested in getting good support for this day and just ensuring that cricket at outgrounds can continue.
Yeah.
But it's and John Ruddock, the guy who runs South Northumberland Cricket Club's doing a brilliant job.
Yeah.
I'll just tell you what he was doing a moment ago. This one, a bit of bounce there from Whelan, it's defended. Back. So John Ruddock does a fantastic job running this facility, and he was just seeing him downstairs. He had a pair of gloves on. He says, I've just got a call saying one of the toilets was blocked, so he's had to go and unblock a toilet.
Yeah.
And that's the kind of things that when you run a cricket club,
at the sharp end.
Yeah. You do everything from putting the bins out to watching your first team run around the joint. But yeah, well done, John. And this one's pulled away. It's going to take some stopping out there in the deep, which Middleton does very well out there in the deep.
Yeah.
And in fact keeps it down to a single.
Brilliant,
He's done very well out
fielder.
there.
Yeah, really quick to the ball and got back up. Off he ended up sliding but got back up onto his feet and got rid of the ball really quickly. That was really good fielding.
171 for 6.
I always used to really enjoy playing at the outgrounds.
Yeah.
Just nice to say. I mean, that is beautiful county grounds as well, but it's really nice to go out and see different places, and nice when the crowd's a bit closer to you as well.
Yeah, it
Good
just
good
changes the atmosphere, doesn't it? Totally. This one's defended by Coglan. Just saying, we probably get a similar sized crowd, if not a little bit more at the Riverside, but the actual fact that you're right on top of it, it's just...
Yeah.
And it's nice from a playing point of view as well, isn't it? To feel that energy from the crowd and just to have that vibe.
There were some grounds were nicer than others, I have to say. Ilford, down at Essex on a Sunday afternoon, when the West Ham fans had nothing better to do. That wasn't always the friendliest place to play. Yeah, they were quite close to you as well.
The wheel is in again, and this one is down the leg side, quite close to the leg stump there from Coglan as he got across, but Ben Brown has a bit of a wrestle with that one, but stops it going for 4. 172 for 6 as a wide is called there by umpire Lloyd. Favourite outground that you've been to?
Oh, crap, that's a really good call. Tunbridge was lovely. Cheltenham was beautiful. Cheltenham Festival was always really good. Really good. And always bizarre scores at Cheltenham, not just the games that we played in, just other games as well.
And Coglan again drives over mid-off, and that'll go 1 bounce for 4. Glorious shot from Coglan, hitting on the up. 176. I'm talking. See, I bring a cricket question into the commentary box, asking Simon Brown what his favourite outgrounds are, and the big goon behind me is just talking about where the biggest wine bar is. And no, he's right, to be fair. That definitely gets factored into where the best outgrounds are.
It was just a really good, fun place to play, but like you said, the pitch there was really good as well. So bouncy used to go through. It was a really good cricket wicket.
176 now for 6. And this one is into the pitch hard, and Coglan knocks that down to third man, and will pick up another single. And moves on to 14, the score under 177 now for 6. Ackerman on 61.
There's a fantastic picture in the clubhouse at Cheltenham where Courtney Walsh is bowling to Graham Gooch, and there's literally nobody in front of square. Everybody's in the slip cordon, while Courtney's literally just in his delivery stride as well. It's brilliant.
Wow.
But like I say, that's just the way the pitch was. It was quite hard and bouncy. It was just really, really good place to play.
.177 for 6. Big phase of the game now. Eddie Jack in again. And Coglan this time hits a bit straight. I'm not sure he's timed that as well as the ones previously. And he'll only get the one there. It's definitely much improved from the last time we saw Coggers bat, thankfully. He moves on to 15 now, 178 for 6.
He's definitely decided if it's up, he's quite happy to hit it over the top and go straight.
He's trusting it, isn't he? Trying to hit straight
definitely.
as well.
Like we said, the pitch isn't easy to time the ball on, so you give yourself more chance if you're going to try and hit straight back down the ground. Hitting across the line of the ball when it's like this is really, really risky. So if he is going to go aerial, straight's the way to go, I think.
So myself and Joe will finish off this over, and then we'll bring Sam and Harmy back into the hot seats. This one.
It's well bowled. Yeah, it's well bowled. He's fired it in, the Yorker, but really well dug out and got the ball up to long off for a single there. Good bit of bowling though.
Impressive, isn't he, Jack?
Yep.
I think there's probably a lot more speed to come from him as well, you would think.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, like you say, he's got the physical advantages. He's nice and tall. He's got long levers.
He's a kind of lad. When you look up from batting, you're thinking, right, there's a big fella running in at me here. Especially down the hill as he charges in. And this one is well outside of stump, and Ben Brown hasn't got a clue where that's gone as it lands in front of him and bobbles over his head, and that will be a bye. I think it's wide. It's a wide.
Yeah, it's a wide.
It is a wide.
Yeah, just dragged it a bit.
Tried to take the pace off the ball a little bit there, Jack, didn't he?
Yeah, just dragged it wide, unfortunately.
Another couple of runs there at Durham importantly. 181 now for 6. And again, dare you say it, just a little partnership building. Touch wood everywhere for me. Tables and head. And he bowls this one short. Ackerman can't beat the man out in deep square, but rides it high. Front leg up, kind of Caribbean style.
Yeah, nice shot. Nicely played.
The old swivel pull.
Yeah.
That scoreboard just seems to have all of a sudden just started moving a little bit quicker now. 182 for 6.
It's not easy to hit boundaries, so it's important, like you say, keep picking up singles, run a ball, get the odd 2 here and there, and then if a boundary does come along, great. But I think just got to accept that boundaries are going to be difficult to come by if you bowl well.
Coglan nearly
Fire
knocked off
down
his
as well.
feet, and then
Yeah.
Jack nearly knocked off his feet as he hits it back at him. Bit of pinball. He'd be happy that one didn't hit him on the left hand like it did earlier and nearly run away for 4. Not a bad touch for the big man. Spring a change in the field there as deep mid wicket goes out and fine leg comes into the circle. Might indicate a bit of pace off coming our way. And he's tried to bowl that full and right in the hole, and Coglan gets a good piece of that, but unable to beat Prest at backward point. Great phase of the game coming up. This innings is really well set up both ways. I think if Hampshire take a couple of wickets here, they can probably look at knocking Durham over for around the 210, 220 mark. But if these two can bat the best part of these 10 overs, I'll be looking at 260 plus, which I think
they've almost gone into sort of bowling at the death mode now. Even 10
very
overs
early.
in. 10 overs out.
That one's pace
Slow ball.
off.
Yeah,
Yeah,
slow
absolutely.
ball.
As Coglan tucks it around the corner, and we'll just get the one. As myself and Simon Brown will make way. Thanks, Chubb. Always a pleasure having you in the hot seat, mate. And we'll bring in Sam Dalling and Steve Harmison.
$183 for 6. Brilliant stuff from Ashthorpe and Simon Chubby Brown. Stephen Harmison and I have been sitting nicely in the back of the box, getting pretty warm. It's quite hot in here, isn't it?
It is warm in here, yes. The windows are not opening that much. Hospitality boxes, hospitality suite down below us is going nicely, and the liquid refreshments are flowing beautifully. We don't really want to open the box windows too much, just in case we hear something that we don't really need to hear. So it's a fine balance of trying to stay warm and not hear you viewers at home listening to things that they don't really need to listen to. But Hampshire have gone well here. They really have. I'm just a little bit concerned they've gone a bit too early towards their death bowling.
Here's Brad Wheel, and he's gone in the air, and Eklund is underneath it, and he takes the catch, and that is the end of Paul Coglan. They've gone early to their death bowlers, and he's picked up a wicket.
Yeah, they've gone. I think it's more not so much their death bowlers, where they're death bowling. I think Thorpe just mentioned the run rate's just escalated a little bit, and I think that was largely down to the way Hampshire bowled. I think they went pace off, not hitting the pitch, bowling their Yorkers, where there Brad Wheel, he's hit the deck hard, and he's basically said to Paul Coglan, yeah, you're going to have to hit it into the wind, but you're going to have to hit it from a length, which has suited us well, really, for 35 overs. So 35 overs, when the ball's been straight and it's been back of a length, it's been very, very difficult to time and to score. And that's what's happened to Paul Coglan there. He's just clothed it up in the air. It was a good catch, a really good catch, because he had to run in, he had to settle himself, and then he had to settle himself again because of the way the ball was swirling in the air. So, a good bit of cricket from Hampshire there.
Yeah, I was going to say, actually, it looked, I couldn't judge it from here. For a second, I thought it was coming right into our windows. I was quite pleased our windows didn't open very much for half a second. But he stood there and he took it. It may, on the replay, it'll look like a simple catch, but you're absolutely right. And oddly, though, but if you look at the bowling figures, Wheel's been the most expensive of the Hampshire bowlers. Neil Wagner, by the way, is the new batter for Durham.
Yeah, Neil Wagner making his debut he went down to Middlesex, and obviously the rain-affected game that didn't start there. He wasn't being able to make it his debut there. A wonderful player. First of all, went from South Africa, then went to New Zealand to be cricketer. I do a lot of work with a guy called Neil Manthorpe, who's a brilliant commentator. I mean, one of the very, very best broadcasters.
Wheel around the wicket. Just turned into the leg side, but straight to the fielder at mid-wicket for no run.
Manners is one of the best broadcasters around. I've worked with Manners now for 4 or 5 years, and he's brilliant to work with. He's just not very good to travel with. He's like the old granddad. He's always like 100 yards behind you. He's like, everything's in Manners' time. But Manners he talks about Neil Wagner in such a way where, Manners is from South Africa, lives in South Africa, and he's seen Neil Wagner grow through his career.
That's a beauty from Wheel. Just a little bit of lift from the surface there.
Good
and Wagner
area.
has a look.
Yeah, good area. But he talks about Neil Wagner of 18, 19-year-old in South Africa, determined to be a professional cricketer. Didn't work for him, couldn't get into the South African system with whatever reason. And, quota systems, players who were better in quality to him. So he up sticks, went to New Zealand and determined to be a professional cricketer and ended up playing international cricket for New Zealand.
Defends that. Out to Nick Gubbins at cover. Well, there's a couple of people that South Africa have missed in recent years. Devon Conway couldn't get a game.
Yeah, he did the same.
Went over to Wellington, and his career has gone pretty well.
Yeah, Grant Elliott, we benefited. We got the man with the daft haircut, Kevin Peterson. We've benefited from that same system as well, but just showed the determination. And you see the way Neil Wagner plays his cricket. He's all effort, hard work.
Pulls that one away in front of square. Fielder out at deep square leg. That's a nice way to get off the mark. In a Durham shirt for Neil Wagner, just back of a length. He rolled his wrist on that, was in complete control. He has 4, Durham 187 for 7.
When you play cricket in New Zealand, a lot of the grounds in New Zealand outside the sort of international venues, or even some of the international venues where you go to, a lot like what you have here. He's had a wonderful career. I think he's played 64, 65 test matches, 240 test wickets, around about there.
All that experience defending. Wheel does the fielding off his own bowling, but the decision to bring Brad Wheel back into the attack has proven a good one from Nick Gubbins. Picked up the wicket of Paul Coghlan, which is why Neil Wagner is out there. He's got 4, Colin Ackerman has 63, Durham 187 for 7 after 42.
We sat here less than sort of 12 overs ago and looking what could be a good score, 260, 270, Borthwick's gone nicely, Ackerman's going well. Sam Brown did mention it, you've just got to be careful if you don't quite get your acceleration right. You could be 160, 170 for 6, and that's what's happened with Durham. But while Ackerman's there, they still have a chance of poaching a total, which can be defended on this surface if you bowl well, like Hampshire have done.
Eddie Jack is in back of the hand Yorker, I think that was. Bunted down the ground by Ackerman. A lot rests on Colin Ackerman. I think when Durham sit down and have whatever they have for tea, what they might reflect on is the number of starts that people haven't taken advantage of. You've got McKinney, 24, Borthwick 25, that unfortunate run out, and even everyone else. Alex Lee's 14, Michael Jones 10, Paul Coghlan 16, Baz Deleda 15, so almost everyone has got into double figures.
I think you can say that across the tournament, Sam. I think when you look at the tournament as a whole for this batting unit, there's a lot of 30s, 20s and 30s, a lot of teens. There's 1 or 2 big scores. Alex Lee's got 100 in the first game, but not many have gone on and getting 50 plus scores. I think they've all more or less in that first game. I think Deleda got 70, Ackerman got 50 himself, so.
Jack around the wicket. All cut away in front of point. A diving effort by the man at backward point, Tom Press, but it whistled past him a little bit like that shot I'd imagine that Harmy was describing earlier when Adam Gilchrist hit it through his legs and races away for 4.
Yeah, it was hit a lot harder in 2005 up the hill at Lords, but that one there, just the same. I think it's given, Nick Gubbins a little bit of a hurry up to put the man back out in the deep. 2 men at backward point, and Neil Wagner's flashed at that straight through backward point. It was a great shot.
Intent from Wagner, a swing and a miss. That one played along the wrong line. Just as a bowler, you saw the little action from him. They went, yeah, that just nipped away a bit. He plays a lovely cover drive after the event as his post-shot rehearsal. That wasn't the stroke you played, though, Neil.
No, I was good at that. I wasn't a bad number 10. I was an exceptional number 11. Any higher, I wasn't very good. And to be fair, you do as a tail end batter, you do try and play the shot to the ball, then you play the completely opposite. It's a bit like my golf swing at this minute in time. A golf swing at the ball and a golf swing away from the ball. It's 2 contrasting different things.
Pace off, doesn't quite get it right though, wide down the leg side. Wagner has got 10 first class 50s, never made 50 in List A cricket, average of only 12 and a strike rate of 81. But he's a brilliant overseas signing, both because of his quality and also because he's basically one of those players who's ticking off the counties. He played for Essex, for Somerset. I think he was up at Lancashire for a little bit. So some overseas, particularly Australians, come over, and it takes a little bit. The bowlers take a little bit of time to get used to playing with the Duke's ball. There's that. Cannons into the pads, come through for a leg bye, but you won't have that with Wagner. You'll know exactly what he's doing. A brilliant acquisition.
Yeah, yes, it's an infectious character. Always willing to work hard, gives everything no matter. I think because of his bowling action and the way he is as a bowler, I don't think he can operate at 85%, 90%. He has to be full at it every single time. A bit like Mark Wood. We talked to Mark Wood was bowling this morning before the game. You know, Mark Wood doesn't know, Simon Jones doesn't. They don't know how to bowl at 85%. It's 100% or nothing, and that is why Wagner, at the age he's at, career he's had, he's a good signing for Durham for this competition, for the 4-day competition as well. We've got a 16-year-old James Minto left-arm seamer. It could be so valuable for him over the course of the next 2 months.
Well, that's gone in the air, leading edge. I think it's going to fall safe from Colin Ackerman. He's fortunate that mid-on is actually down at long-on. He was just looking to turn that into leg side. And Eddie Jack walks away, head down. Ackerman gets away with one. He's deserved a little bit of luck. He's batted beautifully so far. So Ackerman moves on to 65.
He has, and I think Eddie Jack's bowled nicely. Yeah, it's this straight offline. The minute you go offline on this wicket, you get punished. There's a chance for your batter to really throw his hands at it. If you bowl a good length straight, I mean, it's very, very difficult to score off.
Yorker, Ackerman gets it to long on, scramble through for a single, and that will be the end of the over. 43 gone, 195 for 7. It'll be interesting to see how Durham managed Wagner's bowling workloads, because I don't think he's played a first-class game since February, a test match for New Zealand. And I was just trying to have a look and see if he's been playing much T20. I mean, there's all sorts of cricket going on. He might have been playing T10, but as a bowler, it might take him a little bit of time. They'll have to manage it. A little bit, yeah. I think he's experienced enough to know what gets him from A to B, and I think the problem is it's when you go, the challenge becomes you get to C, you get to D, and that often as a bowler is when somebody's coming at you, there's a wind, but he'd be used to the windy conditions in New Zealand. Like I said before, this arena and this environment, I don't think is something that would be new to Neil Wagner. It'll just be a case of the volume of overs, and that obviously will have to be managed. If he hits the ground running, again, he can play the sort of bravado, I'm an international cricketer, to the opposition. You're playing against young players. Young players will play Neil Wagner and not play the ball. Yeah. So I think that might come into the equation as well. Dom Kelly's coming into the equation around the wicket, tries to take pace off, gets it wrong, it's wide, and that's interesting because it shows actually Nick Gubbins, you were talking about using a death bowler a little bit early. What they said to Brad Wheel is, we're just going to, can you try and break this partnership? Because if we get another one out, we might have them in real trouble. Let's finish Durham off. Don't worry about what the 49th and 50 overs looks if you can get them out in the 47th, and that, I think that's been what Gubbins has looked at. I think he's captained the team really, really well. These bowlers have backed him up. Kelly's been a bit both sides of wickets, but he's bowled some good balls. Tough for him. Push into the offside, a bit of a run-out chance here. Direct hit would have him. Direct hit again might still have him. Ackerman was that far up the crease. He was almost saying hello. I actually think it's Wagner, isn't it? Yeah, Wagner's. It's Ackerman. Ackerman was the one scurrying back and diving. It's actually been good for Durham that that's just happened, because I think if Wagner goes there, I think the fielder throws it to the wicketkeeper and Ackerman's out anyway. Yeah. I don't think it was a signal either way. So I think from that point of view, it's worked out well for Durham that they had a shot and stumps missed, and Ackerman did get back, because I think it was gone to the wicketkeeper's end, a bit like the Scott Borthwick one. The fielder throws it straight above the stumps to the wicketkeeper, and Ackerman, I think, would have been out at that end as well. Just a bit of confusion, maybe a sign of a couple of batters that haven't played together. I'm not sure if they have played much cricket, if any, together at all. I mean, Ackerman is rapid as well, so the fact there was a shy at the stumps that missed, and there was another shy, so that's a fuller Yorker, well bowled, and Dom Kelly does the fielding. Just impossible for Neil Wagner to get away. The fact there were 2 attempts at the stumps, that he would have been out probably with either of them. Yeah. That's how far he got down. He nearly ran 2. Yeah. He punched gloves with Colin Ackerman up at the other end. I think the Ackerman, the reason for the scurrying between the two is Ackerman needs to be on strike. Yeah. You might have to sacrifice later on in the sort of 47th, 48th over. Wagner has to sacrifice himself there just to get Ackerman on strike as much as possible. Kelly around the wicket. Big strike from Neil Wagner into a gap just wide of mid-on, long on even, who puts a dive in. It's a brilliant bit. Does well. That's a brilliant bit of fielding, Sam. He's, Brad Wheel, you're blinded by that there, so apologies for coming across you, but he just drops off. There's a little bit of a drop-off dip in that bottom corner there. So if he attacks that too much, it skips past him. So he's managed to get himself in a good
balanced position to throw his body at it, stop the ball, and make sure he saved 2 runs. It's an excellent bit of fielding there by Brad Wheel.
It's a good over from Dom Kelly into his 9th. He's got 3 wickets already, around the wicket to Wagner. He's not going to hang around. Big swing all the way along the ground. It would just be a single this time, out to the fielder at deep mid-wicket. Yeah, I haven't got the exact numbers, but Ackerman brought up his 50 when I was last on comms, so that was in the 30th over. So they're just not, and now he's on 65. We're into over 44. They've just not been able to get in the stride.
No, starved him, and I think that's hence why he's trying to get on. But if the tail enders keep doing what Paul Coughlin and Neil Wagner have done, come in, get double figures, get to 10, keep Ackerman there, and he can see the majority of this. Durham can get to 230, 240. Yes, it's not above par score, but I think on this surface you can keep pressure, build momentum, and hopefully take wickets. Like Simon Brown said a bit earlier, Durham have just lost wickets at crucial times when partnerships are going. That would be the big thing for Ian Campbell in that dressing room at half time or at the end of the game if Durham lose this game. The frustrating thing is that a lot of batters at Durham have getting into double figures and haven't been able to go on and build that big partnership to get a match-winning score.
Durham past 200 now, 201. Swing and a miss from Neil Wagner, who, the way his head position finished, I think he was looking over those houses for that shot, ends up in Ben Brown's gloves. End of the over, 44 gone, 201 for 7. Durham. Colin Ackerman is 66. Neil Wagner, relatively new to the crease, has just 12.
I wonder if Nick Gubbins thinks about going to the spinner here. Does he tempt it and go to the spinner, or does he go? I think he's going to go to his best bowler, Kyle Abbott. I think what's Kyle Abbott's figures? 8 overs for 11, I think it is. And we've got, I think the Toys R Us Wi-Fi is on. It's definitely on the on this indoor school here, so we've not got the scorecards in front. But I think Abbott's bowled around about 8 overs for about 10 or 12, and I think he's their best bowler. He's the most experienced bowler, and Gubbins is now going, right, we need Ackerman out. If Ackerman's in for 6 overs, Durham get 250. If Ackerman's out now, it's 215, 220. So I was just wondering if they might have gambled and gone left-hander and gone with the spin of Organ to try and tempt Wagner and buy the wicket and really expose Colin Ackerman, but they've gone for the more experience of Abbott.
Ackerman on strike, he nearly gets an inside edge. Well, it is an inside edge, bottom edge, into the ground, could have gone anywhere. Yeah, you used the word there, gamble. It would have been a huge risk because you've got the momentum, you're closing in on Durham. If you bring a spinner on, a couple of mishits from Wagner and Ackerman on this ground, and you'd suddenly get a couple of 6s in the over, and the momentum shifts.
A little bit, yeah, but I think I'd look at that if my spinner was going at 8 and over, but actually my spinners bowl really well in this contest. So I backed my spinner to go, right, you've got 2 overs to go, bowl them now, take the wicket of Wagner, expose the tail, make sure we starve Ackerman the strike, and we might even get a run out off the back of that.
He's on strike now, digs out a Yorker from Abbott, out to Toby Albert. Deep extra cover for just a single. Hampshire won't mind that too much.
When Ackerman goes well, gets past 50, and especially in the shorter format of the game, he makes big scores. He does make big scores. He goes on and he's very, very destructive towards the latter part, especially in the 20 over games. From the last 5 overs of Ackerman's in and he's got 20-30 on the board, he turns that into a 50-60 because of how destructive he is. So I'm sure Hampshire will be aware of that. That have seen him play so many times that this is probably why Abbott's been brought on to try and get him out.
Got Wagner on strike around the wicket. That's a beauty from Kyle Abbott. No need to stand there and look at the batter. Both batter and bowler know exactly what's happened.
Yeah, it's a good area. Again, bowling straight. You bowl straight, top of the stumps. Don't give the batter width. It's very, very difficult to score on this surface. So that's a message to the Durham dressing room. The minute you go up or you go short of a length, if it's straight, you can set a field to that. If you give a batter width, it just races away.
It's interesting actually because of all the funky ways that people bowl slow balls, back of the hand. Abbott is in. I think it will just be a single. Yeah, it will. Toby Albert does the fielding. People like Benny Howe talking about having 14, 15 different variations, but we're seeing in white ball cricket now. Someone like Craig Overton does it really well. I've watched Ollie Robinson do it down at Sussex. Just bowling red ball lengths, line and length. Just say you play all the funky shots you want. I'm just going to try and hit the top of off stump like I do, and I'm going to make you look a little bit of a fool.
Yeah, especially bowlers like, I think Craig Overton, the last 2 years of white ball cricket has been amazing. He really has. From somebody who's thought of as a test bowler, Ollie Robinson in this blast has been very, very good. And what they've basically done is, as a bowler, can you hit the bottom of the bat? Can you hit the top of the bat? Anywhere in between at your pace, you're going miles. So can I be as disciplined to bowl at get a bat at the bottom of his bat or the top of his bat, splice of his bat? If I can do that, I've got a chance of being in this game.
That's gone off the middle of the bat from Colin Ackerman. He barely seemed to hit it. It was attempted Yorker. It was a bit of a half volley, and he's almost got underneath it like a hockey shot and hit it straight into the sight screens. 6 runs from Ackerman. He moves on to 73, 209 for 7.
Great shot. He's just given himself a little bit of depth in his crease. He knows the Yorker's coming, and he's just took a little half a step back in his crease to make it into a half volley. He grips the bat a little bit different. He's gone bottom hand shovel, bit hockey style, and he's now going to try and shovel everything into the leg side, and that was a great shot.
But what's he got? Yorker gets that one right, but he digs it out, Ackerman, into the leg side, so for just a single though. And Abbott gets his cap, so that is the end of his 9th over, from which he has conceded 20 runs in, including that 6. 3 maidens, 1 for 20, 1 left for Abbott, 5 left in the innings.
He's bowled well. Whenever he's deviated from length, that's when Durham have been able to score, which hasn't been a great deal. You know, somebody that bowls good red ball length, like you say, Sam, it's very, very difficult to get away on this surface. Jack's bowled nicely, been a bit more. It's more difficult for somebody like Jackson and Kelly, because young players, inexperienced character, not understanding fully their bowling action, playing with a crosswind, bowler blowing them everywhere. I mean, it's very, very difficult. It's a great education, learning curve for them. Kelly's been a little bit more left and right, but he's bowled some good deliveries.
Pulled by Ackerman along the ground, straight to Toby Albert at deep mid-wicket for just a single. Into his final over, Dom Kelly. He's got 3 for 40 so far. So picking up the majority of the wickets. Brad Wheel has got one. The last one to fall, Paul Coughlin falling to Wheel. Kyle Abbott has one, and Felix Organ has one. So we've got 5 overs left to find, of which Kelly is in this one. So 4 after that. Wheel's got 2.
It's probably the seam, isn't it?
Abbott's
it probably
got 1.
Won't be spin. It'll be all of seam. Organ's 2 spare overs. It'll have been bowled by Tom Prest.
Kelly around the wicket. Wagner, a big heave, and they're going to scramble through for a single. It's good. And Wagner was alert. Ackerman was basically past him by the time he started running. There's that. And Wagner's head goes to the sky. He was trying to heave that into the leg side, and he's annoyed with himself. Bit of frustration, bit of pain, maybe an inside edge onto the foot. That was hurt.
Yeah, that's smarted a little bit. He's smarted just a little bit. He's bred it into his foot. Wasn't really watching the ball. You know, Chubb mentioned Norman Gifford, great man who was my first coach at Durham. He used to tap me on the head and whisper in my ear, Mr. Harmison, just remember, if you're not looking at the ball, you can't hit it.
Kelly, short ball. Ackerman has hit that, but is it straight at Toby Albert, who I think has done really, really well there, actually. Some might think it is a drop catch, but he was right on the edge of the boundary, and I think he knew he was going to step over and it would have been 6, so he's just parried it back on and keeps it to a single.
Yeah, I think he's right at the very last minute, he's gone to catch it and realised he's about to go over the rope. And he's gone from hands up to try and bring his hands over the top and catch it, to then just palm it back onto the field. So done very, very well. Saved 5 runs there for his team.
It's really smart. The speed of thought there. That's what they practice these days. Kelly around the wicket. Ackerman straight down the ground. That's going to be 4. Save your legs. Mid-on is only 5 yards away from it, but knew straight away he had 0 chance of catching up.
Yeah, it was in the arc of Neil Wagner. If that's as full as it is, it goes straight. If that's a little bit shorter, it goes over towards mid-wicket. Neil Wagner's got he's got his driver in his hand now. He's got his golf clubs out. He's standing the first tee, giving himself some room. He's opening his shoulders, and every ball now seems to be a free hit for the New Zealander.
Wagner's arc. I like that. Good song title. Slower ball, pace off from Kelly. Well bowled. And they'll come through for a single.
It is a beauty of an innings, this from Wagner. It really is. It's keeping Durham in the game. Keeping Durham in the game. 250, I think, is just around par on this surface. I think anything over 250, you've got a good chance. 260, 275, I think, is probably 260 par score. 275, 280 is probably above par score I think if you get 250, you're in the game.
Just a single out to the leg side. Ackerman was looking offside, mistimed it. Will get a single, moves on to 77. Looking to back up his 100 against Northamptonshire. 108 he made in that game. 77 unbeaten here.
I think that last example, Sam, that you got a man here, 77 not out. Yes, he's trying to hit it a bit too hard, but that was in the slot. Perfectly in the slot on what you would say on a first-class pitch. Ball coming on nicely. Then Colin Ackerman hits that for over the top of extra cover. He heaves it into the leg side. On a pitch which is a little bit softer, a little bit more sort of plasticine type club pitch, when it just sits in the pitch and you can't time it as much. I think that's why it brings the par total just down a little bit in what you would normally have in a 50-over contest.
Abbott to Ackerman. Almost a full bung up. Rolls his wrist, picks up a single. Dom Kelly, by the way, he's finished 10 overs, no maidens. Free for 48, picked up a couple of wickets in it. First over, actually, was brought on by Nick Goins. Got Michael Jones caught behind, got Ben McKinney, so he accounted for both openers. Also picked up the wicket of young Hayden Mustard. So 3 for 58 to follow up 5 for Derbyshire. So it's been a decent couple of days for young Dom Kelly.
Very, very good. He bowled really nicely. Very, very impressed. I think the wind has caught his sail a little bit.
Oh, and Ackerman, Wagner has got a big outside edge. He was trying to hit it over deep mid-wicket, and Ben Brown didn't even move. It went probably to a very tall second slip there. He wasn't in place, so it's 4 runs.
Yeah, swing hard. Fun of the fair when you've, batting at the end and the death with all the men on the boundary, the majority of the men on the boundary, the ones inside the circle, right on the edge of the circle. If you get a bit of width, swing hard, and it literally could go anywhere, and it did. It just bounced a little bit from back of a length. Thick outside edge, I think. The man down at third has got to be a little bit straighter. I think he's a bit too square.
Well bowled, Kyle Abbott. He was looking to give himself some room there, Neil Wagner, and he just followed him from around the wicket, dabs it into the offside. For a single, Wagner now has 24 from 21 balls.
It's a gem of an innings, isn't it? It really is a gem of an innings. Getting Durham up to a score where you think they could contest and bowl at scoreboard pressure. Another 25 runs here, 25, 28, 30 runs here. If Ackerman can get up to his century, Durham would feel as though the momentum shift is bringing them back in at half time and make them bounce out for the start of the second half.
Abbott into Ackerman, and that's gone up and away. That is huge. That is going to plonk over the scoreboard into the trees. Colin Ackerman, it was in his slot. Kyle Abbott will walk away wondering what he can do about that. 84 Ackerman has, who is just starting to motor.
Yeah, that's in the slot. That's a beautiful ball if you're Colin Ackerman. 78 mile an hour. Exactly where I want it. With the wind. I mean, I'm not sure Colin Ackerman had to work too hard. I mean, that's probably the easiest 6 runs he's had in the 84 he's had so far. It was perfectly in the slot. He got himself set, give himself some room, said to Abbott, if you bowl the ball there, I'm going to plonk you over the scoreboard. And all he did was just get it up in the air. The wind has just sailed it over the top of the tree. Beauty.
84 from 91 balls, Ackerman. 4 sixes. Yorker that Ackerman just gets away to deep square for a single.
Better. Much better from Ackerman. He'd be from Abbott. He'd be kicking himself. He really will. He really will. Abbott. He'd be thinking, that's the one place I did not want to bowl. That ball to Colin Ackerman. The one ball I did not want to bowl. If he bowls it at Wagner, he might get away with it. But the way Ackerman's played, it's the one area he's trying not to. Yorker's been quite good so far to him, but unfortunately you miss it slightly against a player who's in decent touch, especially with the wind behind.
Last couple of balls of Kyle Abbott for today. Wagner hits it up in the air, it goes over backward point. There's a field of deep extra cover, so will just be a single. He's looking for that mid-wicket area quite a lot now, Wagner. Partnership is now 49 off just 34 balls.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great partnership, isn't it? It's a great partnership. It's a one where, how many times have you seen a team really, really struggling, have last two or three wickets put on a partnership, and then a team comes out second innings and they're 20 for 2 off the back of completely bossing the game. So Hampshire have bossed this game for the best part of probably 42 overs. They've bowled nicely, they've kept the run rate down, they've put pressure on the batter coming in, pressure on the new batter, broken the partnership quite regularly. The one thing they haven't been able to do, and the reason why Durham are still in this contest at 233 for 7, is they haven't been able to get Colin Ackerman out. 85 so far, it's been a brilliant innings.
Brad Wheel bowl his last couple of overs, you'd imagine. Neil Wagner lining him up into the leg side. He goes all the way along the ground for just a single. It was in fact a 50 partnership. That Toys R Us Wi-Fi that Steve Harmison mentioned was just selling me out a little bit. I don't know if they still exist, Toys R Us.
No, they don't. Yeah.
Mike Ashley probably owns them.
Probably, yeah. No, don't mention Mike Ashley in the northeast of England, especially now in Northumberland. Oh.
Offered them a quid
yes.
for all their assets. 2-3-4 for 7. Kyle Abbott, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 34. Well bowled. Ackerman turns it into the leg side. Happy just to take the single there. Felix Organ in his 4-day hat, floppy cap. Keeps it to 1. 2.4 overs left, so 16 balls left of the innings. What can Durham get to? Wheel into Wagner. He's got a big hit in him. He's hit that one down the ground. It's really straight, and it's gone really straight and right over the boundary rope. Long on. 40 was in with half a chance for a second. Dom Kelly is a tall man, but it was too far to his right. He was on the back foot, Neil Wagner. He's done really well to get that so straight. He moves on to 31. Durham to 2-4-1, I think. I don't know if those runs have been added yet.
No, I don't think they have. They've actually come down because I thought there were 2:33 a second ago. But I like the Colin Ackerman in the last over. He got it in the air and it went with a wind. That there is Neil Wagner hitting to the shorter side with a wind. Thorpe just wrote something down there, and he's right. The wind is the shorter side of the ground is towards the houses, and it is with the wind that way, and left-hander.
Thorpe's always right. Wagner moving towards the offside. Good Yorker from Brad Wheel. Digs it out to deep square leg. Just a single. Ackerman back on strike. 2 balls left in the over. 2-4-2 now. Wagner has 33 from 25. 4 fours and that's 6. This is about, we see it so often in a T20, it can just be an over or 2 at the end. Momentum. When Paul Coghlan goes to Hampshire thinking we've got the momentum here, we're going to restrict them. We're either going to bowl them out or keep them to 220 and be really happy. But this partnership is changing things.
Yeah, nice shot down the ground from Colin Ackerman. He knows that Wagner's hitting to the shorter side with the wind. So this is good batting by both Durham players. 2 experienced characters out there knowing that Wagner's going well. Even though he's batting at number 9, he's going well, 33. And he's playing to the short side. So the left-hander's going to the short side. It'll be the same when I'm not sure whether it'll be Jacks, who maybe have to bowl the next over from the opposite end to we are, where the right-hander's got the short side.
Big swing and a big miss from Wagner. I think it might have been pace off. Slower ball, bounces through to Ben Brown. So good finish for Brad Wheel to that over. 4-3, sorry, for 7. 2 overs left in the innings. Steve Harmison is just going to nip off and prepare for a little bit of interval content. Ash Thorpe is going to come in alongside me for the last couple of overs. How you doing, Thorpe?
Very well, mate. Really enjoyed watching that clever batting there from this pair, allowing each of them to hit with the wind. I was just writing that down for Harmy, that I thought Ackerman was letting Wagner have the strike in that over to hit with the wind. And to be fair, if he'd have wrote that down, I would have took all the credit for it. He's only hit a 6 the next ball, so thanks for that, Harmy. Very honest of you.
Yeah, he even said you're out. He said Ash. The words Ash Thorpe is absolutely right. I don't think I've ever heard those before.
No, I definitely don't hear it in the house, and my wife is listening right now, so.
Take note from Steve Harmison.
She'll be nodding, saying, yeah, that is the first time it's ever been heard.
2 overs left. It is going to be Eddie Jack as we thought. And look at where Colin Ackerman is standing there, covering his stumps. He's batting on a 4th stump, really. Looking to line up that leg side, which he does.
Oh, he's missed out there, hasn't he?
Just a single. He'll be disappointed.
Full toss there, and managed to probably a bit more than cloth it, but hit it straight to the man out in the deep. He'll have been looking to launch that over the houses, over the Moxie beer truck over there. Might get a free one out of that.
Oh, that'd be nice. I assumed it was a coffee truck. I was wrong, wasn't I? Nah.
Moxie's a great man.
Left-hander on strike, Wagner. Open stance. Goes for something a little bit delicate. Is that going to be a wide? Yes, it is. You never quite know. As soon as batters start dancing around in the crease, the rules change a little bit. I think that had to be a wide from umpire Ashraf.
Absolutely right there. Just trying to get himself across the stumps, create an angle. I think Wagner well aware that he'd be hitting against the wind if he tries to go long and to the leg side.
Eddie Jack. And Wagner has tried to go long into the leg side, but there's a fielder steadying himself underneath it, and the catch is taken. Toby Albert, who we saw do some brilliant work in the deep to save a 6. He does take that catch. He's well inside the rope. Wagner's brilliant cameo comes to an end. 33 from 27 balls. Durham 245 for 8. But that partnership, that 62 from 43 balls, has just given them the momentum, Ash.
Yeah, it was a brilliant partnership there, and Wagner will be disappointed because he'll know that hitting into that side was always you're going to have to hit it really well to hit that for 6. It's not the biggest boundary, but that wind is really blowing. And you can see there, similar to one earlier when Young Mustard clipped one out into the leg side that looked like it was going for 6. Just held up in the wind. And unfortunately Wagner goes, but an excellent 33 from him. And Durham in a competitive position. I wouldn't say that either side would be unhappy with where they're at. I think Hampshire would be looking to try and keep Durham around the 260 mark. I think the big man Harmy was saying that he thinks 260s around par. So important last 10 balls here for Durham to try and get up to that. And I think Drizzle here really needs to get Ackerman on strike for the last half of this over.
Yeah, that is his job. Just drop it and run, George. Drizzle. Reward for Eddie Jack on a brilliant day for him. England Lions call up came through about half an hour. He probably knew last night. He probably doesn't read it through the press release. But what a day for him. Picks up a wicket. But a wide there. He's just been a little bit both sides of the wicket so far. Eddie Jack, young bowler.
Just pulled up a little bit short there in his follow through. I don't know whether that was just through disappointment and wanting to get back, but there's a lot to like about this young fella. He's big, he's strong. And yeah, you can see why the England setup will like him. He's the stereotypical England bowler at the moment, isn't he? He's about 6'4", 6'5". And I'm sure, and Harmy will probably back me up here, that the bigger and stronger that he gets, I reckon there's about another 4 or 5 mile an hour of pace to come out of him, which will excite the likes of Neil Killeen and people like that who will be working with him.
91 on his back. Out the back of the hand, I think that one. Drizzle misses out. He was trying to dab it down to third. Every ball Drizzle faces now is a ball fewer, and it sounds a bit harsh, it's a ball fewer that Colin Ackerman faces. He's just got to get off strike.
You're absolutely right, and especially at this end, you want the right-hander hitting with the wind. And this is where you just need to get something on it and get that scoreboard moving, and more importantly, as you said, getting Ackerman back on strike.
You want the other right-hander hitting with the wind. Ackerman's got 88, but he's stuck at the other end. And it's a big swing, and it's gone up in the air, and Felix Organ is going to take the catch. George Drizzle lost his head a little bit. Well, plenty, actually. It was mistimed. It was an outside edge. It went up. Felix Organ takes an easy catch. Eddie Jack has his second wicket of the over, his second wicket of the innings, and Durham a 246 for 9.
Yeah, disappointing, because that then keeps the new batter on strike as well. Not back in the olden days where you cross, you fight to cross, and Ackerman gets on strike, but that's another ball that Ackerman won't get to face. Well, another 2 balls now at least that he won't get to face from this end. Drizzle goes second ball, and Jack, probably deservedly so, picks up a second wicket. I think he's bowled okay. I don't think he's been absolutely outstanding, but for a young lad making his way in the game, this is great experience for him, and bowling in these conditions as well.
Yeah, young Daniel Hogg out into the middle, and I don't like to be too critical, but you know, there's your young players. Well, George Drizzle isn't actually that young, but you've got to be sensible there. Just drop it and run. No need to go for the big shot. Let Colin Ackerman do that. And I'm sure that is what Colin Ackerman has said to Daniel Hogg. He's on strike. It's a nice shot, and there is. It played a lovely drive, actually. It's just gone wide of Joe Eklund at mid-off. He does the fielding. They come through for a single.
So Dan Hogg is a more than useful batsman, so the thing that Durham did have was depth in their batting lineup, and so Dan Hogg's probably in club cricket he could bat 3 or 4, so he's more than handy with the bat. Young lad, obviously just making his way in the game, just stretching his hamstring there, which makes me a little bit nervous.
Just getting limbered up.
Yeah, there's a lot of hamstring to limber up. It's about the whole length of my leg, that.
It's like a fruit winder. It just keeps going. Daniel Hogg's hamstring would go twice around the world. That's gone up in the air. That's exactly what you wanted from Colin Ackerman. It was in the slot. It's gone over the potting shed behind the sight screen. It's a shame he didn't get more balls in that over from a Durham perspective. It brings up the Durham 250, 253 for 9. Colin Ackerman has 94. We need 6 more runs for back-to-back list A hundreds. Daniel Hogg is going to be on strike, and we have 1 over left.
Yeah. Luckily, we don't need that ball anymore, because we're not getting that one back, I don't think. That one's out of here. But with the the 2 balls in operation, 1 from each end. Ackerman 94 off 96 deliveries. You're just begging and praying at this stage that Hogg gets a single off the first ball and brings Ackerman back under strike.
Can you beg and pray at the same time?
Oh, mate, you can do a lot of things at the same time. Not normally men. We don't normally multitask very well.
I don't know. I'd like to see that during the interview. I'm going to ask you to both beg and maybe for your supper, if you can beg and pray for it. Grab wheel to finish off. That's going to be that single.
Well done, Dan Hogg. And the crowd are aware of that, and he gets a little ripple of applause there. Important, it picks up another single. Durham 254 now for 9, but it brings on strike Colin Ackerman, who's on 94 and absolutely deserves a century. Very kind of you. I'm not that guy.
Wheel in. Ackerman pulls it towards Felix Organ at deep square leg. It bounces just in front of him. It's only going to be a single. Organ did really well, actually, because he was coming in, and that ball just whipped off that turf. And Organ ended up taking it above his head. Ackerman can't quite get it away.
We needed a camera on you there for that reenactment. That was brilliant.
Was it?
Absolutely brilliant.
I don't know if brilliant's quite the word for it. I'd just like to...
This outfield is really hard as well, so it did bounce up quite a lot. But can Hogg get Ackerman back on strike? Oh, that's a great bouncer.
Really well bowled. Hogg ends up on the floor. Probably takes him about 10 minutes to get back up.
Yeah, he's a long human. That was a brilliant bounce. I'm sure Hogg wasn't expecting that. Like you say, he's probably thinking, I'm not playing an attacking shot here, so I'm just trying to get something on it. And that was exactly where you don't want it, right in the beak.
Colin Ackerman just wanders all the way up to have a word with Daniel Hogg. Uses 1 for the over. His wheel. Oh, it's beautifully bowled. They're going to run through for a bite. Will Daniel Hogg get there? Yes, he will.
And good awareness, good cricket smarts. Sometimes you just find the keeper will take his glove off in that situation. Yeah. Ben Brown choked onto that one a little bit, but at the end of the day, they're probably thinking that a 1 isn't that costly at the moment, and it depends what Ackerman does with these last few balls.
He's got 95. Yes, the words Ackerman said to Daniel Hogg was something along the lines of, I'm going regardless.
Yeah, 1 word, run.
Run. Ackerman on strike, 95. Gets 1 into the leg side. It'll probably just be a single. Daniel Hogg wants to come back for 2, which means that Ackerman, I think, is going to be run out quite comfortably.
Himself, didn't he?
Yeah, Daniel Hogg, fair play to him, was prepared to come back. There was never 2 there, which is why I think Ackerman had settled for the single. But Daniel Hogg was just desperate to get Ackerman back on strike. So a slightly disappointing end to the innings, but it's been a fine knock from Colin Ackerman. He is top scored comfortably as Durham have finished on 256 all out. They've left a couple of balls out there. They'll be quite pleased. Ackerman did a wonderful job, but they'll also be a little bit disappointed because of all those starts they got and no one else cashed in.
Yeah, so Durham will probably think that they're around the par score there of around 260. Colin Ackerman, outstanding knock there, gets a rightly standing ovation from his teammates and from the crowd here. Ends up run out on 96. Hogg trying to get him back on strike. I think Durham throughout that innings just lost wickets after partnerships developed. And yeah, as we've lost internet connection and just trying to do a little bit of a summary on the scoreboard, I think you'll find that Durham lineup there were some 20s and 30s in there that didn't convert to 50s and 60s to help Ackerman, and to help Durham get onto that 270, 280. So what we'll do, rather than us babbling on trying to find scores, is we're going to take a really short break, and we'll be back in a couple of moments with Andy Sixsmith and Steve Harmison in the studio.
We still calling Sam Somerset Sam from the Daffy News studio, or we're leaving it? We'll leave it. It's Sam. It's normal Sam. As you can see, we've decided to avoid the pitchside studio. We've come back inside and we've created our Daffy News studio once again. Harmy, we've both just sat here and thought, you know what? After about, 2 hours ago? 257's not a bad score, is it?
It's not a bad score. I think Colin Ackerman's done brilliantly. He's been helped out a little bit by Neil Wagner at the end. I thought that was if Durham win the game, obviously Colin Ackerman will get all the plaudits, but I think Wagner coming in at the time he came in utilised the short boundary to that side from a from a wind point of view. Left and right handers both hitting it to that side. I'm sure Colin will say that's what changed the sort of the momentum shift in that at the end of that sort of the last 10, 12 overs. So I think all in all, Durham's got to be pleased with where they're at this moment in time. I'm sure Hampshire will be kicking themselves and going 1 wicket, and we could have been in a position where we've been chasing 190 here, and I think that's what will disappoint Hampshire.
Absolutely. We'll come back and we'll talk a lot about Colin Ackerman in the next 8 to 9 minutes or so. But cast your minds back to the start. We got off to a pretty solid start, you have to say, but were we a little bit too cautious again? Does there need to be more aggression in that opening partnership for you, Harmy, or not?
I think, yes, if you're playing at the Riverside, I think if you're playing at an outground where you're not sure what a good score is, you're not sure how this wicket's going to behave, I think full credit to Hampshire. I thought Hampshire bowled really well in that first throws of that 12, 14 overs. I thought they bowled straight. Anything you stray off line. I think if you run up and bowl top of the stumps, back of a length on this surface straight, it's very difficult to score off, especially with a ball, sort of tennis ball bouncing, sitting in the pitch. It's more or less taking the pace out of it when it's bouncing off. So your ability to time the ball or hit the ball on the top of the bounce on a normal first-class surface is not there. So because of that, I think that's why Durham were in the position they were in for the first 20 overs. I think credit to Hampshire. I thought the seamers, especially the tall seamers, bowl really well. Abbott's always going to bowl well. He's a wonderful performer. I thought the young off-spinner bowled really, really well. Felix Organ, I thought he bowled nicely. Got part to play in the second half because he's been very, very good with the bat in this 50-over competition so far. So I think you can say, yes, you would like to have been a bit more aggressive, but I think you played the conditions, you played the situation, and I actually thought Durham might have been
15 runs short of where they wanted to be after 20 overs. But they still had a little bit of a platform.
Just while we're on the subject of bowling, we've seen some fine bowling, not just from our boys at Durham, but opposition teams as well this summer. Tom Kelly, talk me through him, because he's still very, very young, but he's picking up a lot of wickets in this one-day cup at the minute. He looked good again today.
Individual bowls, he bowled excellent. I think he struggled. I think he's one of the ones that would struggle with the wind.
Yeah.
I think I can't emphasise enough on how difficult it is when you've got a crosswind, because all of a sudden you set off from your mark and then all of a sudden it blows you to the left. And it's, I mean, you're doing the okey cokey, especially if you're a little lad as well. So that didn't help. So fair play to him.
Yeah.
He bowled a few in his early spell. You could see him fighting with the elements. He bowled a few down the sort of leg side, a few down the offside, but the actual individual balls of stock ball, he put them in the right area, he asked good questions, and he picked up good wickets. I was really impressed by the two young lads, Jacks as well. I think he's got a bright future in the game. I really do. I think if he utilises his strength and his height, and he gets that physical stronger, Thorpe just touched on it right at the end there. There is probably another 3 or 4 mile an hour in him, if not more, because of level of consistency. He will eventually, because of the volume of bowling that he'll come to. Hampshire had one a few years ago during my time called Chris Tremlett. I mean, Tremlett was an unbelievable bowler. He just couldn't keep fit. Poor Twiggy, he just couldn't keep fit, and he was it was a brilliant bowler. And Jax has got a chance, big, tall, great release position, a lot of strength, heavy body, so less can go wrong when it comes to his action falling away. So the more he bowls and on a consistent basis, I think the more pace he'll get, the better he'll become. So I really enjoyed to watch Jax for the first time live. So I enjoyed that. But both Kelly and Jackson impressed me. Young bowlers having to deal with the wind as well as having to deal with a player like Ackerman who was in decent form.
You lead me perfectly onto it, mate. It's almost like we've done this punditry thing before, isn't it? Colin Ackerman, you described it as a gem of an innings, and I'm going to ask you the big question here. Is Colin Ackerman underrated, do you think, or not? I know we've talked about Ackers throughout this summer, but bearing in mind not just his batting capabilities, but what he brings to the field, what he brings to an all-rounder ability as well. Is he, as a cricket player, not just a batsman, underrated by the upper echelons, do you think?
I think so, yeah, but I think the one thing I would say about Colin Ackerman, he's a bit like that fine wine cliche. I mean, the older he gets, it seems the better he becomes. I think every year Colin Ackerman's got better and better as a player. And he's getting towards the back end of his career than he is at the start of his career. I think the experience he showed today, the experience he showed with the ball in the last home game against Northampton, when he bowled them 10 overs for 30 odd. I think he's very much of a thinking cricketer. He's a good situation player. He understood what was needed at the right time in this situation, because another younger player, Durham would have been all out for 190. I think Colin Ackerman had a number in mind, and he's going, I'll get us to the number if somebody sticks with me. Somebody might have to take a punt, somebody might have to take a gamble, and that punt and gamble that paid off was Neil Wagner. As Coggers played a little knock, and 1 or 2 others came in and got 10s around him. But he probably had a number from 30 out, that this is a number. If I get us to this point, we're in the game. And I think that number probably would have been about 240. I think, if we're brutally honest, 235 to 240. So to exceed that, I think is hats off to not only to Durham for hanging around with him, but for Ackerman himself. He scored all the way around the wicket, hit the ball straight down the ground, used the wind to the leg side and he also imposed himself at the right time on the right young bowler. But he also, again, when it comes to experience, something like Kyle Abbott had bowled 8 overs for 11, but that he's not. I mean, he's 78 mile an hour. Kyle Abbott's a bowler that is a new ball bowler, not a sort of a death bowler or an older ball bowler. He can do it, but he's not as comfortable doing that side of it. So I think Ackerman as well identified that and thought, right, when he comes on, if I can hit Abbott out of the attack, which he did, then all of a sudden the message around the young lads in Hampshire is that if our best bowlers go on out the ground, then what am I going to do but bowl into him? So I think psychologically, I think he put a good innings on that front as well.
There were some glorious shots, like you say, but you've just described him perfectly. He's a situation player, isn't he? He assesses the situation well and very, very analytical in that sense. Not just from his batting capabilities, though, but with that time at the wicket, you mentioned his bowling against Northamptonshire. How big an impact do you think he's going to have in Durham defending this total of 257 now?
I think what we find, what Leesy you will find with Alex Leesy, if Durham get on top at any point, then I think he'll go quickly to the spinners, because the likes of Ackerman, Drizzle and Borthwick, the bowler overs quickly.
Yeah.
They get through quickly, and I think what he'll identify is if you can get a team under pressure, sustaining that pressure for a long period and keeping on top is what you have to do to succeed on this wicket. Yeah. So I think that, as coupled with the fact that he's been out there for quite a while, you understand the lines and the lengths. You'll know the angles of where fielders need to be, and where the scoring options are. So yes, I think out there will benefit, from a bowling point of view. But I think Durham, if they want to defend this total, they've got to utilise the new ball well. It's if it's a new ball pitch, if you can hit the ball, if you can bowl round about 5.5 metre mark, 5.5 metre, 6 metre mark, at the top of, over the top of off stump in a consistent basis with 2 white balls on either side, you will get rewarded. And I think that, for me, will be the message Colin Ackerman will be saying to the likes of Daniel Hogg, who's in there. Coggers especially, Baz Deleda, Neil Wagner, different type. I would imagine Wagner will be more aggressive into the surface rather than try and pitching it up. But I think that was probably what Ackerman's saying to his team there right now.
It's an excellent innings from Ackerman. Is the only drawback that we're looking at that total of 257 thinking, if only another player would have stuck around for at least a half century. Obviously, we mentioned Neil Wagner, fantastic innings for 33 for him. But no one really converted, did they? I mean, they got in and then they got out. They couldn't hang around with Colin Ackerman. Otherwise, we could have maybe been looking at a score of 300 plus.
Absolutely, but unfortunately, Andy, I think that's the beauty about this competition.
Yeah.
When you've got young players and younger players, and Durham, to be fair, in that top order, they're not young players anymore.
Yeah.
You look at the Lees, Ackerman, Borthwick. Jones has played a lot of cricket now, so Deleda's an international. So you could have a go at Durham's players for not shirking responsibility, but not taking the responsibility in a way of building that partnership towards the back end.
Yeah.
Modern day games played now this way, and players have a go for the shot. So you can't really have everything in life. But I think what you have in this competition is you see players make mistakes, young players make mistakes, and I think Colin Ackerman made some of their younger bowlers make mistakes because of the way he played.
Yeah.
And I think that would be the disappointing element if you're Ryan Campbell at the end of the game, that if you didn't quite get over the line, is that somebody didn't take the responsibility and go on and get another 40 or 50, the partnership, and get the game close to 300, because the 300 on there I don't think would be attainable.
We mentioned Neil Wagner. Obviously, we talked about him pre-show as well, making his debut for Durham today. How much confidence, and you can talk me through this from a former bowler's perspective, how much confidence would making a knock like that in a first innings give Neil to go out now and have a good ball across his 10 overs? I mean, I'm trying to wrap my brains and think of an innings for you, but,
I probably played as many shots as Neil Wagner. I just didn't quite get it in the areas that he got them in, or the amount of runs he got. But, I mean, huge.
Yeah.
I mean, it is huge for him. For the simple fact is, he hasn't bowled for a long time.
Yeah.
So he hasn't bowled for a long time. Unfortunately, the Middlesex game got washed out. But he'll have had bowling time in between. He's been in this country for, I think, a week and a bit now.
Yeah.
So he'll have had some bowling under his belt, but not competitive bowling under his belt. A bowler that bustles in, again, the wind will be a factor for him.
Yeah.
White ball, wides, everything that comes into the fun of the fair of playing 50 over cricket.
Yeah.
I'm sure he'll just be wanting to hit the ground running. The one thing about Wagner is he hits the deck hard with his bowling and with his body language and with the velocity into the crease, through the crease and into the surface.
Yeah.
That will stand him on good stead on this. If he was somebody that pitches it up and swings it, so if he was a more a left arm seamer of Simon Brown's ilk, where you run up and pitch it and you're trying to get it to swing away, that's a little bit more difficult discipline to master if you haven't bowled for a while.
Yeah.
Because you sometimes then you just put it there. And I think on this surface, you've got to hit the surface. And I think that should suit Neil Wagner.
Absolutely. And they're already out warming up, Durham, as you can see by some of the pictures on your screen just before. I don't blame them, to be honest. It's absolutely beautiful weather here at South Northumberland, most certainly. I feel a bit bad now for coming inside, to be honest with you, Harmy. Just very, very finally on today's match, 257, I think you said it early on in comms, anything around 250, 260 is a good par score. Did Durham have enough to defend that total, do you think?
I think they've got the bowlers to defend it. When you look down the list of the bowlers, obviously you've got Wagner, Daniel Hogg is somebody who, a bit like Jackson and Kelly in the first half,
Yeah.
young bowler trying to find his way in the game.
Yeah.
Again, he will struggle with the wind, so he's got to make sure that, talking to Graham Onions, he's got Graham Onions and the great man Alan Walker there.
Yeah.
I'm sure Wack will be telling him, talking about him, not worrying about your run-up as such. Just make sure make sure, like Simon Brown said earlier, get your last 3 or 4 strides in the right order to make sure you keep your head still and you can get through your action. If you do that, build some confidence and take that going forward. So that will be one to watch, how Leasy develops his relationship with Hogg during this 50-over contest, because the wind will have an effect on the big fella. But you look at the rest of them, they're all bowlers that bowl more of a back of a length. They need to pitch it up and swing it, and that for me would encourage, with the wicket drying out because of the wind, then it brings Drizzle into play, then it brings Borthwick into play, and Ackerman's having a decent day. So I think if I was Alex Lees, I'd be chucking the ball to him at the first opportunity.
Absolutely, and it could very well prove to be a crucial win if Durham can defend this total of 257 today. We were talking about it pre-match, just how tight that Group A table is. Obviously, Durham down in 6, but don't look at the positions. Look at the points. There's 3-4 teams grouped on 8 points there. Hampshire being one of them. If Durham can knock Hampshire off today, it'll give them great confidence going into the rest of the Metrobank One Day Cup. Harmy, I'm going to let you go and grab your lasagna in just a little bit, but we mentioned one of the great man's names. Just before the game, obviously, cricket suffering after that sad, tragic loss of Graham Thorpe at the age of 55. I know you paid a wonderful, wonderful tribute to him pre-match, but I knew I wanted to grab you at the half-time interval just to chat to you about the stories. Any particular story that kind of stands out about Graham Thorpe? You will have plenty, I'm sure. I'm putting you on the spot here.
I do, yeah, plenty. I mean, there was one or two that 2000. I mentioned how much Thorpe was a great player, and I mean, not conforming. Nasser Hussain said, they had to make Thorpe in charge of the dress code, because if Thorpe was comfortable wearing what needed to be worn, everybody else could just follow suit, as opposed to everybody turn up in the same kit and Thorpe turned up where he wanted. So there was, he was brilliant from that. He was a good dressing room man. He went through a hell of a lot in his life, did Gray. I mean, and his door was always open. He was somebody who I toured with 2 or 3 times, I think it was. He missed out on 2005 Ashes. I remember I'm giving him a lift to the airport because he played his 100th Test match at Chesley Street. Ian Bell got 160. Thorpe was 66 not out, I think it was. They presented him with this beautiful bat. I mean, it was a lovely bat inside a frame, solid silver, all his opposition, scores that he had played against. And he's looking at me going, how on earth am I going to get that through security? So I was like, I told the story on TalkSport the other morning. I mean, dropped him off at the airport. I thought I'd see him again that summer, because I was expecting, it's Graham Thorpe. He's a key member of this team going against 2005. But it wasn't until 3 weeks later we played against Bangladesh and Australia in a one-day series, and Kevin Peterson smashed it everywhere, and he had to play. And unfortunately, it was Gray that missed out. But I'll never forget. I'm sure. I think we beat Bangladesh. We celebrated. We had a few beers. My dad dropped off. Dad was taking me home. Dropped Thorpe off at the airport, and he's got this great big, this solid silver bat, a memento of ECB, who, I don't know how they're getting it up to Chester Street, never mind getting it back there. Just thinking, I'll just chuck it in the back of the car, he'll drive it home, and he's got his bags, and he's trying to balance this memento, and he's looking and thinking, how on earth have I managed to get this back home? And I mean, he was a beauty. He wasn't a big fan of the media. There was one, before that 2004 series in the West Indies, you had to be at the airport for, I think it was 1 o'clock, and went to the airport. We had to be at the hotel for 1 o'clock, do the media, do all the signing, sponsors, everything that come. You leave the airport for the airport at 7. And Thorpe turned up at 5 to 7. And he was like, Gray, where have you been? And he was like, you wouldn't believe it. A taxi driver, massive cricket fan, took me home, meet his family and everything like that. He just had no interest in being with anybody else other than his teammates. His teammates, he loved them to bits, do anything for them. But during that series, we talk about it so fondly, 2005. But it was built off 2004 in the West Indies, when we won first up in Jamaica, went through Trinidad, Barbados, and then Antigua. That series there, and a bit like what the England cricket team journey is now. Spoke to Ben Stokes about this a few times. It's you build a winning culture, and experienced players will eventually drop off, and we did. But that at the start of that, in 2004, Mark Butcher was number 3. Nasser Hussain was number 4, and Graham Thorpe was number 5. That's when it started, and we needed that 3-4-5.
Yeah.
And the Thorpe, the 100 in Barbados. I mean, it was against the media he was going at. He had a story against one of the journalists that he really wanted to make a point of, so he was desperate to get 100. He put 38 on with Simon Jones, and I walked out to bat in Barbados. We were about 45, 50 behind, and he just punched gloves. I could just see his eyes. His eyes were out here, and it was like, just stick with me. Army, stick with me. I'll get us there. I'll get us in front. And I was like, yeah, Gray, whatever you want. I'll just do whatever you want. I got 3 off 39 balls. We managed to get a 6-run lead. Thorpe runs down the wicket, flat bats it straight through my legs, gets to the boundary 4. And he comes down, takes his helmet off. He's got that feeler headband on.
Yeah.
Give him a cuddle, and he was like, do what you want now. He just like, do what you want now. We're in front. Who cares? Do what you want. And we managed to, I think we had 3 overs left in that day.
Yeah.
I got Chris Gale out. We bowled him out for 94.
Yeah.
Knocked it off 92, won the test match 3-0, won in Barbados. And, there's a great picture of Thorpe Butcher and Sam walking around the Kensington Oval, and everybody talks about 2005 being this great together unit.
Yeah.
And there was 3 characters there. Nasser dropped off when he ran Strauss out. Thorpe was the last one out because obviously with the Peterson.
Yeah.
Butcher got injured in South Africa when Ian Bell was knocking about and coming in. They were 3 massive characters, and my heart goes out to Butcher and Nasser because they played a hell of a lot of cricket with Graham Thorpe as much as anybody else did. I love the bones off the guy, and to see what's happened, 55-year-old, is no age whatsoever. And it's absolutely heartbreaking.
Absolutely. I said to you pre-match, Army, beautiful words, great tribute to an absolutely great man, a great cricket player.
I mean, what a player.
Yeah.
At the time, at that time, averaging 40 was like now averaging 50.
Yeah.
You look at Joe Root averaging 50, Steve Smith, Virat Kohli, Kane Williamson. These players are icon figures in the game. The Fab Fours are talking. Playing in England, playing for England during the late 80s, early 90s. You had Graham Gooch. Didn't have anybody else really that averaged over 41.
Yeah.
40 was the benchmark. You had to average 40 in Test cricket to be a top player.
Yeah.
Graham Thorpe averaged 44. He was head and shoulders above everybody else. He was the man that everybody looked at as the best player in the England cricket team. So to go with the bloke as well, I mean, it is heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Celebrate the life of greatness because he was one of England's great players.
Absolutely. Tragic loss to sport, tragic loss to cricket. Our thoughts obviously on Durham Live. To Graham Thorpe's family, of course, losing Graham at the age of 55. As you can hear, as you can probably see by the scenes, Durham out warming up ahead of defending this total of 257. If you are just joining us on Durham Live, Durham lost the toss. They were put into bat. A total of 257. Colin Ackerman top scoring with 96. Run out right towards the end of the innings. We'll be back very, very shortly in just a few minutes to build up to the start of Durham defending that total. But for now, from myself, Andy Sixford, from Steve Harmison here in the Daffy News studio, we'll be back in a few minutes' time. I think we're going to swap around pundits. And we'll be back very, very shortly to look ahead to this one. So thanks for joining us. We'll be back in a few minutes after we've chucked some lasagna down our necks, I reckon, Harmy.
Very well.
don't think I've ever eaten the lasagna that quickly. Ash Thorpe wasn't eating the lasagna quickly. He was savouring every single bite. It wasn't bad grub, that, Thorpe, was it?
It was beautiful, mate. It was beautiful. I'm not a lasagna man normally, and my wife even messaged me to say so, but that was absolutely gorgeous.
Well, I'll tell you what, I wish we could talk about lasagna for the next 2 or 3 minutes, but we can't. The two teams are out back on the pitch. Thorpe, I just want to get your thoughts before we jump across to commentary on that innings for Durham 257 and the work of Colin Ackerman, which was a gem-like innings, as said by the great Steve Harmison.
Yeah, I mean, Harmy's hit the nail on the head. It was a great innings. It's a shame he deserved to get to 100. From Durham, I think they'll be a bit disappointed they haven't got a few more between 280 and 300. I think a few partnerships that ended at the wrong time from a Durham point of view, and from a Hampshire point of view, they'll be really happy with that. But it's a competitive score, and we'll have to bowl well to win.
Plenty to bowl at as the first ball of the innings comes in, and it is Neil Wagner on his debut, so it gives us a perfect time to say, you know what? We'll head back to the lasagna, or I certainly will. And I'm going to pass you back to, I believe, is Steve Harmison coming in? No, he's having his lasagna.
Leave the big lad up.
He's diving into his dinner. It's fine. I'll pass you straight back to first up, Sam Dolling.
You've got form for this, Sixsmith. You did this to me in the last game. You penned me in the studio for the entire lunch break, gave me 2 minutes to eat my lunch, and then told me off for being late for the first ball. I don't know.
Sam, you're fortunate, mate, because I'll let Neil bowl in. You're fortunate because the number of people that I've stopped from diving straight across the Daffy News studio cameras has been incredible this white ball cricketing summer. So we've seen all sorts so far.
I was thinking about the commando crawl going on, but I was in shorts and I knew it wouldn't have gone on commented on. We will talk about the cricket. The target is 258 for Hampshire for victory. Fletcher Middleton is out there in the middle. Aggressive young player opening the batting. Neil Wagner coming down the hill. Middleton on strike, playing with a straight bat. There's one slip in, that's Scott Borthwick. Next to the lively Killeen behind the stumps. Still a really strong breeze in here. And Ash Thorpe, who I thought was disappearing, has taken his headphones off and come back on. Ash.
I'm right with you, brother. Wouldn't leave you in the trenches like some trough and lasagna in the back of the studio.
Well, my lasagna box is long since empty.
Yeah,
I love
me
that.
too.
Whenever I come to Durham, I love that you get a double loading of carbs. So we've got lasagna and chips. Often at Chester Street, there's 2 potato options. Oh, swing and a miss. Bit of in-swing from Neil Wagner, bowling at good pace. Good long follow-through as well.
Yeah.
Almost stood next to Fletcher Middleton.
Just let him know he's around. A lot of experience, isn't there, from Wagner, and he'll want to lead from the front. You can see he's a massive competitor over his career, and he won't just be here at Durham to make up the numbers. He'll want to make an impact and make sure that Durham finish this season on a real high.
Yeah, a real top quality, like an international class performer. Has played so much for New Zealand. Replacing Peter Siddle as well, who's likewise. Both guys, Siddle nearly 40, Wagner's 38, but both fit as fiddles. And he pushes that to cover for no runs. So this is a good start from Neil Wagner. Fletcher Middleton unable to get him away. Nick Gubbins, the Hampshire skipper, is at the non-striker's end. He's been in good form in white ball cricket, not necessarily this season, but the last couple of years since he went down to Hampshire. Was really good for Middlesex. He scored run after run in that championship winning side, which feels a long time ago now. And he played a lot of England Lions cricket, played England Lions white ball cricket as well. Nick Gubbins, a dozen or so appearances, and then the runs just dried up. But a change of scenery has helped him. There's Fletcher Middleton pushing to mid-on. He was looking for a single, keen to get off the mark. But there's no run then. It's a maiden to start from Neil Wagner. Almost a perfect way. I guess a wicket maiden would have been even better. But a decent way to start life with the ball in hand in a Durham shirt for Neil Wagner.
Yeah, excellent start there with a maiden. A little bit of swing, not much. He's got the breeze assisting him as it's blowing across the ground. Very blustery conditions here at Roseworth Terrace in Gosforth, home of South Northumberland. As Paul Coughlin is going to open the bowling from the indoor school end of the ground, as the patrons in hospitality just down and to our left start to filter back out. Well, the prawn sandwich brigade, they were called at Manchester United, weren't they? Having a great time in there. Justin Lockwood.
They'll watch a good couple of overs over the course of the day, I'm sure.
Absolutely. Got to keep hydrated. Very important. Sunny day. Coughlin right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Gubbins. And this, it beats him on the inside. And that flew through to muster behind the stumps. There's a polite inquiry from Borthwick, as there normally is, to be fair.
He's normally curious and interested in something, but that was a great ball first up.
That's a beauty from Paul Coughlin, but a slight bit of concern because he's now holding his right elbow after that first ball. He's got a bit of a grimace on his face.
Harmy will tell you every now and then, sometimes first ball, you might just get some pins and needles that run down the arm. And then after a couple of pills, he'll be all right. And I'm not talking about painkillers either, I'm talking about bowls. This one again on the money. And see Durham straight away have a man catching and Colin Ackerman at mid-wicket. He'll be fine now. Just starting to get the feeling into his fingers. It's a horrible, horrible feeling there. It's just like kind of a nerve on the inside of the elbow gets trapped somehow. Yeah, you can see he's still favouring that a little bit, but he'll be okay. He's tough.
Your professional medical opinion is that?
Yeah, he's fine. Get on with it.
He'll be okay.
Magic sponge. He comes in again to Gubbins. And this one's down the leg side and will be Hampshire's first run of their chase, as that's a wide. A little bit of swing there for Coughlin. He'll be encouraged by that. He'll probably want to get the right-hander down at his end, swing the ball away from Middleton. Nick Gubbins, yeah, there was a stage, wasn't there? He burst on and he looked like he was one of the ones in contention to take the opening spot
next
for
in,
England.
basically.
Yeah, and just drifted off, and a good move for him down to Hampshire. Coughlin comes in and right on the money, and brilliant fielding by the man of the moment, Colin Ackerman at short mid-wicket. I think Harmy's right. I think he will be brought into the attack. Sometimes you just have one of those days, don't you, where everything kind of works for you. Deserved 100. Was left a little bit short there by... I think you summed it up. You took a stint away and he just seemed to lose the strike for about 10 to 15 overs, didn't he, from kind of 30 to 45. And he burst on again at the end. Coughlin in, hitting a lovely length here. That one flies through to Hayden Mustard behind the stumps. And that partnership, yeah, between Wagner and Ackerman was huge there. Durham in trouble, and 183 for 7 at the time. They put on 50. And I guess dictated by that, Wagner was the leading scorer, and that he was 33. Out of that partnership, which just indicates how much strike he had. It's Coughlin, and again as the wind picks up, and this one's off the thigh pad. McKinney does the backing up as he cops one in the drumstick on the left hand. That meaty part just to the end of your thumb. And they do hurt.
The issue was that Magnus 33 was the second top score for Durham.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
Despite
no.
all those starts.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You had McKinney, you had Borthwick, all making starts. Bastilleda, you had Coughlin, you know, all those little 30s and 20s and teens are all starts. And just as the internet goes off again as we're trying to get those individual scores. So Coughlin comes in. This one goes through to the keeper with 2 slips in place. And that ends over number 2, 2 without loss, Hampshire. Both of the runs are extras, 1 wide, 1 leg by. So both batters still on 0.
And it just felt like that run out of Scott Borthwick was perhaps a crucial moment in stopping Durham potentially getting a really good score.
Yeah.
But it's made a contest of it. This is going to be fun. There's a full crowd in, all loving themselves, loving their time out in the weather. Sunshine, a bit of shelter as well. It's very windy. Out in the middle it's very windy, but there is a bit of shelter around the ground.
Do you know where there's no shelter from the wind? Where Steve is. Steve, I hope you're well, mate, up on the tower.
He said, though, didn't he? He really would like to be exposed to the elements a little bit more.
Yeah, absolutely. He said he actually wanted to do the whole game, but Ross took the tough half, did the first part. Took one for the team. Just a bit of movement there behind the bowler's arm.
Umpire Ashraf just looking, being like, his face is saying exactly what we're all thinking. Just why? Why on earth are you doing that? Wagner in to Gubbins, who's flicking that wide of mid-on, but it's a brilliant bit of fielding. It's absolutely superb. Is that young Dan Hogg?
It's Coughlin.
Coughlin, sorry. It's not got the height to be Dan Hogg, but that was superb. If it was past him, that was a boundary. It was struck firmly by Nick Gubbins. Just one. Gubbins is off the mark, though. First run off the bat of this Hampshire chase. Superb fielder, Paul Coughlin. Fletcher Middleton back on strike. Very exciting young cricketer. They've got a few. Hampshire. Wagner is in. That's a good shot. Wagner is fielding off his own bowling. Ends up on the deck, holds the pose. I'm sure a few photographers would have snapped when he was down there. That'll make a good photo for a little bit later on.
Durham bowlers and follow-throughs, they love being on the deck at the moment. I was talking to Johnny Bushnell after the game down at Worcestershire, and if anybody watched that, I think every other ball he just was face first, but he reckons it was a hybrid pitch, and the old fiberglass, whatever they are, bits that were coming through were grabbing onto his spikes and making him fall over.
Wagner in. Free without loss. Oh, and that's edge, but it's just fallen short of Scott Borthwick. There was a cry, an anguished cry of catch from Neil Wagner, but we just seen the balls not quite get up, coming down the hill when Borthwick. Soft hands from Fletcher Middleton, and it bounces just in front of Scott Borthwick, and him and Hayden Mustard are there just kind of gesticulating, oh, I don't know what to do, because if you step forward, which would be the natural inclination now, the next one flies past you at head height, and everyone says, well, you should have been a step back.
I think it's just one as a keeper. Hayden Mustard's probably gone, could I have got that? But I think it was in front of him enough not to be able to.
No chance, I think. With Borthwick basically at second slip. Driven. That's a lovely shot from Fletcher Middleton. All the way along the ground. Paul Coughlin can do nothing about that mid-off. First boundary of this Hampshire innings, 7 without loss. Fletcher Middleton, who actually... There's a lot of talk in this tournament about sons and dads. You know, I watched Rocky Flintoff make 88 beautiful runs. There's Archie Vaughan. You have Mustard and Colleen playing this one, but Middleton's dad played a lot for Hampshire. Maybe isn't a big name, but scored about 9,000 runs for them in the late 80s, early 90s. So he's got good pedigree as well. That wide open stance, front leg out to the left, bottom edge, no run. We all forget about Josh De Cares as well because he hasn't got the same surname.
Absolutely, turned himself into an all-rounder, hasn't he? From being an opening batter, now more than handy off-spinner for Middlesex.
He bowled quite well yesterday. Took the wicket of Flintoff, I think.
Did he?
Caught and bowled, yeah. Good catch as well. I tell you what, that Flintoff lad, he batted superbly. You forget he's 16, you just assume that that's someone that's played a few hundred games, just the way he managed the innings with Lancashire in a bit of trouble.
He's pretty calm and casual about the whole thing as well, isn't he?
Yeah, very much so.
Wow.
Lovely shot from Fletcher Middleton. Just over pitch from Wagner, who smashes his hands together in frustration. But that's a glorious shot from Fletcher Middleton all the way along the ground. Past extra cover, 11 without loss. 3 overs gone.
I think there's the 2 shots in that over where he hasn't looked to overhit the ball. He's just looked to time it. And he's hit them beautifully there. 1 through extra cover and 1 through cover point. Just allowed that to come right under his eyes. If you get the middle of the bat in this early stage, you're going to get a boundary. So he's away, 8 not out. Middleton, 11 without loss. Gubbins yet to get off the mark. Sorry, he is on 1. My apologies.
You'll have an angry knock on the door a bit later on, Ash.
Yeah, I'm sure he's not bothered. 1. Coughlin in. And this squares up. Nick Gubbins just a little bit, the Hampshire skipper.
We've done scores elsewhere for a while. I know it's early, but
come on, mate.
The halfway stage.
While you've got connection.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. You've got to take advantage.
Hit me.
Derbyshire 206 all out. Kent 19 for 1 after 6. Most Durham fans will be wanting Kent to win that one, I think. And then Worcestershire 2-6-3 against Somerset. Somerset 25 for 1 in reply. So that could go either way.
It's Coughlin in again, and this one is pushed out to Deleda on the offside for no run.
Derbyshire, Worcestershire and Somerset are 3 of those sides that have got 8 points in what is a really tight group. Group's finish next Wednesday. Really short turnaround time for the quarterfinal, well, pseudo quarterfinals, second versus third. If you're hosting that, you've got no chance. How are you going to sell tickets? How are you going to get the casual stuff? And you know, most matchday staff aren't full time.
0 hours, pretty much.
So, like, they just don't make it easy. ECB sometimes.
Coughlin again, there's a bit of width there, and Gubbins gets some bad on that one. Not all middle, that is for sure, but gets it down to 3rd man for 1. Yeah, it just happens, doesn't it? It's just on you. I mean, the T20 quarterfinals have been known now for weeks, and that's kind of scheduled in and around the test matches. But then you've got, this competition. It just all of a sudden comes to an abrupt halt, and we go, right, we've got a game here, and that's where the next ones are, and there we go. Get on with it.
It's just a bit haphazard, isn't it?
I guess you're probably looking to put people on standby maybe with the table, but they're so tight at the moment as this one is a wide down the leg side.
That's it. You've got no idea. And so Worcestershire are hosting the England Lions next week. So if they finish second or first, well, if they finish second, they would have a home game on the Friday in theory.
Yeah.
Well, their ground is already being used.
Mhm.
Who knows what the lads who are in that England Lions squad, which one will prioritise, whether it's the quarterfinals of a cup competition or England Lions. I still love this competition line.
Yeah, it's good. Like you say, you have that mix of those getting opportunities maybe for their first or the second year with some older heads. We've seen some good cricket as Coughlin is tucked away by Middleton out into the leg side. One of those ones that we'll be keeping an eye on is Ben McKinney does the fielding, and Middleton will pick up a couple, move into double figures. Hampshire move on to 15 without loss.
How do you reckon they approach this, Ash?
I think similarly to Durham, I think they'll just look to get a solid platform up front and look to bat in partnerships. I don't think it's not a massive score where you need to get away. And it'll just depend on how well Durham bowl. And that's the area that you need to bowl, I think, that challenge, that top of off stump.
Is it a score where you think if we just bat 50 overs, we'll almost certainly win the game? Yeah. There's not enough in this pitch for it to be, you could fall short after 50 overs.
Yeah, I think so. I think with the calibre of players that they have, what might be interesting is the spin options that Durham go through in the middle stages and see how much this pitch turns with it. You know, it's been a warmish day but really windy, so how much has this pitch dried out over the course of today? Coughlin again, and that one is somehow played off the back foot, one bounce to mid-off, where everybody just thought that was going to be caught. And Middleton, that one maybe just stopping in the pitch a little bit, gets away with one, and is still there on 10, 15 without loss after 4.
Yeah, I just assumed that Colin Ackerman was going to stand there and take that out of cover. It looked like it was just going to loop up into his hands. Bit of extra bounce. We've seen a couple of those from Coughlin. Seen a couple of those from this end, actually. Was it Brad Wheel got one up to, I'm trying to think who was batting at the time. George Drizzle, that bouncer, when he was trying to get off the stripe.
It was, I think, Hogg, wasn't it? He bowled a really good bouncer to Dan Hogg that put him on his backside.
Bowled a couple of them.
Yeah.
A bit more bounce down here. There's a discussion as to whether Ackerman is going to go in at second slip. He'd made his way there, and now he has to trot back up.
I like that field. I like the short cover catching on this pitch.
Wagner in, and Nick Gubbins defending, looks completely unflustered. Just a couple of him so far into the 5th over.
Just keeps the batter honest, making sure that he plays the ball under his eyes as Sam's frustration through lack of access to the world is denied.
I feel cut off in here. I need all the information. I need it now. 2 fielders outside the ring are Daniel Hogg down at fine leg and a third as well. Just 2 allowed outside that circle for these first 10.
It's Michael Jones down there, I think.
I couldn't quite see him. Michael Jones will be heading to Lancashire at the end of the season. Had such a good year last year, not quite been able to find his way into the Red Bull side.
It's an interesting one for him. People might look and say, well, what kind of role has he's had? He's been up and down the order a little bit, and he's opening the batting for Scotland in T20 and then batting 7 for Durham, so he might be a little bit disillusioned with that his roles are so different. Access to the red ball side as well, so there's a few different things that might have niggled at him.
Turned in to the leg side for just a single, and there's also the fact there's a couple of openers heading up to the northeast.
Yeah, I think that will have been on the back of him leaving, though. I think Durham would have been wanting Michael Jones to stay. In fact, I know they wanted Michael Jones to stay. But he's going back to his home club as well, and you've got to remember that's where he's from. He's from just outside of Manchester.
Yeah, played through the age groups. Emilio Gay is a super signing.
I'm really excited to see what he brings. And there's a few different rumours in the background going on about other players potentially coming and going, but September will be an interesting time for Durham as they consolidate where they are in Division 1 and see how high they can get up the table and potentially look at making a finals day in the T20.
Short cover for Middleton. Borthwick's almost gone to a third slip. Wagner is on the floor again, fielding off his own bowling, and now he's sliding when he probably didn't need to because that single was getting taken anyway. But Wagner dirtying those, well, they're not whites, are they? Those blues on his lower half. Wholehearted cricketer.
Oh,
Never leave anything out there.
I just remember, just a contest. It was him and Matthew Wade. He just ran in the ball, bouncer after bouncer at Wade, and Wade just in the end just letting the ball hit him on the arm. Incredible.
Grizzled hard cricketer, Matthew Wade. Yeah. But lovely man. I actually interviewed him once, and he's not what you'd expect.
No.
Not the characteria, not character, that's the wrong word. Wagner is in, and Gubbins is reaching. It's a slightly strange shot that's going to bring him four. It was almost like he'd leant in, and then thought, I can hit this, so battered it into the ground. It's gone through cover. Gubbins has his first boundary.
Once again, I didn't think he got anything on that, and it's absolutely raced away. I thought he'd kind of spooned it to point.
It's almost like the outfield's almost getting quicker. Yeah. It was a bit wet when I drove up to the northeast last night. Having been in Manchester, where it's always sunny, we were looking at scorecards. It's raining in Cardiff, raining down in Edgbaston, raining in Scarborough. It was beautiful in Manchester, lovely in grey, but no moisture.
Yeah, there wasn't much cricket yesterday, apart from Manchester, which is incredible.
Wagner is in, tucked off his hips. I think that might bring him back-to-back boundaries. Daniel Hogg is going to chase it from fine leg. He may well have done really well. We'll see what happens. What's Daniel Hogg going to say? He flicks it back. Yeah, he's kept it inside the rope. Just a couple. Umpire Thorpe has been overturned up here.
I'd like to have seen that on a replay. I think there was a bit of Toblerone action as Dan Hogg got around there, but it's a good effort from the big man. Right, I'm going to leave you in Steve Harmson's company for a while.
Thanks, Ashley Thorpe. Army coming back in. 23 without loss after 5 overs, so a solid start for Hampshire, actually. Pretty similar to how Durham got on, but they'll be quite happy with this, Army.
Yeah, absolutely. It's bowled some good balls. Coughlin's put some balls in the right area. It's got the ball to bounce, but I think so far, I think Hampshire will be very, very happy where they sit at this moment in time.
Paul Coughlin, ball in hand. Going to come up the hill to Fletcher Middleton. That open stance of his defends for no run.
Yeah, he's a good player, this young lad. He's had a few starts in this series so far. He got 30, I think, in the last game. It looked as though he was, seen some of the highlights, he looked as though he was in fine order. Then he got out. So again, young players, coming into this competition. It's all well and good getting good starts. You've got to go on. You've got to cash in and make sure that you see your sides home.
Lovely shot. It's beating the fielder as well. Despairing dive. Oh, I think a little bit of disappointment from both fielder and bowler there. It was Bazdaleda, who's very good in the field.
I think he's done by pace, there, Sam. I think he's done by pace. I don't think Middleton's timed that as much as it looked, and I think it's just hit the edge of the worn pitches, and I think Bazdaleda had dived, and it's just bounced over his hands because he's been done by a lack of pace.
So difficult fielding on the squares.
Yeah,
this rock solid.
Half volley, wide half volley. You could argue he deserved to go for 4.
That's better.
Yeah, that's much better from Coughlin. I think if you hit this pitch, there's something there for you as a big tall bowler, especially the release point that Coughlin's got, Hogg has. We've seen in the first innings, Jack's the tall release point. Kyle Abbott running down the hill, hitting that pitch hard. His first 8 overs were exceptional. I think if you hit this pitch, you get rewarded. I think if you float it, I think with the wind, especially if you give width, you'll get punished.
Slip is out. Borthwick's catching mid-wicket. That's driven, and it looked for a second like it was going to go in the air towards Daniel Hogg. It was only a couple of inches off the ground, but it bounced a good 5-10 yards short of him.
Yeah, if they were in reverse positions there, Daniel Hogg catching mid-wicket and Scott Borthwick, who's a little bit shorter, shall we say. There might have been a little bit of a sniff, but no, he just checked his drive, just checked himself a little bit. Didn't go through with the shot.
Does go through with that shot. It's whipped away off his leg. There's going to be a chase for Daniel Hogg. There's a couple of fielders after it. It's done very, very well. Is that Bushnell?
No, McKinney.
McKinney, sorry.
Yeah, excellent bit of fielding. excellent bit of fielding from Ben McKinney. He again overpitched, just overpitched, and I think because of that, he's got a chance to get his hands free. So another good shot. Watched the ball before onto the bat, but when it just held its line that time, it was just a little bit fuller.
Pulled outside edge. It didn't get that where he wanted to get it, but it's flown away past that vacant slip area. You can see Scott Borthwick, who was stood right where that ball went until a couple of balls away. He's now at mid-wicket, head in hands. 4 runs, Hayden Mustard couldn't get there. End of the over, 33 for 0 off 5.
Yeah, he probably could have done with being Daniel Hogg if he was in that position, though. Well, Scott Borthwick, head on hands, he is vertically challenged. I'm not sure he was getting there. Hayden Mustard threw a hand in the air, and Hayden Mustard, Scott Borthwick, similar size. I think that might have went flying over first slip, even if he was in position. But again, if you're going to swing hard, and hopefully the ball, with the newness of the ball's making it bounce, stand up. You get a good piece of it, it'll just fly off. It has flown off, to be fair, for Hampshire in this power play.
Yeah, he's been the aggressor, Fletcher Middleton. That one a little bit streaky, but 3 lovely boundaries and a couple of nice shots that picked him up too. So Wagner's in. Gubbins has been a little bit more circumspect. Perhaps happy to just stay there. He's the experienced head in this side, and there's some young, really exciting players. You've got Ben Brown with his experience further down the order. But the likes of Middleton, Toby Albert, Tom Press, they all score really quickly.
They do, and that's the beauty about this competition. If you can sprinkle a bit of youth with the experience, it gives them a chance. Nick Gubbins, he moved counties. He was close, I think. He really was close of playing for England. I know there's a lot of people will say, he was close. And I think Nick Gubbins really was close.
Pushes that to cover, and will they get a single because cover tipped it around the corner? No, they won't.
Yeah, I think
agree.
he was close.
I agree. Next man in, I think.
I think he wasn't far away under the sort of previous regime of when Chris Silverwood was in charge of England. Joe Root was captain. I think Nick Gubbins was probably close to, as any others have been, to getting a chance to play for England. And then
that 2016 summer.
Yeah.
1,409 runs.
That's a lot of runs.
That is a lot of runs. Championship winning runs, it turned out. Wagner is in. That strikes Gubbins on the pad, way too high. Strangled appeal. Yeah, he was a little bit. He went on the Lions tours and just didn't quite do well. James Hildreth did a similar thing.
Yeah.
Scored really heavily and then got on a Lions tour, and that's when you really have to stand up.
And England were looking for a left-handed option at the top of the order. They ended up going with, it was a couple of years later, but they ended up going with Alex Lees. Mark Stoneman had a go.
Did Lythe have
had a go. 2015, I think, Lythe had a go.
He played an Ashes series.
He did, yeah.
Wagner's in. Straight into Gubbins, not giving him any width. Gubbins picks it up and returns it to him. Well, that's the beauty of this tournament. There's a lot of ex-England openers around, but Middlesex, they've got Stoneman and Robson in and around the kids. This team here, Gubbins, all right, he hasn't played for England. Brown, but they churn the runs out in county cricket.
Yeah, when you throw a Bass into this who hasn't come north, which is understandable for a one-day game. Abbott, there's a lot of good experience along with some younger players. Wagner, Lees, Borthwick, Ackerman.
Wagner is in, given the charge by Nick Gubbins, who's been quite circumspect until that shot, and that one goes really low. We've seen a few keep low from that end, haven't we?
Yeah, and I think I'm running down the slope, and obviously Wagner's release point. He doesn't get all the way over the top. He gets a little bit round arm, and when he gets round arm, probably doesn't make it bounce as much, but he's bowled 2 or 3 very, very good balls in good areas to Gubbins in and around that midriff area, and I think because of that, Gubbins is possibly thinking, if I come out the crease, hit him off his length, then they got to go that little bit fuller. If he does go fuller, it's floated. If he goes short ball, short ball is not a man out.
To defend that, Wagner stops it with his feet, end of the over. Oh, a lovely bit of footwork by Ben McKinney there. 33 without loss, 7 gone here. Wind really, it's almost picking up, and it's been strong all day. Those marquees are in real danger. As I think it was you said earlier, there will be a point where people are holding on to those marquees.
Yeah, I hope it's Tom Seymour. I really do, because it's got.
He'll be in hospitality though, Tom Seymour.
Well, yeah, he'll be finding a way of not doing anything, which he's very, very good at. So, but no, I think it's been a lovely day. I think the the wind. I don't think the wind spoilt it. I think it's made it for a better contest. Hitting with the wind and showing your skills. Bowlers having to hold their actions and making sure their timings are absolutely spot on.
Middleton gives himself some room. He just stepped away and he's bunted Paul Coughlin down the ground for a straight forward. I think he's given... They're looking at the umpire. What are they saying?
Yeah,
are they looking at the
three
field?
outside.
Yeah, too many.
Yeah, I think what he's done is he's took a punt. He's gone. This is a free hit.
Yeah.
I think Middleton, fair play to him. That's hats off. Fletcher Middleton standing there going, there's 3 outside the circle here. I think it's fine leg. Neil Wagner's gone. He was at fine leg, so he's gone all the way down. So they've got 3 men outside the circle. So from Middleton's point of view, he's thinking this is a free hit. I can't be out here because there's 3 outside the circle. He knows what he's doing. And now it's been given a no ball. It's another free hit. So that's excellent play from the opener from Hampshire.
Yeah, really smart cricket that. And Gubbins may have spotted it, giving each other a little signal. Naturally, they didn't tell and didn't give Durham a heads up. Why would they? A little bit sloppy that. Full toss. The free hit. So often they just go for one, and that does just go for one. But a costly ball. It's cost them 7 runs, that ball. As the throw from Ben McKinney makes Hayden Mustard work. He'll give him a glare, I'm sure. No, he was very nice about it, in fact. There was an apology to England under-19 players. There's a lot of players from England under-19s around. I see
In this
about
game,
everybody.
yes,
Yeah, there was yesterday as well, but it's brilliant, isn't it? All these youngsters.
And that's always been the challenge. I mean, England struggled during the end of the Root era, and I think one thing you don't think you can underestimate was COVID was horrendous for the whole world.
That's the beauty. It's got him. Nick Gubbins just looks back and wanders off. Came around the wicket there, Paul Coughlin. A slight change of angle. It's pitched on middle and off. Gubbins had to play for it. A little faint tickle, and Hayden Mustard dives to his left and takes the first wicket. It's a Hampshire 40-1.
Yeah, an absolute beauty. As a batter, you're walking off going, there's not much I can do with that. It's pitched in a good area. I've tried to clear straight and haven't played away from my body. Haven't pushed at it. Yes, he's coming possibly slightly down the wicket. But I think that's a good ball, good area, and nicked off. And a good catch. I mean, it flew to Hayden Mustard, and he took a good catch and a wicket that I think Durham really, really needed, Sam.
Yeah, they just started to pick up the scoring rate in these last 4 or 5 overs. But Paul Coughlin, after that expensive start to the over, slightly sloppy start, he's changed the angle to Nick Gubbins, and you can't describe that as sloppy at all. Perfect cricket from him.
I think just to go back on what I was finishing saying about that time, if you go back yourself and thinking about how difficult cricket was during the COVID time, we had the test matches, everybody was locked in. I was at the Aegeus Bowl for a bit, and then you had time where even the media you were locked into the Emirates Old Trafford. It stopped under 19 tours, it stopped under 16 tours, it stopped A tours, Lions tours, and I think the knock-on effect to that and the ramifications of that is you don't get players, good young players who are playing in this 50-over competition at this moment in time, a chance to play against the next best from other countries, play in different environments, understand what this great game can throw up, not only from a physical point of view, but from a mental point of view. And I think because of that, I think we're just starting to benefit from that era finishing, and now we're seeing some wonderful young talent go on these 16s, these 19s, these A tours, the Lions tours, and I think that's when international cricket in the franchise world will get better and better from it. And the more of the young tours, the better, to understand what it's like to play cricket in different parts of the world.
Tom Prest is the new batter. He's playing up at South Northumberland for now. Good pace, good carry through to the wicketkeeper from Paul Coughlin as Ashthorpe wanders back in. Tom Prest, I remember hearing his name. And actually, the beauty of this tournament is these guys, it's fine, right? It's brilliant if you score runs at under 19 level. But you never really know until someone goes out there and plays first team cricket in a pressurised environment. You never know what you're going to do. And some lads now, 21, 22, if they've played 3 or 4 seasons of this competition, they've got 40 games experience under their belt. I think it's brilliant. Coughlin in, back of a length. So Prest, he was doing his A-level. It's like the week before, the week after he finished his A-level exams. He was down at Canford. And he made 303 not out for Hampshire 2s as an 18-year-old. And that in itself gets a bit of noise. But he was playing on the nursery ground down at Hampshire right next. And the first team were playing at the same time. And he was just hitting sixes onto the first team. And the first team players going, what on earth is going on here? Who is peppering our ground with sixes? It was young Tom Prest. I think they knew then
And the boy was going to be a talent, yeah.
They probably knew that a bit before then. Pressing the back foot, yet to score here. Yeah, exciting players, the likes of him, Albert, Middleton. Out there in the middle, these two have played a lot of cricket together, a lot of twos, a lot of academy cricket.
And there's a lot of them around the country. I think there's, in each county there is, like I say, because of that, the under-19s and the tours and the amount of volume, and where before, during my time, you had to play under-19s. You got pulled out of first-class cricket. You literally got pulled out of first-class cricket, which was, I mean, it was a debacle.
Pushed out to backward point for no run. And of the 8th over, and it's a good one from Durham. It started badly from Paul Coghlan. They had 3 outside the ring. They were only allowed 2. It went for 4, no ball, but it's finished really well. Nick Gubbins, a beauty of a delivery from Coghlan around the wicket, nicking behind to Hayden Mustard, Hampshire 44.
But you got pulled out of, I mean, you playing first-class cricket, and then you had to go and play under-19s. And a lot of people thought that was a backward step, and it probably was the standard that was. And thankfully, common sense prevailed that if you were playing in the first team, you stuck with that. And the under-19s got stronger because the talent pool became bigger, which was natural. I remember playing an under-19 game at Hampshire, at Harrogate, and that was David Boone was captain at Durham, and he rang me up and just said, "My shins are sore." I said, "What?" He just said, "Go in that dressing room, complain your shins are sore. We'll have 2 weeks where we don't bowl you, and you'll come back and play for Durham."
Wagner is in. Middleton pushes it to cover for no run.
He didn't want me playing for the England under-19s because he said, playing for Durham was a much better standard. You are a young body. We don't want to, potentially get you injured. So, and I think now the common sense, like I said, has prevailed that you are like young players that are, you've got 1 or 2 young players now in the Lions squad, which you've got there, who are under-19s. I mean, they've getting through because of the first team experience that they've getting, which is fantastic to see.
The name in there that everyone is very excited about, and there's a few. As Wagner is in, and Fletcher Middleton is playing a lovely shot, but a good bit of fielding straight to Ben McKinney. If he goes either side of him, it's 4 runs. Is young Hamza Sheikh, who's the 19 skipper.
Yeah, it's Warwickshire. Yeah,
he's in the Lions squad, and there are people who think very, very highly.
Very highly of him. I like Rayan Ahmed's younger brother. I think he's a very, very talented cricketer. Obviously, everybody's going to wax lyrical about young Rocky Flintoff, Andrew's son, who is just a spitting double of his dad.
Oh, wonderful. All beauty from Wagner. Middleton just withdraws the bat right at the last minute, but he was thinking about playing for it.
So it's great to see all these get their chance. Thorpe just pointed at Josh Hull. Oh, yeah. He was excellent at Chesterfield in the T20 game. He bowled beautifully, along with Scott Curry, who's on loan from Hampshire. Is he on loan from Hampshire? I think he is on loan from Hampshire.
There's two brothers, but yeah, I think you might be right.
I think he is on loan from Hampshire. He's playing for the Originals at the moment. Well, who are having a shocker at this moment in time, but yeah, he's playing for the Originals at the moment. They're not having the best of time. The Manchester team.
It's an understatement. All edged and taken by Scott Borthwick. Has to go. Neil Wagner has his first wicket in Durham colours. Hampshire lose 2 wickets in 2 overs. Fletcher Middleton is frustrated with himself. He swings his bat, but it's a beauty. We'll have another look at it. I don't know if he had to play it. Left armour coming across the right-hander. Little Nick, Scott Borthwick doesn't drop those, even at that height.
That full length, isn't it? That fuller length. Rewind, more or less, literally the similar time to what in Durham's innings when you've seen Alex Lee's. You look at Fletcher Middleton there, he's hit 2 fielders, he's played 2 quality shots, hit fielders, and in the modern day, you're frustrated and you're thinking about hitting the ball hard, and you've hit the fielder expecting to get a couple of boundaries, and then all of a sudden you get a full one, throw your hands at it, feet don't go, body don't go, head stares back, and all of a sudden you've nicked it to slip, and you walk off and think, I've actually played 2 really good cricket shots there, and then just chased a wide one, and playing against an international bowler who's got 240 test match wickets, he can sense that as well. So a good catch as well from Scott Borthwick, and 2 wickets I think Durham desperately needed.
And I think that's probably brought around a slight change in the batting order. They're always fluid, the white ball batting orders, but Ben Brown's gone out in the middle, and you just wonder if they're not losing a couple of quick wickets, Brown maybe stays a little bit lower to finish it off with his experience, but actually because there are a couple down, I quite like this. They've gone, actually, Ben, can you go in? Neil Wagner's bowling, Paul Coglan's bowling, they've got loads of experience. Just calm it down a second, please.
Yeah, as well as that, you've got the game in front of you. You can look at the scoreboard and see runs required 219. He's probably your best player. best player at finishing games, best player in the at this moment in time. I think he's probably the one that's in most form. He's one of your most experienced players. So because of that, like Colin Ackerman, can you go out there and do what Colin Ackerman did? Can you get 100 off 125 balls and maybe more, or like Ackerman did 90, 95 and hold it all together? I think when you've got a total and you see that in front of you, sometimes sending not your best player but your most experienced player out there early.
Just drops that into the offside. 139 unbeaten earlier in the tournament against Northants. A couple of 30 odds. End of the over. 2 wickets in 2 overs, 9 gone. 40 for 2. Sam Delling alongside Steve Harmison. Ash Thorpe is going to come in very soon. I think Ryan Campbell might be joining us too. I agree with you about young Farhan Ahmed. I was very lucky to interview Rayan quite early. I watched him play a one-day cup game, and Steve Kirby, who'd been his coach at the MCC Young Cricketers as head coach, and it's when Rayan Ahmed had gone down. He'd rung Jamal Hussain, who was up in Nottingham, and said, "Look, I need some net bowlers. Have you got?" He said, "I've got this 14-year-old leg spinner," and Steve said, "I'm going to stop you there. I'm not having a 14-year-old bowling at England players." And he said, "No. Come and have a look." So he took him down there. As Coughlin is in. Nice shape for no run. And I think Steve Kirby's not the best with the mitt. As a bowling coach, you watch him mitt. He now wears shin pads because he's been hit so many times.
I bet he's aggressive towards it as well.
Oh, you can
Nicest man in the world until he walked over a white line.
Oh, yeah. All the boys
fight his grandma.
On the slinger, he just bowls back of a leg. He's like, "These are your own players, Steve. Any chance?" But he bowled it googly and Kirby didn't pick it anyway. So Rayan gets a couple of the England players out, whatever. But I interviewed Rayan, and he said there's a couple of brothers. I think there's 3 of them. There's a few siblings. There's Coughlin. Is in off the back foot. That's a lovely shot. 4 runs. Nice way for Tom Prest to get off the mark. 2 batters on 0. Prest now has 4.
That's a beautiful shot. That really was a beautiful shot. On his tiptoes, top of the bounce. Prithvi Shaw played the last home game that Durham had, and he batted in slow motion compared to everybody else. It was beautiful to watch. And that shot there was something that Prithvi Shaw played quite a bit up at the Seat Unique Riverside not long ago. It was this time last week.
Brilliant to have players of that ilk playing. Drives it to mid-on, and Rayan said they'd play indoors, and they were meant to play outdoors, but as soon as Mum and Dad went out, they had this conservatory, and the brothers would just play in there, and they broke so many windows. But and Rayan is quite a confident lad, but he said, honestly, my brother's far better than me. And you're thinking, right, well, your brother's going to be pretty good. And it didn't surprise me to see Nottinghamshire pick him up.
No, I'm looking forward to seeing him develop. And there's 1 or 2 others. You see that in that squad, the 2 bowlers. How's that missed? It's just nipped back and gone through a bit. I can't remember who got out in the first innings like that. Sean Abbott just nipping one back through the gate. But I'm looking forward to seeing Zaman Akhtar and Ajit Singh Gill. I think them 2 bowlers who have England want to see pace. I think Zaman Akhtar, sorry, I think his pace is clocked as fast as anybody else in the country in domestic level. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they're going to go in a game when they go just that next step up.
Oh, jags that one back into the pads. Yeah. Well, I was going to give Ryan Campbell some credit because he came on the County Cricket Natters podcast. So Annie Chave, actually, I think he came on and we were asking about quick bowling and who you might look at, and he said there's 2 lads that people won't be on people's wider radar, but the 2 lads down at Gloucestershire, they are seriously quick bowlers.
And I seen him early, Akhtar early, and then he got injured. I had dinner with Rob Key up here, and talked about Zaman, and just saying he is probably one of the quickest there is in the country from a domestic point of view. And then the week after he played and he got injured, and the Langer was there. They had the 3 quick bowlers. It's a quick attack running down the hill at Bristol, and unfortunately he got injured, and I think he's only really just come back. So it'll be good to see how he goes against, along with the pace and the height and the left arm angle of Josh Hull. So it's quite a nice attack that England Lions have got.
It's a rite of passage, though, a back injury. I think Akhtar, was it his debut? He's brilliant. The South Asian Cricket Academy it's the most prolific academy in the world, right? They've got 10 pros, but it was the game where I think Brooke and Root played for Yorkshire, and Akhtar got his maiden 5 first. That's a decent start, isn't it?
Not bad, isn't it? Two decent players there.
I'm going to nip off, and Ash Thorpe is going to come in.
Yeah, 2 decent players, Harry Brooke and Joe Root. But that England Lions squad going to play against Sri Lanka, and I think a week's time, or next week. I think there'll be a few Somerset fans disappointed because they picked 2 key players.
Here's Wagner in. And pushed out into the offside, and Brown is nearly run out. Picked probably Durham's quickest and best fielder.
That's a brilliant bit of fielding, that is. That is an unbelievable bit of fielding by Paul Coughlin, because Ben Brown is ambling through going, that's an easy one. And all of a sudden he's had to put the afterburners on, because Coughlin, not only did he get the ball quickly, he got it out quickly, and it was a great sort of body change to get himself in a position to throw the ball at the non-striker's end.
Not bad after 5 overs either.
Yeah.
All athletes, you big quicks, mate.
You're joking.
There's Wagner in again, and this is edged and caught. It was up. I'm not sure if he's run his fingers over that one a little bit there.
Seemed to get stuck.
It did, didn't it?
He seemed to get stuck, did Tom Prest. It looked as though he got in a position to go hard at it, and then he went again. And whether you're right, he got fingers across it, maybe just a little bit of deception, but it didn't seem that. It didn't seem that way, because if it did, it would have dropped short of Hayden Mustard if there was no pace on it. So I just think the timings of Tom Prest there has got himself in a bit of trouble, and good area and a great fight back in the last 2 overs from Durham.
Yeah, he looks very disappointed as he walks off. The slow walk of death for Prest. He's gone caught behind by young Mustard off the bowling of Wagner, who's into his 6th. So what you've got to say is excellent captaincy to keep your overseas player on. And somebody who might just have a bit of input into that is Durham head coach Ryan Campbell. Good afternoon, Ryan.
Hello, lads. Good time to walk into the office, huh?
Nearly a run out and then a nick. Happy days.
Yeah, very nice.
So they got off to quite a nice start, didn't they? A little bit similar to us, and then a couple of wickets have fallen just at the back end of the power play, just to put Hampshire a little bit on the back foot.
I know I sound old-fashioned already here, and this is my opening statement, but we always talk about that, don't we? If you're a cricket team and someone's got a good start.
As Albert faces his first ball, pushes out into the offside.
Or partnerships going, or that. Just imagine if you looked up at the scoreboard and had 2 wickets to it. And it's amazing how often it happens. It's you saw that now innings when there was just a little bit of momentum going our way with Scott and Ackers in the innings. Run out, and then someone had to re-establish, then Bus got out, and then boom, it went. And, we just lacked a bit of momentum to the real back end of that innings.
Wagner in again, and this is a bit of shape. Wagner always looks like he's head first into his follow-through, which shows you how much effort he puts into his delivery.
But it's an interesting, conversation that we all have about, playing at outgrounds, and I'm the first to say I love it. I said that last time. I love going out, but the wickets have to be really good as well. Yes. And this is a much better pitch. And again, I probably wouldn't even talk about the pitch here at South North.
It's Wagner in again, and that's close to the off stump, and Wagner cannot believe it. I like him. There's a bit of theatrics in it. He's the showman, isn't he?
But, we keep losing the toss.
Yeah.
So we always know that there's moisture in pitches. That's probably how you have to keep club wickets, going well.
Yep.
So there's always going to be a little bit of niggle in those wickets. And last year we were bowled out for 180.
Yep.
I look at last year's game, and Alex Lees, we all remember last year when he was literally scoring runs for fun. Man, he was playing and missing at balls by foot, which kind of the alarm bells went. But this again, good crowd. The corporates are having a good time.
Aren't they just?
You're taking cricket to the people, and you'll get a grumpy coach every now and again if the wicket's not right, but I'll suck up my grumpiness, but it's the game is the important part. If someone can just walk down the road and not go to Chesley Street for a change, which we love, don't get me wrong, it's going to get different people here at the ground, then great. You see it at a lot of the other counties. And again, I hear this competition, no one loves it because, everyone loves it, but, it's not treated well because the hundred's on and this, that. who cares about the 100?
Just focus on yourself.
Yeah, let's. What do we get out of this? What you see. I've heard listening to you guys talk about the experienced players playing.
We've got Bus the leader, just sorry to interrupt you, coming into the attack.
But then you're talking about all these youngsters.
Yeah, how
you
exciting.
know, that's where it's almost like the old grade days where young players came into a team, but they were surrounded with senior pros.
Yep.
And that's something that we lose now everywhere, not just in England. You know, I have these conversations back in Perth with my club teams, and you know, it's kids versus kids, second 11 competition, kids versus kids.
Yep.
But this is brilliant.
Stellator right on the money. Yeah, and like I say, it's just that next generation, isn't it, coming through, mixed with your senior, your old heads there, and what a great mix it is.
Well, like as a coach, Dorby, I'll go to second. You know that I go to second team games. I'll go to obviously training with all the guys, and you're working. And you see talent. Don't get me wrong. You know, we all see talent. We work it out, and we go, yeah, we're going to do this. This is Ben McKinney. Oh, what a player.
Right on the money again, but it's just how do you get them opportunities?
Until he plays against good teams, until he's put under the pressure,
Yep.
how he worked through the power play today against bloody good opposition, and where a wicket that's nippling around, and then the disappointment of a youngster short and wide goes for it. That, well, you know what, that happens. But unless we keep throwing him in, and again, everyone's going to say, oh, well, why don't you just play him in the red ball team? Well, we got a few.
It's not a bad squad.
That are pretty good. That's going in there as well, and you know, that's the I guess the $24 million question is how do you get experience into these youngsters to get them ready to play at the next level consistently, not just once or twice. We want them to be. Next time I pick Ben McKinney, I don't want him to be out ever again.
For 10 years.
And again, I heard you guys talking about the Lions squad, which is fantastic for Ben. It's an opportunity for him that obviously he's impressing the ECB.
This one's square driven. Oh, and another direct hit, and that would have been another wicket. Is that Coughlin again?
Yes, it is. Sore elbow too, the old big fella, and he's still throwing hard.
First one. Might have been the pins and needles, mate. But yeah, he's such an athlete in the field. It's a couple of half run-out chances, you'd have to say, for Coughlin. But good pressure being created by the bowlers and the fielders now. Now Hampshire having to work hard for every run. 46 for 3.
Well, this is a great time, but we have to squeeze. We have to just starve them of boundaries and make them work for every run.
Later in again, and this one's run away, and it's run away fine of third man. And unfortunately, the coach's curse maybe this time rather than the commentator's curse. So Albert runs this one away for 4, and that brings up the 50 for Hampshire. He moves on. It's him off the mark, actually, on 4. Brown on 2. Hampshire 50 for 3 after 12.
Well, yeah, you know, these are the times in games. I think you saw it actually in our innings between overs 30 and 40 when we went, I think it was 2 for 36 in that period. You know, what happened there? They came on, they bowled well, they put us under pressure, they brought fielders up. They had the extra guy inside the circle, so there wasn't just the easy ones. And, you know, they're those moments in games where you need to know when to press, when to lay off a little bit, when to think, you know what, I'm bringing our best bowlers back on, let's go.
They did that with Abbott, didn't they?
Yeah.
And got the wicket. I think it was Bus, wasn't it?
You know, that's why I love 50 over cricket so much, because it's not just smack and bang. There's ups and downs, and it's a journey.
Absolutely. It's Coughlin back into the attack. The big man in the game. Pleased to see he looked a little bit more organised with the bat today than his last outing, which was good.
Yeah. Look, we know what he brings to the table. He's a guy that has a lot of experience. Not exactly entirely happy that I keep putting Ben Rain in front of him in the batting order when we in the 4-day game, because those two are sit next to each other in the rooms, and they're at it all the time.
I'm just pleased they both made 100 in the same game. So they've made one first-class 100 each, and it was in the same game against Leicester a couple of years ago. It was a bit of a snooze fest, to be honest. And this one is driven out without any timing or conviction into the leg side. So, yeah, if one of them had got the upper hand on the other at that stage, good luck to you.
Yeah, and Graham Clark's the other one on that side of the bench. So between the three of them, there's always something going on.
Clark, have you spoken to him since he's joined up with the Superchargers at all?
They're all having a good time, enjoying the the hurly-burly of the 100 competition.
Coughlin in again. And this goes between bat and pad. I've just seen every now and then one just grabs the seam and moves pretty, well, excessively. And that one, unlucky not to cannon from a Durham point of view into the stumps.
Yeah, we'd love to see that knocking off the top of off stump like we saw a couple of times. But, yeah, you're right. Obviously, Paul is a guy that tries to swing the ball, but every now and again he bowls the wobble seam or the off cutter, which bloody Harmison's much better to talk about than me. But you can it's very clear that, when he's trying to do that and work his fingers over the ball, he's getting something from this pitch.
And again, a really good length there, unable to get into the drive, Albert. And did your batters talk about that, to the bowling group, about the lengths that was quite difficult to score from?
Yeah, well, obviously, Colin batted a long period of time, and, he sort of said where the bits that were the hardest to face. So, like you say, you felt like you couldn't hit down the ground as freely as you wanted to. So that length is, I know we all hate serving up half volleys, but it's probably a little bit fuller than shorter.
Yeah. And there is a half volley, and that is put away beautifully by Albert for 4. Brings up his second boundary. He moves on to 8. Hampshire to 55 for 3.
Yeah, that's a beautiful cricket shot.
It was. A little bit over-pitched there from Coughlin.
Well, and that's, of course, that's the whole thing. If you do over-pitch, it's like on any wicket in the world, you're going to get hurt. So it's about being consistent with your length. Obviously, with your line, you're almost always attacking that off stump.
Loving seeing a slip still in place. This one is defended out into the offside. That ends over number 13. 55 for 3. Brown on 3. And Albert on 8.
It's interesting, obviously, to watch Alex use his fast bowlers. Like Coggers, in the end of the day, is probably not a guy that we look at bowling the death overs. So it's someone that we can use a little bit more in the early part of the match and see if he can take wickets. Obviously, we'll have Daniel Hogg coming from his end at some point, and I would say Delader and Wagner are going to be our 2 guys to bowl at the death, and then you've obviously got a host of spinners. So, I would have thought in these first 20 overs, you'll probably see a bulk of our seamers going about their work.
Interesting to see what spin we get out of this pitch in the second half as well, as Delader comes in. This is a little bit full.
That's a bit floaty.
Yeah, it was.
Bus does get in a habit when he bowls, especially with a brand new ball, he tries to swing it and probably doesn't hit the deck enough and can get a little bit floaty. But to be fair to him, he's been in tremendous form with the ball. His batting hasn't quite been on song since that first game against Lancashire, but the bowling, I think, has been very impressive.
Running up the hill. And that one is clipped away nicely into the leg side, and Ben McKinney, the 2 longest men on the pitch, converge.
Yeah, it's a tall right-hand side of the field that when we look down from our angle.
Hogg and McKinney. Hogg towering over McKinney, which is impressive in itself. Excited to see how he bowls on this pitch. I think he'd be really difficult if he gets his length right to get away.
Well, it was a game that we'd always hand-picked that I wanted him to bowl on. Again, it's all about giving young bowlers opportunities, but you also, mate, I'm not an idiot. I don't want to just slay them, send them to the slaughter, so to speak. So, we've tried to hand-pick places where we felt that guys like Minto and Hogg will have most success. But look, there's going to be times when we're going to have to throw them out there, and that could be the next game in Kent, for instance.
Delader in again. This one, back of a length, hits pitch hard. Brown up on his toes defending. Just on that, on Minto, so he got to bowl at Prithvi Shaw the other day. What an experience that was for a young fella.
Mate, and the brilliant thing was, when you speak to him afterwards, he actually... Like, you're waiting for a 16-year-old to be a bit sort of all over the shop with his conversations, but it was very to the point. It was, I was too straight. I should have had fine leg, but I thought square leg, but then I should have done this. It was like, oh, mate, you got it.
Delader in again. Oh,
give it out.
Hit the pad.
Give it out. Give it out. Am I allowed to cheer?
You do what you want, boss.
Hey, that's close, that.
I wasn't sure if there was a bit of bat involved in there. Brown just looking at the inside edge.
I reckon he
as
thought
well.
he's hit it.
Maybe 2 pads? We don't get a replay here, mate. I know you're
No.
desperately looking at that monitor. But that was a good shout. Bus was very convinced, as was Scott Borthwick, but I don't normally go off Scott's appeals because he's always convinced that it's out.
He does love an appeal, to be fair.
Later in again. Brown gets a little bit of width and puts his hands through that one and gets that away through point for 4. And just looking there, yeah, maybe slip is about to come out and they might end up putting a sweeper out on the point boundary just to protect that rather than bowling those 4 or 5 good balls and letting them get out of the over with a boundary. Durham looking to protect that now a little bit.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? You got to. It's attack, but you do have to protect an over, but at the back end of it, which is something we need to look at.
Later, York's Brown this time. Just looks a little bit disappointed there as he finishes that over, probably half with a decision and half with the one that went for 4. That ends the over 61 for 3. Brown on 9 and Albert on 8. Total-wise, happy with the total that you got to in the end?
I think there were certain stages where I think 234 was the pass score or the average score in past games and stuff that we played here. And there were times where I thought if we got to 210, we were doing well. But then you start getting a bit greedy and thinking, well, with Ackerman at the crease, there was a time where him and Coughlin probably had 10 overs to bat. And if they had both came off, you thought, we could get to 280 here. But at the end of the day, you know, pass scores and all this is what we got. This is what we need to defend. So
it's got to be
look,
enough.
Roughly 260s are going to have to be enough.
Coughlin just over pitches. And it's not totally timed by Albert, but I think it's going to get enough on it, and it will run away for 4 up the hill. Valiant effort there from Neil Wagner, trying to claw that one in. Coughlin just a little bit limpy as he goes back to his mark. I've noticed him stretch. It's probably something that you might not be able to answer, but I've noticed him stretching his hamstring quite a lot in the last few games. Is that just a bit of wear and tear on the old body?
You know, he's a guy that he's had his history.
Yeah.
But we've tried to make sure that he's played a lot of this competition.
He's in again now, and he hits his length nicely there. And there's a bit of a mix-up. Delaney gets around. And what will please the coach is the backing up by Michael Jones out on the boundary.
I reckon if he hits, that's out too.
It's
but
close.
Anyway, but, you know, obviously we've given him the chance to lead this attack because he was very frustrated being, you know, left out of the T20 quite a lot. And the thing is with Coggers, I might have mentioned this before, he's always been either injured or playing.
Yep.
There's no in between. And then, you know, since I've got to the club, we've kind of, yes, he's been injured, but then I'd make him play a seconds team game before he came back. And, you know, it's a bit like, well, mate, you've got to prove your fitness to us, and we want you to stay fit. You can't just keep putting you in and we're not sure. So, you know, this has happened this year where he's actually had to sit out and be fit, but not get picked.
Okay.
So a little bit of frustration there for the big fella, but that's also a sign that our squad's going pretty well. But in saying that, you know, he's bowled a lot. He had to, even though he didn't play in Middlesex, he had to sit on a bus all the way down, all the way back. So, you know.
He comes in again, and I thought there was another edge on that one. That's a great length, that from Coughlin.
So the question will be, do we put him on the coach tomorrow to play on Sunday? I wouldn't have thought so. You know, that's where this competition, we have to be a bit careful. I have to see the bigger picture. Yes, I want to play final. Of course I want to play finals, but, you know, not at the cost of breaking everyone.
Yeah, I think if you look at the Hampshire side, they'll probably manage that the same way with regards to Mohammed Abbas and Barker haven't travelled up to the northeast. It's Coughlin in again. And this one is edged and caught behind. Coughlin gets his reward. The big fella. 67 now for 4. Albert goes caught behind for 13. That's a big wicket for Durham.
It is a big wicket because he looks a player that likes to hit boundaries, and if he stays there, he takes all the pressure off his probably higher profile mate at the other end in Brown. So look, that's a big wicket. But again, that sort of shows every now and again there's that tennis ball bounce that just sort of undoes a batter, and it's a really important wicket for the Durham team. And, you know, if we can, like I say, put the pressure on this top order, we know they bat deep, but, you know, you keep losing wickets, you still look up and you think, well, we're 4 down. Gee, we've still got 190 to go here.
Yep.
Someone's got to make 100 from this point on. It's like they're the scoreboard pressures that start to go to mind. And, you know, as a Durham team, I know that our guys will be pushing and say, come on, one more, we're halfway. Halfway means they're going to have to start looking at each other and maybe changing tactics. And, you know, this is a chance for us. And this fella here, Organ, has actually had a really good year for Hampshire in all forms. And he's batted well. I know he missed out in his last game, but he's bowling nicely. He played in the 4-day game against us at the start of the year, and he's a bit of an awkward action because he probably goes over the perpendicular, so to speak. But yeah, and they're the good stories of teams when you know, the lesser known guys keep stepping up for you, and you know, you get to the selection table and you sit there and you go, yeah, but we can't have that guy because, like, he's not one of our main guys. But then you go, yeah, but we can't not have him. You can't not have him. So they're the headaches that coaches love to have, and you know, you find a way.
I thought his spell today was excellent. I thought he looked very difficult, especially for the left-handers to get away.
Well, he's a bit like George Drizzle in the fact that they like to give it air. Old traditional off-spinners.
Slip in place. And this one gets inside. And Coghlan down the hill with his pace up there, and that one's flown through to Mustard behind the stumps. And that ends a successful over after 15. Hampshire 67 for 4.
Maybe we don't put him on the coach, we just fly him down.
It's an option. It's an option.
Get Northie on
Take
the
it
phone.
out. Seymour will get a sponsorship deal somewhere.
Yeah.
Nah, Northie's busy.
Ah, the joys of choosing teams.
Excellent bit of pressure, and it will be interesting. I think the spin phase of this game, I thought, slowed us down quite a little bit actually, and maybe the wicket of Lee's. I thought, I was talking to Harmy earlier, I'm saying I think sweeping's quite hard on this pitch with it, the tennis ball-y bounce.
Yeah.
So it takes a main scoring option away from the batter. Stillader is in again, and this is right on the money from Buss as Durham look to build a bit of pressure on Hampshire, who are going to have to rebuild. Still needing 191 here for victory. But Roseworth Terrace in Gosforth, the home of South Northumberland Cricket Club, Durham on the road. And it's an absolute picture out there. Lovely little crowd in, nice buzz around. Like I say, the guys in hospitality are looking and sounding well hydrated at the moment. Leader in, and Brown just playing a little bit in front of himself there.
I actually had to, at the halfway break, come over to Tommy Seymour, who's our wonderful head of all that, all the corporates. Just sort of mention, is there any way we can get them to watch the cricket? Because I've just got a feeling someone's going to hit on the head at some point.
There's about 5 or 6 rows of seats where there's about 2 of them are occupied and everybody else is just facing towards each other. Just
we've seen way too many people get hit, by the way,
absolutely.
This year. It's getting something more and more frequent.
The leader in, and this is defended by Organ out into the offside. A little bit of buzz around the Durham group at the moment, just on top, feeling that they're on top. And can they get another wicket and burst through into the all-rounders in this Hampshire lineup? I'd say Felix Organ's had a good tournament so far, and the experienced Ben Brown at the other end. It's a little bit like identifying the moment when Abbott came back into the attack for Hampshire. I think this is a real key moment for Durham right now. Oh, and there's an inside edge from Organ. They're going to look for 2. McKinney, for a big man, moves very well. Gets down and up, and the ball back to Mustard. Just the single there, and Organ is away. He's off the mark. 69 now for 4. Yeah, some exciting games. I tell you what, I think's been the biggest bonus, and I can't believe he's not in the 100. It's Colin Ackerman.
Yep. Look, it's one of those ones that's a well-kept secret that he's really a terrible player, and he shouldn't be looked at by anyone.
Delayder is in the air, and it's gone. Again, I don't know if that was just floaty out of the hand or a slower ball. I'm going to give Delayder the credit as Brown looks to drive that one. and you'd have to say that's a softie. Alex Lee's taking a comfortable catch at mid-off, and Durham have Hampshire 5 wickets down for just 69 on the board.
Yeah, I reckon that was a slow ball off spinner that he bowls, and it actually did Brown for all ends up, really. He's tried to hit that downtown, and the gates, unfortunately for him, was shut. But Durham were very, very happy to take the catch, and that's a massive wicket. He's such a good player. We highlighted him this morning in our team chat that, just a consistent run scorer for them, and not just the runs he gets, but
at the time he's a good finisher for them, isn't he?
That's still right. You expect something from him, like with Ackerman for us or an Alex Lees. It's sort of the guys can bat around him. You understand what's coming. So that's a great wicket for us, but like it's far from over. We really need to keep pushing and understand that there's still plenty of batting from this young Hampshire team. That obviously they've got Abbott down the bottom there who slogs them as well, but it's going in the right direction. Like I say, for us to build a total what we did today, we needed someone to have a good day. And even though, yes, there's disappointing that a lot of starts, but what I'll say about that is on a wicket like this that offers something to the bowler, sometimes your name's on one. And you can get knocked over for 20, or obviously there's some that were poor shots or a run out, for instance. That's just poor cricket. He actually thought Abbott was the umpire, by the way, for Scotty Borthwick. He just got a bit confused there, and he's what he was watching. I love Scotty. But,
wow.
Sometimes, the dismissal of Buss and Hayden Mustard, they're good balls that have just knocked them over. So, it's one of those days, but you need a guy to stand up and make a big score, and that's what we had today.
Buster there, right on the money. Yeah, just talking you back through that Borthwick run out. The square leg umpire was actually standing at point at the time, so I can give him a little. I was just replaying that back in my own mind there, seeing where he got given out from.
Well, getting back to your point about Ackerman.
Yeah.
Look, obviously he's an outstanding player, and everyone knows that. What I will say is that Marcus North and I have also protected him a little bit because he has impending twins, for instance, he's got a wife heavily pregnant.
Could be any
time, and we didn't, and he was the same. Like the thought of him going away for the Northern Superchargers, for instance, they've just been on a road trip all across England, and for him not being able to get back.
Coghlan in, and this one's driven out, and the man of the moment, Colin Ackerman.
We're doing trips where, yes, we had to go all the way to Middlesex, but along with that, we have a train ticket and his way of getting back, just in case he gets a phone call. His parents-in-laws have arrived and they're sort of standing by. So, yeah, I think there's a bit of reasoning why he hasn't shown, but I would have thought he's too good not to be playing 100.
Oh, and that beats again. I think that's such a good length on this pitch and so hard to get away.
Well, again, getting back to why we handpicked Daniel Hogg for this game, what we thought, except for obviously Neil Wagner, who we're trying to get ready for our Red Bull important 5 matches at the back end of our season.
Yeah.
We wanted to pick pretty much all our tall guys, the ones who were going to sand the steam up. Jonathan Bushnell was going to play down at Middlesex, and he was unlucky to miss out today, but he's more of a skiddy sort of bowler. Yeah. We figure we should know this wicket better than most. And like I say, rightly or wrongly, that's where we went for. Glover has come back from his shoulder injury and has done really well in club cricket just recently, and he's actually bowling really fast. So he's another one that we want to give opportunity to. Unfortunately, Ollie Gibson's broken down with a stress-related hip problem.
Oh, really?
Stan McLinden's doing his best to come back from an ankle injury, which he did in the first match down in at Sedgeburg.
Oh, and Coghlan brings another false shot, and that might be a little bit of flesh there, and one to rub.
So for everyone listening, thinking, oh, well, you got all these youngsters, why aren't you playing him? Why?
Yeah.
Well, there are reasons.
And you can only pick 11.
We've literally, I was thinking, let's say if I don't take Coghlan and Wagner, for instance, down to Kent because it's a bit far, we're actually down to the bare. We don't have any players.
They're your pack leaders, really, aren't they?
We've got a 16-year-old contracted who's not in our squad.
Yeah. This is edged, and Borthwick takes a comfortable catch at slip.
Can I stay here all the time?
Mate, you're more than welcome. Yeah, we'll just rotate around you. It's easy from here, isn't it?
Yeah, wicket. This is easy.
Nice
ball
catch.
in the corridor.
Good. Comfortable height, good edge.
We're a long way from winning this game. I'm going to repeat that.
Yeah.
But what I'm scared of is that after 16 overs, Harmy is starting to look at that corporate area, thinking...
He's already been down.
Yeah.
Don't you worry.
He's thinking that he's going to be there early, and that worries me.
In fact, if you stay there, he might disappear, absolutely. The big man does not need second invitations. But no, that is, in all seriousness, a huge wicket there for Durham as Organ goes 69 now for 6.
Well, again, bear with me here when I'm going to take you on a bit of a weird tangent
Ryan,
or something.
I love this.
But, so, South-North is what we would say tennis ball bounce?
Absolutely.
Like,
yeah.
You know that in club cricket.
Yeah,
and
we
it's,
played
so
here
it's
Saturday,
different.
yeah.
The Riverside this year, when we've struggled with grass, it hasn't bounced.
Yeah.
You think of Hampshire, how flat it is.
Yeah.
Doesn't really bounce.
It's alien to both sides.
But this is the beauty of cricket, and that's what I keep telling you. Every wicket can't be the same.
Yeah.
You need to be able to adapt your technique, whatever it is, to what's in front of you. So if you go down, if Australia goes to India, for instance, they got to work out how to play spin. If India come to Australia, they need to work out how to face fast, bouncy bowling. And it's one of the things, and I'm not an England fan, but I am, sort of, because that's my job now. But that's why it amazes me so much. And I get what Rob Key says about fast bowling. I get it. But England conditions is a duke ball on wickets that swing around and seam. I kind of think that's your advantage. I'd be thinking, you know what, India's coming, let's make it swing. They got some good bowls, don't get me wrong. But I think that's the way that England can beat India.
Coughlin, and this is driven on the up. Who have we got out there? It's Kelly, who's into the attack. Had a good day with the ball, and he's away straight away with a drive through the covers for 4. And that ends over number 17. 73 now for 6. With up until that ball, both batters on 0, but Kelly is away on 4.
And I get, don't get me wrong, I get also the way England want to play with their batting. But it's what you guys do. It's swinging and seaming Duke's ball. So surely your batter's going to be better than the others dealing with it. But that's just, it's interesting as an observer. And that's why when we talk about wickets here and, you know, wherever around the country, I think in Australia, for instance, the drop-in wickets in the big stadiums have become very same. Yep. And it gets boring, to be honest. I want to see a wicket that turns, or I want to see a wicket that seams, or is fast when you come to Perth.
Delayed her in and pitches it up. I was going to say, it was a long time ago now when we were growing up, but you would have Sydney that turned, you would have the Gabba that seamed and bounced, you would have Perth that bounced. Adelaide was your batter's paradise. MCG was pretty dead.
Once you got through the first 2 days, then it started to rag, and then it would go reverse swing and all sorts. So that brought in a different skill set as well.
Yep.
And that's what I feel that, from what I've seen in county cricket over my last 2 years, it can get a bit samey, which, again, that's not. Please don't think any groundsman, I'm having a crack at you. It's not, but it's just the clay content. It's the way everyone produces their wickets. It's, you know, you go to Hampshire and, for instance, we played on a used wicket.
Yeah.
I think they have a 20-point penalty hanging over their head, you know, from last year or the year or something like that. So the guy, I can understand why he's trying to make sure they're good and flat wickets. But, you know, a ground has to have a characteristic.
And this is driven nicely on the up. Shot. Beautiful shot. Away for 4 by Eklund.
When I have my conversations with Vic, and I let Vic, mate, you do whatever you want. You're the groundsman. You're the expert. Tell us what you're going to do. My one point is, what's our characteristic of our ground, though? Because I think every wicket needs a characteristic, and then we can adapt accordingly. And, again, I know I'm on a tangent about wickets now, but that's something I think is really important to the game and important to cricketers, because what I see is so much T20 getting played and everyone just trying to whack it so hard, their technique goes out the door. But as soon as that wicket, if you get to a final of a World Cup or something that's been used, suddenly it's not so flat and nice. Everyone goes, oh, well, this is no good. It's like, well, why? Because you have to think.
Yeah, I watched a bit of the 100 last night, and the wicket at, I think it was the Oval, zipped around a little bit, and there was chaos.
Yeah.
Absolute chaos.
Ooh, quarter-final time, eh?
Maybe.
Oof, it's going to be...
get amongst it. Delayed
It's going to be interesting
tucked
for
away
us.
off the hip. This will be a chase for Ben McKinney. Well, there's a test match on that week there as well, isn't there?
Yeah, so it's later in the week, so it'll be interesting to see where we play, if it's on one of the side wickets or whatever. But again, it's a wonderful thing for the club that we get to a quarter-final against the premier team in England, which is what we want to be. It's a great test. I haven't been to London since I returned to England, so I'm actually looking quite excited about the big smoke. Paying $20 a beer. It's going to scare me. I'll have to put it on Harmy's tab.
Put it on. There'll be a few establishments there that you'll be able to put it on Harmy's tab, no
Talk
doubt about
Sport
it.
Harmy tab. That's what I'll be saying to everyone.
Absolutely. Yeah. That ends over number 18, 79 for 6. Ryan Campbell with me for the next couple of overs. Well poised the game. Durham on top. Hampshire still require 179 for victory. And really need a partnership from these two youngsters at the crease.
And again, this is probably something that Hampshire would have been talking about is, okay, if you get through the experience of Wagner and Coughlin, can we put pressure on Delader and Hogg, who's only played, one game in this competition?
Yeah.
I've no doubt that would be a conversation that I would be having. And again, for Hogg, he's coming on at a great time where, 6 down, you prefer this than coming on at 1 for 150. Let me tell you that for free.
Absolutely.
But let's hope the young fella does well.
He's going to start around the wicket. And he finds his line of length straight away, does big Dan Hogg. Number 22 on his back.
At some point, we'll get him a pair of pants long enough.
I'm not sure it's possible. I had this conversation with Harmy about his brother, Ben. Always... the tide's always, or the flood's always on the verge.
We might have to sew some on or something.
Yeah, maybe. I'm definitely old, there's no question about that. As Hogg hits a good hard length again. Harmy just never misses a moment having to get Scott Borthwick there, just saying he's never had a problem with short trousers.
I don't think I have either, to be honest. My 9-year-old actually said to me the other day, Daddy, why am I so short? It's like, have a look at me and your mum.
Yeah, genetics, my friend.
Yeah, sorry, didn't skip a generation.
This one's pushed nicely out into the offside for another single. 80 now for 6. How's Jakey's cricket going, mate? Is he enjoying it?
He is. He's going really well. He's just started his hard ball this year, which has taken him to another level. And he's, I'm not just saying this to you. I've not been a guy that pushed him into cricket because I know he loves his football, but he's got the bug bad now. So Michael Fishwick, who's a Durham City coach and who's seen a lot of cricket, he came up to me yesterday at the camp when I went to pick him up. He said, "Oh, he's got it bad, that bug." He loves it. I was like, "Oh, I'm happy that he loves the game."
Hogg right on the money again. Good start for the youngster.
And, for me, and again, this is to any parent listening, I promise you, to me, cricket is about life. Without getting too deep, it's to learn from 10 other people in a room, the way you do things, the way you have to coexist, the friendships, the bonds that you make. You know what? The cricket's actually the secondary bit. And it's why I was so keen when he wanted to play football. It's about team sport teaches you life skills. And
Hogg nearly breaks through.
And then hopefully he loves the game. And that's, my only thing that I'll say to any kids. And, these blokes actually get sick of me saying it, but I always try to remind them that why do we play? I'm pretty sure it's because of the love of the game. Yes, it's your job and it's an awesome job.
You can forget that at times,
but
can't you?
You can forget about it. The facts are we're lucky enough to get paid for doing what we love.
Absolutely right. And Hogg, that's a really good first over from Daniel Hogg. 80 for 6 with Eklund on 6 and Kelly on 5. And is he
Is he wanting to be the next Steve Smith, or is he wanting to be the next Ben Stokes?
So he actually bowls wrong uns.
Right.
So which he doesn't actually know how he's doing it, but he bowls them brilliantly. So I'm trying to teach him how to bowl leg spinner, but of course, like most kids, they think it's easy just to bowl medium pace. And I try and tell them how the dinosaurs of the game, all the fast bowlers, are stupid and shouldn't bowl. Why would you run in that far and do all that? But of course, I joke around about that. So he does a bit of that, but he loves his batting. I think he's got the batting bug as well. So hopefully he's going to be a bit of an all-rounder. And if he can bowl his wrong uns well, I keep seeing a T20 future for him if he wants it. But I keep getting told, though, my 6-year-old daughter is better than my son.
I love it.
It's a bit hard to take. And Jake's probably listening to this, so sorry, Jake. I didn't say that. It was someone else.
Next question. Have you taught him the Campbell scoop yet?
You know, it's actually ridiculous how often he plays it. And he thinks it's hilarious. And then he tries to explain to dads that it was actually his dad that created it.
Oh,
and of
so he
course,
knows.
They look at him and say, you're an idiot. It's all these other guys. But he holds fast.
Good lad. I'm going to see a bit of spin here for the first time in the Durham bowling innings. George Drizzell is in the attack. And that's a lovely start. Left-hander on strike. He'll be really happy that he has a left-hander to bowl at. Slip in place. This is where Durham can really squeeze the Hampshire middle order.
Well, again, this is a good test for George as well. You know, this competition he really eyed off as an opportunity for him to push his case to play red ball cricket, to be honest.
Yep.
And that's, Callum Parkinson's done a great job for us, but there could be opportunities where we play two spinners. But he has to be ready. He has to be knocking down the door, and these are those chances.
A couple of nice bits of change the pace there already in these first three deliveries. That last one a little bit flatter. And you can just tell the hospitality starting to ramp up a little bit there. I love it. Absolutely love it. And a reverse sweep in play, and that's got to be close, and he's gone. He's saying he's got an under edge on that. I'm not convinced. I'm not going to go either way. I'm not going to go against the umpire there, but it was a very unconvincing reverse sweep at that. And he has to go, and Drizzell picks up another wicket. Hampshire 80 for 7.
Well, to be fair, it looked in line. That's the thing. If he's hit it, then so be it. But it's hard to tell from here, obviously. But it did look in line, and once you try and reverse sweep and all that, umpies still like.
They don't like it, do they?
Yeah, no.
They don't like it.
But Lloydie don't get too many wrong. That's for sure. He's a good umpire, and a massive wicket for Durham there. It really gets us into the tail, which, like I say, Jack and Abbott, they can all bat, but they're still a long way away, and someone's going to have to play one of the innings of their lifetime to get them close.
So Kelly goes, LBW to Drizzell for 5, 80 for 7 Hampshire, and does bring in Big Eddie Jack. Drizzell has another left-hander to bowl at, so he'll be more than happy with that situation as well. Durham right on top. Mate, you've had a great spell here.
Yeah, I better go, because I've come up here, I've watched all these wickets, and I don't want to spoil it, so I should let you guys do what you've been doing so well, and I can go back and enjoy the commentary.
Very good stuff, mate.
Pretend I'm doing something, write some notes.
Let's get the old doodle in the notepad.
I wonder what every other coach writes, because sometimes I'm just literally not writing it. I'm telling you, I'll be honest. Because some days there's nothing you can do. We watch it.
What do you need to write down? Everything's recorded. You've got an analyst. What do you need to write down?
Remind myself. Make sure I yell at George Drizzell for his dismissal. I did tell him to get one and get up the other end.
We were talking about that, actually. Get knackers to hit with the wind. Yeah.
I do write a few things, don't worry.
I'm sure Drizzell remember that now.
I better be careful. Northie's probably listening. I'm a good coach, Northie. I do things.
It's a good time to admit something like that at the 20-over mark.
Again, thank you for having me.
Brilliant.
You guys are doing a great job.
Thank you very much, Ryan, for joining us and making this all the better. 80 for 7, as I'm going to hand over to Stephen Harmison and Sam Dally.
Yeah, what a shame. Ryan Campbell's got to go. He's managed to get a few wickets for Durham there, and Durham have really performed beautifully this afternoon. got himself a score on the board. George Druzzle bowled a good over there. He used I think to left-hander, he's used the wind nicely as well. Got a little bit of drift as it was going towards the sort of pads of the left-handers, and any sort of shape turn back brings the outside edge into play. And I think whether there was a little inside edge onto the pad or not, it was a well-directed delivery. It wasn't a great reverse sweep shot, I think, in application. I think the actual shot itself brought down to the dismissal. I don't think Kelly was really over the Dom Kelly was really over the top of the ball, and because of that, Graham Lloyd's eyes, he missed it, and it looked pretty adjacent. It looked in front of all three, so it was a big wicket for Durham. And Ryan Campbell says now they're into the tail. Somebody's going to have to do something special. Big Daniel Hoggers bowled beautifully in that first over. Again, a bit of nerves coming in. Infancy of his career. And he really has hit the pitch hard. Good release point. And he's asked questions of the right and left-handed Hampshire batters. Good afternoon, Sam.
Hello, Harmy.
Enjoyed your little time away and listening to Ryan Campbell. I thought he spoke brilliantly, didn't he?
I could listen to him forever.
Yes.
It's brilliant at Durham. Durham did this really well. People like him and Marcus North and Graham Onion this morning come on and they interact and they speak. They're very honest. They're very warm. They're candid. They say it how they see it. Good bouncer from Hogben. That's what you needed. But yeah, you very kindly got me Diet Coke, and I've got a couple of mates here. This is technically my stag do, right? And only I could work on my stag do. I got married a few weeks ago, and I said to Becky, the only way I could get away with coming up to this, because we've got a baby due in a couple of weeks. I said, well, if it's my late stag do, I'll go and watch the Cellar Cup game in the evening. So there's a few out here that nodding, going, hang on a minute, 7:30 kickoff. This is ideal.
I've just had talking to Justin Lockwood, who's done the obviously the lounge downstairs. He works at St James's as well. And he's going tonight, and he's looking at him thinking, do you think we'll have time? I don't have time. I was thinking, you could be drunk by the time the game starts now, hopefully.
I know, well, I've got my car over there, and I'm now in two minds. I was going to leave it here and come back later. Do I drive to where I'm staying? I don't know. Only I could work on my stag do and be driving at the end of the night. But yeah.
The beauty about it, though, Sam, is you potentially now have options.
Yeah, but it's like when you're in a T20 game where the skipper has 8 bowlers. Sometimes too many options. I'm a simple man, Harmy. Yeah. I just like to know there's my one route to success.
So am I. My route is to the bar.
It's not so bad. Or the wine bar down in Cheltenham as Hogg is bowling. He digs that out. Yeah, it's feeling like the only positive for Hampshire today really is going to be the fact they get to leave a little bit early and get home a little bit sooner for that long coaching. It's been a difficult batting innings. Durham bowled superbly.
Yeah, really have. I think both sides in the first 20 overs of this contest, I think Hampshire bowled beautifully in the first 20 overs. They took their chances. And I think the difference is going to be the innings of Colin Ackerman. It really is. I think somebody that applied themselves, got himself in, made sure that the value of the wicket, get to the point of my team needs me to bat the majority of these 50 overs that's left in the game and get me of a score in excess of 240. I think that's the experience difference between the two sides, because I think Hampshire for the first 20 overs they bowled really, really well, got Durham into a little bit of trouble, but I think what Durham have done is when Durham have had Hampshire by the throat on the floor, they really have gone for it. So Wagner experience, Coughlin. I thought Coughlin's 8 overs was very, very good. He switched ends. And now the change-ups. The change-ups haven't released the pressure, and sometimes that's always the worry from a coach's point of view, from a captain's point of view. Do I keep these bowlers on who are bowling well and potentially have a drop-off, or do I keep them going? And what Durham have done really, really well and very, very smart is that the change-ups haven't dropped off at all.
Drizzle around the wicket. I think that's going to be a wide. He's got 1 wicket in his first over. Perhaps needs a couple more, and then Ryan Campbell might put a pen through the line to tell him off after the game. Campbell, if you're listening, that no ball, mate, that needs a word. Someone needs, the skipper needs a dressing down. We're on a club ground. That was worse than club. It was down in the villages. That single out to deep extra cover. Partnerships, right? Colin Ackerman, there's only been 2 partnerships above 40 in this game. The Hampshire opening partnership was 40. 250 partnerships, 61 and 62. Ackerman was involved in both.
Yeah, and who is that with? Scott Borthwick.
Scott Borthwick and Neil Wagner.
Neil Wagner. I mean, you've got 2 experienced cricketers there in Borthwick and in Wagner, so I think the experience tells you something. But when it comes to that, a little bit of a blip with a no ball,
can happen to the best of them. I was going to say the best of us, but that would be putting me in the same bracket as a...
But it was Neil Wagner. It was his fault. It was Neil Wagner's fault. It was the most experienced player on duty, the most test caps, and, you know, the guy with the that everybody came to see, who fell asleep for a second, and
Comes that into the pads, and it's going down the leg, which means actually, as all good coaches know, can't tell off the most senior overseas pro, so that one will go under the radar. Thank you very much. Probably by a pint.
Just a little bit, yeah, just a little bit under the radar, but he bowled well, so I think Ryan Campbell will let him off.
Yeah, brilliant to have him on, as you say. Punched off the back foot to Alex Lees at cover, who flicks it straight to George Drizzle. The off spinner had a couple of different counties, started at Gloucestershire, came up here at Durham, found a home for himself up at Durham, played a fair bit of white ball cricket. Pushed to mid-off for no run. They're enjoying themselves out there in the sunshine, Durham. A little bit of wind won't make a difference. Drizzle looks like the kind of bowler that's going to wear it. Bowled in sunnies regardless, even in a day-night game. That's just back of a length. It's hit him in the box, which makes it a very, very optimistic shout for LBW.
I think that's what Graham Lloyd's alluding to, George Drizzle. Just getting a bit excited there, my son. Just calm down a touch. That was... It was a little bit high.
I've already given you one.
I've already given you a one where you might have nicked it, but no, that was a little bit high, but good from Drizzle. Dragged one down leg side, but see what he's trying to do. He's trying to sort of throw it into the wind and drifting and hoping that any sort of turner can straighten and using the wind to his advantage, which is, I mean, a good sign of good control if you can do that, and you're getting good revs on the ball.
Dan Hogg, 2 overs, not a wicket yet, but only gone for the 3 runs. Back by Jack, not Jack, sorry. Joe Eklund. Now, do you know, we're on a familial theme in this competition, do you know who Joe Eklund's uncle is?
No.
Former England off spinner. I'll leave it with you for a while, but before your day.
Before my day. Well, if it's an off spinner, you're looking at John Embry.
No.
Not John Embry, off spinner.
A lot of media work.
Not Robert Croft.
No, before Robert Croft. Oh, that's a beauty. Lays down the inside of it.
Down the south coast?
Yeah, southwest.
Vic Marks.
Yeah, Vic
Marks,
Marks' nephew.
a lovely man. What a lovely man. Vic Marks, what a lovely man. Spend a bit of time with him. He obviously works a lot on Test Match Special. Love listening to Vic. Great storyteller. Lovely, lovely man. Him, Simon Mann. I know I work for a different and a rival station, but I love listening to cricket in the car. Love listening to cricket on the radio. I mean, the old timers do it brilliantly.
Oh, Vic's one of the best. Pushed straight to mid-off. And talking about spin in particular, Vic is a real privilege. He does a fair bit of the Somerset live stream, and I'm just sat there, and he might be talking about anything cricket related, but spin, and I'm just going, right, thanks very much to our sponsors. Like, what can I do when Vic Marks, the Guardian's cricket correspondent for so many years, TMS. He doesn't do as much TMS, does he? But he did the last West Indies test, and I was sat there doing the live
seen him at Edgbaston.
Yeah, brilliant.
I seen him at it was Edgbaston. I seen him at.
Cut away, and what a brilliant catch that is. What a catch from Ben McKinney. A tall man, probably only he would have taken it. It was about chest height, and he has made that actually look pretty simple because he hit that pretty well, did young Eklund, Vic Marks, his nephew. Slammed at him at backward point, 8th wicket gone, 85 for 8.
Well, that's all about the advantages of being tall. Daniel Hoggs bowled a short ball, which Eklund couldn't quite get over the top because of the bounce, because of Hoggs' height. And nobody, I think Scott Borthwick was the first person to catch up with Ben McKinney there. And I think two versions of Scott Borthwick still wouldn't have caught that. That was a great catch from Ben McKinney, diving to his left, two-handed. A brilliant catch at backward point, and Durham, everything's going Durham's way. Everything's going, even the poor balls, and it wasn't a great ball from Daniel Hogg, but sometimes poor balls do get wickets in one-day cricket, and that was definitely a good catch to help out his fellow Academy. They were Academy, weren't they, Thorpe? Both Academy products. So yeah, it was an excellent catch from Ben McKinney. Couldn't quite get over the top of it, could he? Because of the Eklund couldn't quite get over the top of it because of the bounce. It was there to hit. It was short. It was wide. If anything, he probably could have gone higher and thought, right, if it was a 20-20 game, he's looking to sort of helicopter style straight over the top of wide third, but trying to get it down, and because of the bounce he's just managed to guide it towards backward point, and Ben McKinney at 6'7" and a long wingspan has managed to grab it two-handed. Everything seems to be going for Durham.
Yeah, hit it pretty hard, that, and congratulations to Daniel Hogg, his first list A wicket.
Brilliant,
it won't
well
matter that it's this, not the best ball he's ever bowled. One of his academy teammates, those two would have played a lot of cricket growing up together. They're out there playing a list A game for Durham in a beautiful setting. They're about to win a game and they're combining to take a wicket. Glorious.
Absolutely. My first test wicket, edge at Nagarkar, caught Butcher, bowled Harmison, and everybody's, oh, Butch, good slip fielder. He was at wide third man. But who cares?
Colin Ackerman's a good slip fielder. He's gone in at second slip. Kyle Abbott is the new batter. He's defending. Daniel Hogg has made it all the way down onto the floor to do the fielding of his own bowling. It's a dot ball.
I think what we've seen Durham build pressure and consistently add to the good bowling with some smart fielding. I think the captain's made some decent bowling changes. He's kept the pressure on, and Hampshire have when they've tried to sort of hit their way out of trouble, they've come unstuck. Durham have kept the pressure on by bowling good areas.
Opens the face to get off the mark. Kyle Abbott. It's a bit of a, it's a difficult position to bat in here. Maybe they're just trying to play for a little bit of pride, frustrate Durham a little bit. But they'll never admit it openly. But there'll be a few of them that'll be thinking, let's just get out of here and get out of here. Those kind of days, isn't it? You have them 86 for 8.
I think if I was number 11, which I probably would be in this team, I'm not sure I'm going out there blocking it. I'm not sure I'm going out there blocking it, especially I've got 8 hours to come on a bus. I think I'd be going for a good time, and if it is a really, really good time, then I'll keep going, but more often than not, it'll be not for a long time. But credit to Durham, really. I know we're biased on this channel, but credit to Durham. They've kept the pressure up. They've fielded very, very well. They've took their catches. The bowling has been relentless. I think the difference between the two halves is, Durham have been able, when they were batting, Durham have been able to keep a batter in the crease who's got a huge amount of experience to hold it all together, and that's the difference between the two sides, and that man was Colin Ackerman. So I think pressure applied by Durham is definitely something that I would imagine Hampshire, when they break this game down, they'll probably identify periods where they're probably cracked under the pressure that Durham have put them on, especially with the ball.
Well, it's easy to forget now. They got off to a great start, 40 without loss as Drizzle is into Abbott. He's going to get a single. Yeah, 40 without loss to 86 for 8. So it's been a serious collapse in that respect.
Yeah, but Sam, I don't think there's been too much when you look at the wicket, and there's not been too much demons in the surface. It's been decent pressure bowling. We've had two slip catches. How many times do you have slip catches in 50 over matches? Yeah, we've had two or three good slip catches in. Durham have built a bit of pressure and put pressure on. I'm not saying it's been a good wicket, an easy wicket to score on, but I don't think it's a bad wicket, and that's gone down leg side, and that's going to run away for 5 wides. I don't think it's been a wicket where you go, oh, there's a demon in there where if you put it a good length, it's going to spit or it's going to keep low. I think the wicket has been consistent for the sort of 73 overs that's been on it. I don't think it's been an easy wicket to score off if a bowler puts a ball in a good area, but I think if you apply yourself and
slog sweep, going to get a boundary. Just a 4, 1 bounce in front of it, but a little show of intent, a little bit of resistance from young Eddie Jack. Moves Hampshire slightly further towards that 100, 96 for 8.
And a bit like that there, if you have take the risk and a calculated risk and play in a good area, you can score on this surface. But the pressure that Durham have put Hampshire under has really took its toll. Ooh, I think if that hits, that's out. I think Neil Wagner knows that as well. There was a little bit of indecision between the two Hampshire batters.
It was a very casual single from Jack. They didn't run it hard. End of the over, 97 for 8. So having a quick look elsewhere, Harmy, because there's a couple of games that Durham fans will be interested in. Derbyshire bowled out for 206. Kent 129 for 6. So probably Derbyshire on top, but Jack Leaning is still there, 47 not out, and they've got Grant Stewart at the crease for 14. So a little bit of batting left for Kent. Matt Parkinson is next in, so they could still win. That Kent win would blow this group even further up. It looks like Somerset are going to canter 2 victory. They're chasing 264 to win. They're 192 for 2. Young Goldsworthy, who got runs up at Chester Street, is in the runs again, and young James Rue is 58 unbeaten. As Hogg is in around the wicket, lovely looking shot that from Eddie Jack. I think he's going to get 4. Michael Jones is going to chase it over towards the offside, the point boundary. Isn't going to get there though. 100 up, 101 for 8.
Yeah, some interesting, when you look at the fixtures, where they go to. Durham now will be a point behind. Hampshire, probably you look saying, right, Hampshire are now going to be in one of them top 3 spots. If Derbyshire win, they're giving themselves a great chance to be in there. They've both Somerset and Hampshire will have played 7 games. If Derbyshire managed to get over the line, Kent are probably out of it with that. So you look at it, Durham have put themselves right back in the mix with this victory against Hampshire. We said that right at the very top. I was talking to Andy before the game. If Durham win, they go down to Kent and possibly pick a different team to what they would pick if they lost. So I know Ryan Campbell's talking about getting flights for Paul Coughlin. I think I might be looking at them now.
Left alone outside of stump, just zips back in. Yeah, I mean, so Somerset and Derbyshire will both have 10 points, but with just the 1 game left.
Yeah.
This is if the results go as we think they might. Hampshire would have 8 from 6, Worcestershire 8 from 6, Middlesex would have 7 from 6, and Durham 7 from 6 as well. So it's tight for that. Even that first spot.
Durham would have Derbyshire to play.
Somerset go to Middlesex. That's their last game. It's at Lords, actually, a rare List A county game at Lords. Yeah, tabs it into the offside.
Not sure Radlett can have any more rain, can it? I mean, this country's been battered by the elements this summer. Well, say this summer, we've had a little bit, haven't we? But it's been horrendous. I'm just going off my golfing outings.
Has the handicap gone out?
No, my handicap is. I mean, my golf is my handicap at the minute. I used to be a good golfer, but now I'm just terrible. I am just so bad at the minute. Got no idea where it's going.
Hog around the wicket, and they had no idea where that was going. Eddie Jack, hand off the bat, it ends up going down to Wagner at fine leg for a single.
I used to be able to hit a white ball straight and I can bowl one, but now I'm even worse than I was in my prime at bowling the white ball. I mean, it's just going everywhere. It's just not funny. I walk onto the first tee and think, when can I get off this course as quickly as I possibly can? But no. We have, to be fair, Sam, we have talked about golf a lot in this DAFA News studio, because, I mean, cricketers just love playing golf, don't they?
Gets you into the England side these days. It's a chance of. Well, I thought it was a chance of a caught and bowled. Hogg had fallen over in his follow through. I'm not sure he got there. It ended up getting Kyle Abbott 4 runs. Hogg just losing his footing. Can't be because it's a hybrid pitch like down at.
That's a great shot.
It's lovely, isn't it?
That was a great shot. From a number 10, just walk out, full face of the bat. Thank you very much. Hit the big 6'9" straight back past him.
Just glance over towards the balcony and say, "What are you doing, lads? Nice pitch."
Exactly, yeah. Just play straight. Just play straight. So, no, good shot from Kyle Abbott. I'm not sure what they're waving for. I think they might be waving for drinks to come on, or they've just cancelled drinks.
The umpire saying, "Come on, lads."
I think there's supposed to be a drink break at 25, which is now, when the 12th men aren't happy. I don't think the fielders are too happy, but I think the umpires are going, it's 106 for 8. I don't see the point of extending this game more than it needs to be. So,
well, there'll be plenty of freelancers around that have got 2 bookings today that will be quite happy for drinks to be cancelled.
Definitely.
Drizzle around the wicket to the left-handed Jack.
Oh,
always been bold. There we go. That's why you don't have drinks. Didn't need drinks to bring wickets. Eddie Jack has played a big shot, and George Drizzle the bowled a fuller straighter one, and now the drinks will come on. Just 1 ball delay. Hampshire 106 for 9, as Bumble would say. Get those engines revved up.
Yeah, absolutely. Young Bumble in the middle is looking at the scoreboard going, we don't need drinks. We've had 9 drinks breaks so far in 25 overs, and there's another one coming on. It was a beaut from George Drizzle. Just a bit fuller, yorked him, if anything. Yeah. Eddie Jack's trying to hit across the line and completely missed it. I think they're just delaying the inevitable now. That lovely shot from Abbott down the ground. Hampshire definitely looking to get that bus going and getting it started, because really, second innings haven't really started at all. You mentioned they got off to a good start, but do you know what? I think I'd be disappointed if I was a Hampshire management team here, because nobody's really took responsibility. Nobody's tried to hang in for a little bit of a sort of 10, 15, 20 minute period to like absorb the pressure and then possibly put the counter attack back onto the bowler. I think they've sort of gone with a little bit of a whimper here. Have the man from the south coast in Durham. And not only be delighted, they're now back into this competition, because a win for Hampshire here and all but knocks Durham out. And now, I think even with that washout last week, during the week, Durham go down to Kent and perform well down there, then all of a sudden, this, like you said before, this group is blowing wide open.
Oh, it's fun. It is fun. Remember, top team goes straight through to the semi-final. They're a week on Sunday the 18th. Group stages finish on Wednesday the 14th, and it's second versus third. So the second team in one group hosts the third team in another group at home on the Friday. So 2-day turnaround. As Drizzle is in to Brad Wheel, the number 11, who would have been hoping he wouldn't have to bat today. I think they'd have liked to have chased this down a couple down. I suspect the support staff are already starting to load that Hampshire coach. Drizzle around the wicket to Jack. It's been brilliant performance from Durham. Complete performance with the ball. Colin Ackerman was a standout with the bat. A few guys in another game, in another situation, they might be regretting having starts and not making the most of them. They're going to get away with it today, but as a theme, as you've said, across the tournament, particularly if you're going to get towards what are essentially all knockout games now, you need guys to make starts and push on. Yeah, you need people to take responsibility, and that's the hard thing about this competition. You've got young players playing. It's a good throw from Ben McKinney. Yeah, you've got people with a chance, giving young players, wanting them to have their heads as a coach. You're trying to give them experience. But what you also need is, like I said, people to stand up and take responsibility and not pass the buck. And unfortunately, I think from a Hampshire point of view, not many have stood up in this second half. Oh, it's gone big, down the ground. That stood up and it's hit over the boundary. Lovely, lovely shot. And it's a beautiful 6 down the ground from Kyle Abbott, who is showing his teammates how it's done. He doubles his score and moves on to a dozen, 113 for 9. Yeah, it's a big shot down the ground. Like I said before, if I was number 11, I'm coming in to have a good time and have a go. If the batters can't, I'm not saying can't be bothered, because they can be bothered, but if they can't show the application to hang around and go when it's tough, then as a bowler, I'm going to have a right hard go at it. And Durham have, and they have stood up and taken responsibility. Neil Wagner in particular, on his debut, 6 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 18. He's led from the front with the ball, a vital 33 from 27, which I know we're going to look back and say, well, Durham haven't just won by the margin of Neil Wagner's runs. They're probably going to win by far more than that. But actually, it's what those runs did to the complexion of the game and the chase and what Hampshire needed to do that makes a huge difference. Yeah, absolutely, 100%. The Wagner partnership when he comes in with Ackerman. I mean, Durham went more or less dead and buried then. Oh, and they are now dead and buried. Hampshire, Brad Wheel misses one that maybe nips back, maybe is a straight one, keeps a little bit low. Off stump is back. Daniel Hogg has a couple of wickets. It's been the complete bowling performance for Durham. They bowled out Hampshire by 113. They win by 144 runs, and their quarter-final hopes are very much alive, Harmy. Yeah, Durham are back in this competition. The Metrobank 50 over competition is definitely alive for Durham. That is the complete performance with the ball. So they were absolutely fantastic. Well led by Alex Lee. The fielding positions, the angles, everything that they had. His change-ups were perfect. His bowlers backed each other up. And when he had a change of bowler, the other one came on, no drop-off whatsoever. And that is always the challenge. When you do get off to a decent start, Hampshire didn't run away from Durham, but Durham held their nerve, held their disciplines. And when the next bowler came on, he kept the pressure on. And unfortunately, a day to forget for Hampshire. Being a bit critical, I thought they bowled very, very well at the start of that game. But unfortunately, they're being beaten by, I think, somebody who has shown his experience to really tough it out on a surface, understand the situation, pick out a score from 3/4 of the way the innings, when the innings was getting at its toughest.
and he's managed to get himself 95, and that's won the game, and that was Colin Ackerman. You know, it really is. Colin Ackerman is leading Durham off because the simple fact is he understood what the score was in that game, how to bat on that surface, and unfortunately, I think he was really the only one. Durham, yeah, I think they are an outside chance of that second, third spot, which I think will get them into a quarter-final, and Durham will fancy their chances, like they do in the T20 Blast.
Yeah, and to put Ackerman's innings into context, he made 96. No one else scored more than 33, and that was a number 9 coming in.
He was swinging.
At the end, swinging from the hip. So a couple of wickets for Wagner as well. 3 for 41 from Coughlin, a couple for Baz Leder, 2 from George Drizzle, 1 from Daniel Hogg. We're going to leave you now for a couple of minutes, but we will be back in the studio with Andy Sixsmith and Steve Harmison to give you a little bit of analysis, to run you through what has been a very, very good day for Durham.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. Welcome back to the Death News studio. Blimey, I've just had to stir myself because that was quick from Durham. It didn't half get through the Hampshire team army. I mean, it's great news for us because it means we can nip down and experience the hospitality in about 2 or 3 minutes' time. But more importantly, obviously, great news for Durham. That's arguably one of their most impressive performances of the season in the white ball game.
Yeah, I think it was. I think it is. I think when you look at, I don't think anybody can hear me at this minute in time. So.
Someone's done that on purpose, haven't they? They've just closed you right down. Try that one again, Army.
I'm not surprised. I think I would want to. I was a bit sick of my own voice at this minute in time.
I thought you'd gone off to the hospitality tent already, to be honest. And at this stage, I am just talking to myself, but I swear Steve Harmison is in the Daffer News studio. Let me promise you, he's sat right to my right-hand side. He has not nipped off to the hospitality tent. Steve Harmison.
No, I think, yes, I think you can hear me. Yeah, I've been talking to myself a lot. You know, the minute the work that's been going on, I mean, I can hear my own voice in my sleep, which is not a very good thing. I think when you analyse that performance, I think you're right. I think a complete performance. I think we sat, I'm not sure who I was on with and commentating. I think it might have been Sam in the first half, and it's as Wagner and Ackerman's partnership was going.
Yeah.
You're going, how many times have we seen this where a team who is controlling the game in Hampshire get blown away by somebody coming in, chancing around, counter-attacking, pulling an innings like Ackerman's done.
Yeah.
The momentum complete shifts, and you see 20 for 2 or 30 for 3 the next half, and the first 15 overs the next day. First 15 overs the next innings.
Yeah.
I mean, completely blows the game up. And
yeah.
Look, Hampshire got off to a half decent start, but once Durham got the wicket, that wicket was always going to be a tough wicket to start on. And I think the disciplines that Durham showed, I think hats off. It was not only was it an excellent bowling performance, I think fair play to the fielding side as well, because the catches were taken. There was a couple of absolute beauty catches were taken.
Yeah.
I thought the pressure on the infield, so extra cover, mid wicket, mid on and mid off, were on the batter all the time, encouraging the bowler. I think the noise was excellent.
Yeah.
So I think all round as a team, I thought Durham were really, really good in that second half.
I know a lot of people will look and say Colin Ackerman's the reason for that win with that fantastic innings, but us standing here or sitting here in the Daffer News studio and in the commentary seats, we have to praise Ryan Campbell, don't we? Because as soon as the Durham head coach walked in through that door, wickets fell.
It did, yeah. He came in, and not only did wickets fell, I'm actually going to go and I don't know whether he's got a dark cloud that comes over him, but I've sat here for the majority of the day, and I mean that window. I mean it's like a greenhouse in here.
Yeah.
We can't open the window too much because we hear a little bit of the hospitality through. So now they are well lubricated up, and it's 5 o'clock. There's some awful noises coming down here. So the noise, I mean the windows can't open. And the minute Cambo sat here, I mean, the sun went in, clouds came over, and he was sitting here and he had his coat on. I was like, thought he was back in on the bar, man. But he got wickets. Yeah, joking aside, I think he'd be a really, really happy man.
Yeah.
Because I would imagine he's come back off that bus, Middlesex, the other day, not just deflated because they haven't managed to have a game on an outground like this, and it's a little bit of a lottery, 50-50, thinking, do you know what, that point could cost us.
Yeah.
But he's, especially with Hampshire coming playing and the way they were playing as well, I think he'd be a very, very happy man. That he's talked about it brilliantly. I mean, we've had Ryan Campbell coming to do when you work in here. You're always second guessing what the players are thinking. You're always wondering what the captain's thinking. You're always wondering what's happening in the dressing room.
Yeah.
And so far, since we've been doing this job, we've had the Red Bull captain do this. I hope people have enjoyed. I hope people really have enjoyed us doing what we've done so far in this sort of daft new studio, because we've had the Red Bull captain with us for the Blast games. We've had Ryan Campbell and Graham Onions, Marcus North come and join us to get just an insight what goes on in the dressing room and the way Cambo works. I think you see how much he cares about his players, but also the work, the methods, and trying to get them to work things out themselves. I think he'd be very, very happy sitting in there, because that wasn't an easy wicket to bat on. It wasn't an easy wicket to bowl on either. I mean, because of the tennis ball bounce, margin for error is a little bit smaller. I think he'd be very, very happy the way his team, and this is the way he likes it, his team's finding ways of putting pressure on and asking the questions of the opposition and see if they've got answers. In that second half, Hampshire didn't really have an answer.
And I would argue the best insight that Ryan Campbell offered was what coaches do with their notebooks all the way through innings. He was so honest about that. He was being an absolute, Harmy, you just said it there, but a breath of fresh air. He was fantastic to listen to, Ryan Campbell, as has been all of our guests. Just a final word, Harmy, because I know we're both itching to can it, because the sun has come out behind a cloud, because Ryan Campbell's disappeared off downstairs, and we want to go elsewhere. But from our perspective now, from Durham's perspective, you were talking of this as you went out the commentary booth. How confident should Durham now be of qualification in this Metrobank One Day Cup? Because the fixtures to come look good in the sense of we're playing teams around us and we're closing up that gap at that top.
Yeah, and other teams are playing other teams. So Middlesex are probably going to be... Middlesex will be... I'm not sure on what the run rate looks like or where it is. Durham and Middlesex have got the same amount of points. Somerset have got one game left. They've got 10 points. Somerset have got to go and play Middlesex. So if Somerset go and win the group, then Durham should in theory finish above Middlesex. And then Durham have got Derbyshire to play at the end. If Durham beat Derbyshire, then Durham are in third. So, I mean, it's all in their hands. So when you look at the table, this is a massive win. I mean, it is a little bit of a joke, but Ryan Campbell sitting here, before the game and going, well, if we win this game, we're going to have to find some way of getting X, Y, and Z to Kent without going on the road because of their bodies, and we need them to go. If we lose, I mean, John Windows, where's your academy team at this minute in time? Because we need the under-18s to go down to Kent. Because we're not going to risk anybody with 5 championship games to come in 6 weeks by the end of the season. So I would imagine that's what he's got written down in his notebook. Now they're in. Mention about Coggers, I'm sure they're exploring the fact that can we get Paul Coughlin to one or two others, Alex Lees, can we get them flying down as opposed to getting the 7-hour bus journey, which it will be to Canterbury, with the view of coming back and making sure they're fresh. So that's what's probably in the management's mind at this minute in time. But thankfully they're in the mix, they've got a chance, and if they can get a 50 over quarter final as well as a Blast quarter final, then you know what, the big thing from last year was we struggled white ball cricket. This year we've made great strides, and that for me is a tick in the box for Marcus North, Ryan Campbell, Alex Lee, Scott Borthwick and the team, because they're improving year upon year, which is always what you want.
Absolutely. Well, it'll be a sobering trip, like Harmy says, down to Canterbury, down to Kent for the Durham boys, but it will have helped coming off the back of that tremendous win over Hampshire in the Metrobank One Day Cup this afternoon. We are all done. We've been Durham Live on 2. We've disappeared from the Seat Unique Riverside and come up here to South Northumberland. And what a day it has been. Glorious weather, glorious crowd. I'm sure a lot of people are still going to be enjoying the festivities outside, but they will be enjoying this massive Durham win over Hampshire. We have one home game left. We'll be back at the Seat Unique Riverside next Wednesday. And I tell you what, things could look pretty clear by the end of that, whether Durham could make a One Day Cup quarter-final to go with that T20 Blast quarter-final. From all of us here on Durham Live, thank you as ever for watching. Have a wonderful, wonderful weekend, and we will see you next Wednesday for that huge clash in Chester Street. Take care. Bye for now.